like give myself a backup. I'm good.
Okay. It says it's preparing to stream it live.
Okay.
Here we are. Oh, it looks like we're up. We're good. Is it on? See? Okay, good. So Nancy's going to watch the live stream for us to make sure it sticks around. I actually, so this is really funny. I have a big chunk of ice in front of my computer so that it doesn't overheat either.
First world.
I know. Now everything from now on is gonna be recorded. So watch your language and stuff, I guess. Or you could. It doesn't matter. It just. I'm more than happy to tell people about the ice chunk.
I think we've got that 20-second delay.
Yeah, there's a 20-second delay. So. Okay, it looks like it's live on my page. So now I can open it, right, and then pull out the live chat.
Yeah, I haven't logged in yet to that.
Pop out the chat. All right. So I think we're in it. I think we're in it to win it. Oh, so we've got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. We've got a good schedule. I didn't actually prepare introduction remarks. I was just going to wait until Sam gets here, but obviously we have 15 minutes to start. Are there any like specific measures that you all are looking forward to?
Well, definitely anxiously awaiting to see what happens in Austin.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think that has some serious implications to vastly improve mobility. So definitely want to know what's going on there. And then I'm just personally also really excited about Gwinnett County since I spent a lot of time in Metro Atlanta. So looking forward to that one as well.
I would agree on that.
I think Denver too is the climate tax. There's potential there for, if it passes, for some more national significance and other cities following suit. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, especially since it's focused not just on transportation, but everything they're doing. I'm fascinated to see what folks say about that one specifically, and if it gets copied in other places.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they copied sort of from Boulder, so
yeah.
See if other places copy them.
Yeah. It looks like we've got some folks coming in on the live stream. Cartographer 1977, welcome. On the chat. This is going to be exciting to have the chat because I think we'll be able to have folks ask questions and comment with the rest of us without being on the Zoom stream. So I'm excited about that for sure. All right. So at 3:15 we've got Sam Sargent. That's in about 13 minutes. I always wondered how like the people on MSNBC and CNN and all that do election night. I guess they have producers and people yelling in their ears to like talk about this subject and talk about. They also have writers, right?
Yeah, we're the renegades of election night.
Renegades. That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I like the idea of just kind of hanging out and sitting around and just chatting about this stuff and not being too serious about it, just because all this madness is going on. I turned on the cable news for like 10 minutes before, and I was already kind of getting anxious about just watching it. So,
yeah, it looks like Photographer 1977, Mike.
Oh, hey, Mike. Mike is like the Uber tweeter. Like he is always retweeting my stuff. Thank you, Mike. He's always out there. He's in Salt Lake City doing some awesome work, National Passenger Rail Association, stuff like that. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool to have you. Thanks, Mike, for coming on. Oh, and Ryan's on too. Nice. The big crew. Awesome. I love it. So I guess before we get started, maybe we should introduce ourselves a little bit. Jerome, you want to start with letting folks know who you are and what you do? I didn't promote you as Indigo because I wanted to make a little bit of a separation between you and your agency, but you're also got so much going on. Let's hear about you.
Yeah, so hello, everyone. For those who aren't already familiar, I'm Jerome Horn. I live in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I work for Indigo, which is the transit agency for Indianapolis, and I am our ridership experience specialist, which is a title that means everything and nothing at the same. I like to joke, but Really, I focus on kind of the customer journey and experience of riding transit, whether that's thinking about wayfinding, signage, maps, technology integration, working with our GTFS RT feed, even doing some outreach and community meetings as well, working a lot with our IT and operations department, thinking about, vehicles, seating arrangements, and all sorts of fun things. So I get to touch a lot of different parts of the agency and really enjoy that part of my job. Outside of Indigo, I am a big transit nerd. So behind me is part of my collection of signs and vehicles known as the International Micro Museum of Transit. And I think I have over 150 some models of trains and buses and about 130 or so transit signs from all over the world. So, and I'd like to bike, work out, and geek out about transit even when I'm, not at work. So it's a little bit about me.
Nice. Chrissy?
Hey everyone, I'm Chrissy Mancini-Nichols. I live in San Francisco, California right now, but I spent most of my career, I guess, in Chicago, lived there for about 12 years. And I work for Walker Consultants. I parking and mobility studies mostly, and I lead all of our curb management strategy. But mostly, I think, what I love about working in this sector is I get to work with so many cities, in a lot in Northern California, but really across the country too. So it's really fun to see the differences between big cities, little cities, towns. Just the challenges are so different, but they're also the same, and you just have to attack them in different ways. So, I really enjoy that, and so excited to be here today. My background is in tax policy and public finance and infrastructure funding. So I follow funding and ballot measures like it's my job. And as Jeff knows, I watch I guess I'm stuck on the news all day long. It's not a healthy habit. So I'm so glad we can talk about the ballot measures and get into like what's behind them, who are the different factions, get some of the insider scoop on how these ballot measures came about and if they're going to pass tonight.
Do you have a historical favorite ballot measure? Oh, I know I'm asking the hard questions. I apologize.
We gotta prep this, producer. I don't know. I'll get back to you.
Okay. We'll let you think about it. And I'm Jeff Wood. I am the owner and operator of the Overhead Wire daily newsletter, as well as website, as well as the host of the Talking Headways podcast on Streetsblog USA. And in my previous life as a planner, I worked for an organization called Reconnecting America and the Center for TOD for about 8 years. And we did work with the federal government, working with the FTA and HUD on transit-oriented development planning. And actually, one of my claims to fame that I always like to tell people about is that we actually did one of the first reports where HUD and FTA actually worked together in 2005, actually 2006, 2005. It came out in 2007, but we were doing the work before that. So, all this integration that we're talking about these days that should have happened many, many years ago is pretty recent, actually. So I'm excited to see what happens, especially from federal policy perspective on down. So now I just do news and information and stuff like that, but I really like what's going on with federal policy typically.
So did the sustainable communities come out of that study?
Yeah. So partly, yes. The collaboration between HUD, EPA, and FTA came out, or the DOT, I should say, came out of in part from some recommendations that were made in that report. So when the Obama administration came in, we actually had some folks go over to the administration, Shelley Patisha specifically, who went to HUD to kind of spearhead that. Oh, look who it is. Sam Sargent. He's not quite in yet, but he'll be here in a second. It's just popping up on the screen, so he's coming in soon. Yeah, it's 3:08, so we're a little early, but that's okay. Sam, are you there?
I am here. I don't want to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure that y'all knew that I was here. So let me.
Hi, Sam.
Hey, Jerome.
Hi, Sam.
Well,
am I interrupting anybody, or can I?
Not at all.
My video and the whole show. I just wanted to sneak in the background. Come on cue at 5:15.
No, you're good.
You're the
good.
special guest.
Yeah, you
That's
can
true.
do whatever
Well-
you want to do.
Well, it's an exciting night. How is everybody doing?
I'm nervous. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Sure.
Like,
You know,
I'm
I
not
think,
going to look at Twitter.
I think that is completely healthy. I think that you get nervous when you really care about something. So
That's true. That's true. It feels to me, I did a bit of cross country racing in high school and college, and it feels like race day. And I can smell the grass the grass is cut. I can smell it. I can feel it, but the gun hasn't gone off yet. So I'm
I
just
agree
a little bit
with you. I
on
ran
the
track
edge.
and cross country. I didn't run it collegiately, and I know 100% what you're talking about. You've got that nice kind of rigid bagel in the back of the bus, and you're hungry, but you don't want to eat it. And then eventually you're off to the races. It's over quicker than you thought, and hopefully you come through it successful. I feel good here in Austin. So
Good. Well, yes. So we welcome Sam Sargent, Deputy Chief of Staff for Capital Metro in Austin. Sam, welcome to the show. So what's the mood in Austin like?
Well, again, thank you, Jeff, Jerome, and Christy for having me. I'm really excited to be here. I would say that the mood here in Austin is really positive. It's a community conversation that we've had going on now for, let's call it 2.5 years in earnest for this iteration. But for anybody out there, and I'm sure many of the folks watching and listening know Austin's history as it relates to transit elections, knows that this is let's call it our third go around with light rail. So it's a conversation that's been going on for a very long time. 2014 was the last time it went to the ballot. I began at Capital Metro in very early 2015, so right after that election. And as soon as I got there, our long-range planning team was picking up the pieces, let's call it, and pulling together all of the studies and had laid the groundwork for what ultimately became this Proposition A, Project Connect. But I would say that people on staff, and again, I should probably reiterate, being a government employee, transit member staff, we do have a political organization that's out there that I'm not part of, but I think that staff feels really strongly that this time around, we got the plan right. It's sound. We did more engagement on this than we've done on anything. And we pulled together a coalition of community members, I think, that was much broader than anything Austin has done, at least with transit before. So I think we're feeling positive. And then, of course, turnout is very high in Austin, like it is everywhere, where our county clerk is saying that we may be pushing towards the 80% turnout, which would certainly be a record. It may be more like 75%, but I think people are feeling positive.
That's incredible. So Prop A, like you said, it's one of a number of ballot measures from history that this is the one that we're working on currently. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about it and give us a little bit of background on it.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So Proposition A is the culmination of the 2.5 years of Project Connect version, whatever you would like to call it, but it pulls together, at least from a map standpoint, there's obviously a lot more technical work that went into this, but it pulls together one of the core parts of the community conversation that's been here in Austin about investing in something like light rail, which is this one central spine of light rail. That was actually what was more or less voted on in 2000, along with a line to the airport, which was part of the 2014 plan. But it brings it all together. And so what the plan is, it's $7.1 billion. It is part of a larger system vision. And it was, I wouldn't say pared down, but it was just phased in a way that made it $7.1 billion. It is 2 light rail lines. It is some infill stations on our red line commuter line. It is a brand new green line commuter line that goes out to the east of Austin, heads out to East Austin, and then eventually to one of our suburban communities, but that would be in phase 2. And then it's 4 bus rapid transit lines, as well as some new parking rides, new customer amenities, some technology upgrades, and things like that, as well as, I should have mentioned, a number of new circulator zones, up to 15 new circulator zones, which right now we call pickup. So it's pretty comprehensive. It's very multimodal, but I think that the parts of it that have gotten the most attention, again, because it's been part of this 20-year conversation, 20 years plus, are the 2 light rail lines that would ultimately form the new spine of our existing transit network.
So you mentioned that you've done more outreach than you've ever done before for this particular initiative. Can you get into a little bit of what that outreach looked like and how you tried to make sure that you were reaching all parts of the community, and especially considering COVID, what some of those challenges may have been?
Yeah, absolutely, Jerome. I would say that we cut our teeth doing a huge outreach process as part of our bus network redesign, Connections 2025. It was later rebranded during its launch as CAP Remap, but that was a big overhaul of our whole bus network. And that really gave us a lot of practice on trying a variety of community engagement techniques, a lot of going to them. We began doing a lot more virtual engagement, even though at the time we didn't need to in the same way. Although I will say that we discovered that the digital divide, at least here in Austin, I know every community is different, but at least here in Austin, is not as big as we thought it was. And in fact, when you think about the things that become, a little bit more unequal in terms of doing outreach, where you expect people to come to you or to be a member of a neighborhood group or whatever it might be, when we began doing more and more digital outreach, we would usually ask for an email address for people to register and then their zip code. And it was really interesting how many people we started pulling from these very underrepresented, at least underrepresented in community engagement standpoint, areas. Because it was people who could get on their smartphone, get on a tablet, but they were at home. They probably didn't have the luxury of going to a library at 7 p.m. on a Wednesday, your very traditional meeting. And so we began testing that out. That effort was really successful. We began rolling it out for Project Connect. We started engaging a whole lot of people. COVID hits. We transitioned everything to being online. And while our nights were extremely busy, I mean, we were double and triple booked just like we would have been if we were bouncing around town, going to elementary schools and people's living rooms and wherever. We were able to do these Zoom engagements far more effectively. We were able to do 10 city council district-based virtual open houses that were far better attended than they ever would have been had we done them in person. And again, it's just that luxury of time. And so I think that go to them technique really worked, and the digital engagement really worked well. We also did phone engagement, we did mailers, we did as many different things as we could do to get to people at their comfort level, at their technology level, whatever it might have been. And I feel confident and I feel very proud of what we did here on that side of things, because I think that we educated people very honestly. I think we had to be very, very honest, because as we all know here in the transit sphere, is that people began asking these very existential questions of, is anybody going to ride this again? And it was a good chance to have that conversation in a real honest way and to explain in a place that we expect to double in size between 2020 and 2040, so a region that goes from 2 to 4 million, maybe more, that even if our mode share stays what it is today, we still have to build more infrastructure. And we have to do this to create more jobs, and we have to do this to create ways for people to get around wherever they're getting around, even if people are teleworking more, that's equitable, that's sustainable, and that's the type of infrastructure that people just expect in a city of our size. So I feel like it was really honest. It wasn't just a pitch, and people really caught on to it. And there were parts of the plan that people may have disagreed with, but I think that people appreciated that honesty. It went a really long way.
Yeah, everyone I know is moving to Austin. So
True.
it's bonkers. So as you're saying, you need Project Connect to really think about a future Austin and what that looks like. So I guess that helped you make the case to the voters. And is that what's going to back up your case to the Fed so that you can get that federal match and have all the funding sources lined up?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the strongest part of our argument. I did a lot of our presentations, both before we were under these election season restrictions on advocacy versus education, but we still kept this very factual slide in there that said, since World War II, Austin has doubled in size. It's always, the history of Austin has been growth. And since World War II, Austin has doubled in size every 25 years. Well, now we're doubling in size every 18 years, and that may still be accelerating. And yet our road network, for anybody who's ever visited Austin, I'm not advocating for more highways and in anything like that, but it is surprisingly constrained. It's topographically constrained, geographically constrained. Even if we wanted to expand our road network, we might only be able to expand lanes by 10%. And that was a strong argument, even for people who I would say are more pro-road than pro-transit. But once you told people that, if you just envision the geometry of transit, is that we're going to keep growing. And that's a positive thing. And again, if we're not saying that everybody's going to use transit. New York City has traffic and they've got more transit than anywhere else in the United States, but that it's a piece of infrastructure that we've neglected for so long. And that's why it's so needed. That's also why the plan is so big. And that's why the dollar amount wound up being what it was. I think that if we were doing phase 2 or 3 of our 2000 plan, for instance, it'd be a little bit more like Seattle. It'd still be a big dollar amount, but it would still be phasing it in. Well, right now we're really making up for lost time. Our vice chair used a line at a couple of meetings that I thought was really strong, which was the commute you had this morning. Again, this was pre-COVID, but the commute you had this morning is the best commute you will ever have in your life, because it's never going to get better than this. We are simply going to keep growing. And until we create ways to move people more efficiently in smaller packets, it's just not going to get any better. And I think that that was really strong. And I think even among the people who, I wouldn't say are anti-growth, but the folks who tend to be more comfortable with where they are and how their community is currently set up, they get it. Something has to give, that a no build is just not an option anymore. And I think that that was a strong case that we made. And I think that we changed a lot of folks' mind about transit generally, not just Prop A. And to your final point, I do think that level of commitment and having a unanimous vote from our board and city council and the coalition that we pulled together, and the funding source, which I should note really quickly, is very unique in terms of, in Texas, you cannot assess property tax to fund a metropolitan transit organization. But so we're partnering with the city of Austin, and the number was large enough, and we needed ongoing O&M funds, that it's going to be a property tax underlay covered by the city. And I think that that steadiness is really going to make the FTA feel confident should we get a yes decision tonight.
I will say I've worked on property tax reform legislation before, and I've never seen so much detail on the impacts of a tax. I mean, the amount of detail I found just on how individual people were affected and the benefits, and just how the property tax works was so great to see the educational piece that you guys did.
Our marketing team is really, really talented, and then our partners in the city's finance office did an amazing job pulling that together. I would encourage people, you can go onto the City of Austin Prop A site, and you can see a nice graphic that breaks down between the school district, central health, the city, the county, and then the fraction, the 4% fraction of the increase that would be Project Connect, and then the average home values from, I think, 250 to $1 million, what the impact would be. But yes, thank you. It made my job so much easier when I was getting out there and talking about the impact.
There's also, there's a number, this half comes from the chat and half from me, but, and Gordon Chafin asked about fears of gentrification, displacement, those types of things. And also there's a mitigation included for 300 million for anti-displacement. I'm curious how that came about and what prompted that to be included in the measure.
Yeah, that I think is one of the most unique things about the measure. And I believe one of the best things about it is that we tried to sell it as it has something for everybody, but I don't think that the seriousness of that remark is brought home. It was really brought home by the fact that we made that investment from the 7.1 billion, the 300 million in anti-displacement funding. And that really was a conversation that was spurred by our board and a lot of city council folks. We had a lot of community members who have long been advocating for more affordable housing in Austin. Just like any place that's growing, supply is not keeping up with demand. And we want to put transit out there as a tool for affordability and equity and sustainability, but we're also cognizant of the fact that transit is still a big selling point. And so the 300 million, at least from my research, would be the largest, call it affordable housing, call it anti-displacement. It may wind up being a mix of investments. It is the largest in a transit package in the country, and it should be the second or third largest affordable housing affordability bond or measure in the country. I think Portland and San Francisco may have gone bigger on an affordable housing specific item. But the 300 million, and we took a lot of cues from Sound Transit, who we had the chance to visit. It was actually on a series of visits that included Indianapolis, where Jerome was our generous and, of course, knowledgeable host. But in Seattle, we also went around these corridors and realized if we're going to build something this size, we're going to need laydown yards, we're going to need space for substations, we're going to need space for vent shafts, because we do have a tunnel component that's also a very exciting, unique, at least for Texas, part of this. And so we're going to need to grab some of that land now, but then land bank it. So we've got the use for it now, and then once we're complete, and this was Sound Transit, I believe, did it with their Capitol Hill station. Once we're done using it for construction purposes, we have this blank slate where we can put things like clinics and schools, but especially housing there. And so the 300 million will be phased in over the 13 years of this investment. The first 100 million will be in the first 3 years, and then it's scattered over the rest of the project life. But it came together from a mix of council and the community, and I think it's a really great addition.
So I was doing some background on you, and I found out that your favorite book is The Power Broker by Robert Caro.
Oh, yes. Yeah. The guide to how to build things and how to also be evil or not be evil. But I love Caro, having read at least the first 2 of his LBJ books. I've not gotten through the remainder of them, but I just thought it was a fascinating tale of what to do and not to do. And when you pair it with Jane Jacobs' book, you can see 2 sides of that story, but how to pull together a diverse set of resources and make sure you have ongoing resources, but how not to build the fabric or not build the fabric of a city. But yes, that was one of my favorites, at least from the story. Not the man, but the story.
So it looks like also, the federal funding is expected to be about 45% of the total. I'm curious how a different administration perhaps possibly could lead to achieving that type of match.
Yeah, I think that the history of those matches and the size of those matches from a percentage and a dollar amount in the previous administration was larger than it's been in the current administration. So I think that may be one factor, is we're looking into the crystal ball, but we also wanted to be very realistic and to not have this be a question of who is going to win other than whether or not Prop A wins. And we looked at just an average of some of the other projects that were out there on the West Coast and the East Coast, as well as Houston. And the average got us into that 40 range, and we feel very confident in the strength of the actual program of projects, that 45% is reasonable, and it would be a mix of new starts and small starts, because like I mentioned, we have a couple of nearly shovel-ready, they're actually already in project development, the Metro Rapid BRT lines. We already have 2 BRT, let's call them BRT light lines that we're upgrading. These would be 2 more. New starts would be for those light rail corridors. And then it's yet to be determined what the federal program would be for the green line, that a little bit further off commuter line. But the 45% came from just a study of recent projects, both in the Trump administration and the Obama administration.
Before we let you go, just got a quick fun question. What is your favorite transit line anywhere, regardless of mode?
Ooh, that is a very good question. I would say, and if we have any friends here from Los Angeles, you'll forgive me. I want to say it's the 507. It's a local bus that runs from the Santa Monica Expo line station out to Malibu. It is the most scenic local bus route that I've found. The other one would be the SF Muni bus that goes out to the Marin Headlands, which is fantastic, and they only run it on the weekends. It's a great repurposing of commuter coaches. So I think California may have taken the cake there. I don't have the Micro Museum of Transit, forgive me, Jerome, for butchering the name, but I am a rail and lover through and through, but I work at a more bus heavy agency. So of course I love bus. And now that you had me think about that real quick, I realized, yeah, I think those 2 California bus routes were 2 of my favorite transit experiences. They were really magical, and it was also neat seeing who was on them. There were a couple of joyriders, and then also people doing important trips, groceries, work, you name it.
Awesome. Well, Sam, thanks for joining us. We really appreciate you coming on. We appreciate, we hope Prop A does well, and good luck tonight when you're watching the returns.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Jeff, Jerome, and Chrissy. I really enjoy what you do, and you've got a really great lineup coming up. So I'll keep you all posted.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Sam. It looks like we have our next guest, Kevin DeGood, is here. We welcome one of our favorites, Kevin DeGood, Director of Infrastructure Policy at the Center for American Progress. Welcome back after, Kevin, you've been on episode 65, 102, and 146, and most recently 65 of the Monday Show. You've been a frequent guest of my podcast, so I appreciate you coming back.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
All right, excellent.
So how are things feeling in DC?
Well, I think perhaps contrary to expectations, everything today was as quiet as a Sunday morning. So everything's sort of unfolding normally. I think the real action is out in other parts of the country where the results are less than expected. I think Nate Silver at 538 gave Joe Biden a 100% chance of winning DC. So there's not a great deal hanging in the balance, at least for these couple of electoral votes. So it's good, but obviously waiting anxiously to see what happens and hoping that we can get a final result tonight, but not necessarily expecting that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, shall we just dive in? I got a couple questions for you, and looking forward to hearing your answers.
Sure, let's do it.
So we know climate change is a big deal, and that to address it, we need to do something big. But right now, people who can pull levers are talking about electric vehicles and not land use, including the brazen unsustainability of sprawl. I'm curious what you think needs to happen to get us to take land use a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, this is a really great question, and one that I wish that I had a better answer to. I think one of the great challenges that we have is that we have wrapped up a very, very specific type of land use in this notion of the American dream. And so when people in the progressive transportation space talk about a different kind of transportation future, we often forget that for some people, it sounds like we're suggesting we want to take away the American dream, which is really anything but. Part of, I think, our challenge is that we have to try to explain to people that where we want to go in terms of transportation and land use is sustainable and it's inclusive. And when we say sustainable, again, it's not just about the tailpipe emissions. It's not just, well, you might have one car instead of two, or you might drive a little less. Those things are really important, but that it's fundamentally that we're going to be cannibalizing less greenfield space, and that, having trees, having nature provides incredible environmental services that we all benefit from, and that we just can't keep kind of expanding ever outward. So again, I think we're fighting this notion that like cars are more American than not cars, or cars are more American than transit, or sprawl is more American than something else. Like I think some of these notions are things we have to try to combat, but they're very powerful.
I think that's right. We also have this weird fantasy of technocentrism trying to solve all those problems as well. I'm curious what your kind of feeling is about some of these solutions that people have been floating lately.
Yeah, I mean, it's always really frustrating, I think, because when you study transportation, you begin to realize that it's not the newness of the technology that makes it the most efficacious, right? I mean, if we think about, just to pick one example, the New York City metro system and bus system, right? It's incredible the number of people it carries every day. It's incredible how efficient it is, but there are parts of that system that are incredibly old, right? It's not that an underground train or a bus is something that is the most whiz-bang technology, but when it's done right, it's incredibly effective. It's the same thing with walking and cycling, particularly with the advent of e-bikes now, right? Like bicycles have been around for an incredibly long time. It's not a hyperloop, so it doesn't tend to garner the same level of attention. But in terms of its ability to help people get where they need to go in a way that's healthy and safe and fantastic, like the bicycles are incredible, but we don't, I think, often elevate them to the level of importance that they should have in our transportation plans, and it's certainly not in our expenditures. So there is this notion of like kind of headline grabbing new technology that somehow that must be the silver bullet solution, and we often overlook the things that work really well that are right in front of us.
And I want to lean into that a little bit more. As we talk about, buses and trains, but specifically buses,
Yep.
There's this notion of we have to make the bus sexy to get people back on the bus.
Right.
I'm often going, well, there are people riding the bus today and that are real people that have places to go.
Right.
But, what we know that the vast majority of the country is not necessarily, most of the transit systems are bus based, except for in the larger cities. And so what are your thoughts just on making the bus more, I don't want to say more appealing or more readily available? I know you talked about, funding, and I think one of the, most basic things is we just need to run more service.
Yep.
What else do you think about buses specifically?
Yeah, no, those are incredible points. So I'm originally from Toledo, Ohio, which is sort of a classic example of like a mid-sized city. Rail it wouldn't make any sense there. It's a local bus system, but it's not one that very many people use. And part of that is because the service is not of a particularly high quality, right? If you are actually trying to use transit to take care of all the things that you need to take care of in a day, that's going to be a pretty heavy lift, right? The wait times between buses outside of just narrow windows, Monday through Friday for peak periods, can be quite long, 20 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, just depending on where you are in the system, how many transfers you might have to take, right? So it's in so many places, it's not particularly high quality. And I think that can mean a couple of things. That can mean long headways, but that can also mean that somebody on a map says, well, that's a bus stop, and you look and it's a rusted pole with a tiny sign on it, and you're going to be standing there with a 4-inch curb, cars going by at 35, 40 miles an hour. You're not protected from the elements. You don't have a place to sit, right? It's not particularly inviting. So to your point, I think sometimes we get enamored of this notion like, well, what if the buses had really high, fast Wi-Fi? Or what if we did this? Or what if we did that? And we often, again, want to make it a technology question when really it's just quality of service. And the Transit Center did an interesting big survey a couple of years ago. And I want to say maybe 3 or 4 now. And they kind of got at this, like they asked riders, we're going to rank in terms of your priority, these different characteristics, these different kinds of changes that a local transit authority could make. And the number one thing was just have the buses run on time and don't make me stand out here and wait so long. So whenever we want to try to overcomplicate things, I think it helps to come back to this realization of like, people just need a quality service that gets them where they go affordably and safely. And some of that other stuff is just gloss that we don't have to worry about.
So how do we refocus the attention then? Because as you're saying, like all these innovative ideas, they're not going to work. They're not going to work in most places, certainly not like in rural places or,
right.
But my question is, when you look at, for example, the opponents of Project Connect in Austin, they were pushing back on light rail because they said, well, we're going to have self-driving cars and flying cars soon. So why would we make these billions of dollars investments in light rail? Right. How did we overcome this, the hyperloops in the news all the time, and Congress is focused on hyperloop. Can we just, how do you overcome those, just the attention that is focused on these whiz-bang projects and not just the reliable service that will improve people's lives?
Yeah, I mean, if I had a perfect answer to that, I'd probably be out on the street selling it right now. But unfortunately, people need to grab headlines. And so when you say that, autonomous vehicles are going to solve it all and we're just going to have robo-taxis on demand on our phones, like that is so, I think, alluring to people because it sounds like this great future. But when you step back, you realize, well, wait a minute, we have too many cars and not enough pavement as it is now. And especially in the center city areas, right, where you don't have greenfield space, you're not going to be able to expand roadways anymore, no matter how much you might try. Or if you do, it's incredibly cost ineffective to try and put things underground or to elevate them and do viaducts. And you just need to say to people, well, let's look, if you have a car with a single occupant who's a driver, in the future you have a car that has a single occupant that's a passenger, you still have the same fundamental space constraints. And I think sometimes people confuse limited access highway driving with, surface street signalized roadways and intersections. Where I think you probably get a sort of one-time step up in terms of carrying capacity and efficiency is in some distant future. You can imagine vehicles that are able to move at a higher average rate of speed and can run more closely together than we run them now. So if somebody's going 65 or 70 miles an hour on the highway, right, when you have human drivers, you need a big clearance distance. Yes, you can certainly envision at a point, maybe 15 years from now, when you have much more V2V and V2X, communications and onboard systems, you could have cars running at 75 miles an hour fairly close together. But even that, if we think about what the throughput is, if you're still talking about 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, whatever your average regional vehicle occupancy is, even if your throughput goes from 2,100 vehicles an hour per limited access highway lane now to 23 or 2,400, like that's a one-time, step in terms of what your total carrying capacity is. But then you also have to remember those vehicles ultimately have to exit that limited access highway once they approach their destination. So if we're thinking in terms of like the morning or the evening, crunch, that rush, if you put more vehicles on the highway at a higher speed and you get your throughput up a little bit, they're still ultimately going to hit the downtown area where they've got to exit. And now you're back to signalized intersections, right? So we still have this same capacity constraint of big metal boxes carrying only one or maybe two people. It's just a really inefficient way to operate a transportation system. So even if the drivers are AV, it still doesn't get us all the way where we need to go. Now, hopefully, as those systems get better, it will have pretty dramatic effects on safety, but that's different than this question about sort of what are the appropriate mix of investments, right? The safety question is super important, but not the same as how do we have a green and sustainable and livable metropolitan area. Like those are sort of two different things.
So you're telling me if we put all the cars underground in tunnels, it's not going to solve all our problems.
Right. No, it's not. It's not. And I have to say that perhaps on a lighter note, I live in DC and take the metro a fair amount, at least in pre-pandemic times. And we have a long-standing saga of escalator breakdowns here at WMATA, right? And so every time somebody posts on Twitter that little video that shows the Musk car going over to the special car elevator in the middle of the street, and then it goes down and it enters this magical set of tunnels, I just think, how often are those car elevators going to break? We can't seem to make escalators work. How really? I don't want to be in my car 75 feet underground, stuck in a car elevator that just broke. I don't know why, just me. That's one of the first things that comes to mind. So
I used to live in DuPont Circle, and walking up those stairs, not fun.
Right. Now imagine being stuck in a car halfway down. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Not to mention just the capacity generally is not going to be very good either. I mean, that what's happening in Las Vegas is almost comical. with the boring company.
I have to say it is one of truly the strangest projects I have ever come across. We have the convention center complex, and we're going to put people in cars underground to go between two buildings. It's one of the most bananas things I've ever seen, but that is sort of the high watermark maybe of car culture. I don't know. It's either that or when we decided that we needed to drive a car on the moon. If we were looking for the symbolism of America's love of car culture, it's either driving a car on the moon or driving a car underneath ground between two buildings. I'm not sure which one. We could debate that.
From a federal policy perspective, I'm curious, if things go well tonight for the Democrats, I'm wondering what the first thing that you would do if you were given the chance to kind of make some changes at the federal policy level.
Yeah, so this is a great question, and one that I think deserves quite a bit of debate. I mean, we have, House and Senate transportation bills for the surface reauthorization from this Congress. And then sort of more broadly in the House, that bill got rolled up into what was HR 2, which was, I think, a really great piece of work that the House did that had authorizations for investments across a whole bunch of different sectors, right? It had energy and public lands, a whole bunch of other things in there in addition to just surface transportation. And so I think there is this strategic question, number one, which is just, well, kind of what is your order of operations and how many different sectors do you try to tackle at once? Do you do surface transportation standalone, or do you try to have it be part of this bigger package? I think there's good reason to think that if Democrats were to run the table and have the trifecta of the White House, the House, and the Senate, that their first order of business is going to be an immediate package of sort of not long-term economic stimulus, but sort of coronavirus-related aid to those households and businesses that are struggling so much right now. But then beyond that, there's this issue of, well, if we are fortunate enough to be on a vaccine timeline where, in mid to late 2021, hopefully we're getting pretty substantial numbers of people who've been vaccinated and the economy is starting to move towards recovery, we're still going to need large scale fiscal stimulus. And that's where, again, infrastructure is so important. I think our starting point needs to be, what are we trying to do in terms of making progress on climate change, right? I mean, these two things are completely interlinked. And so we can't have a conversation about long-term fiscal stimulus, economic stimulus, and infrastructure without having it be about where are we trying to get to in terms of climate change objectives. So even though the president pulled the United States out of the Paris Agreement, my hope is that a Biden administration is going to dive right back in with both feet and recommit America to achieving its global commitments in terms of that. So first and foremost, any package that comes out of Congress would need to be substantially focused on reducing emissions. And that means not just vehicle electrification, as we talked about, but also rethinking sort of what other areas should we think about in terms of carbon infrastructure? And certainly highways have to be a part of that, right? We can't just say, well, eventually all the cars that are going to run on those highways are going to be electrified, right? We have to be honest about building new highway capacity and what that means for long-term emissions. So, and there's lots of ways that you can tackle that, right? So one thing you could do is when you're handing out highway money to states, you could say, anytime that you add new highway capacity, you need to model what your expected GHG emissions are going to be from that new expanded facility over a 30 or 40 year horizon, and then require that state DOT to come up with meaningful quantifiable offsets, right? So you say, look, we're not going to have any blanket moratorium on new highway capacity, but we are going to put this hook into this federal money saying, if you're going to spend it on new highway capacity, you have to have a legitimate plan in place for how to offset the emissions, right? That's just one of many different policy hooks that you could put into a big comprehensive package to make sure that we're both getting the kind of economic growth that we want, but doing it in a sustainable way.
How do we make sure that we don't build freeways that just aren't valuable, though? How, the white elephants that you've discussed in the past. Right.
So I think we still sort of suffer from this notion that all infrastructure spending is beneficial. And so it helps to have our eyes open to the fact that if we make poor project selection decisions, we can end up with projects that are really economic drags, right? We have this new asset that isn't particularly productive, that isn't stimulating the kind of economic activity that we want, but it's still quite expensive. It was expensive to build and it's expensive to maintain. And it's something that can become sort of a money pit. And there are more examples than I am capable of writing about. The most recent one was an Appalachian Development Highway System project that was in Southern Ohio in Scioto County. That is enormously expensive, and it's an area that has essentially, stable and to falling population, depending on exactly how you want to draw the area that you're counting. But we still hold on to this notion that like all infrastructure spending is productive and good, and a sort of field of dream notion, which is if you build it, businesses will come. One of the tricky things is if we look at this example, in Scioto County in southern Ohio, you have a region that went through in the 20th century this sort of boom of economic growth and industrial activity, and then unfortunately a sustained period of decline and deindustrialization, all of which happened in the absence of this highway facility that was just recently completed. And yet people sort of harken back to initial plans that go back decades when people said, look, we've got to have this highway link. We've got to have this highway link. We've got to have this highway link. And it's like, well, you had your boom and your bust in the absence of the highway. So clearly that wasn't the constraining factor. If it had been, you shouldn't have had the boom in the first place. And now that there are all these other sort of social and economic challenges, do we really think that, say, shaving off a few minutes driving time is going to be the catalyst to have this region, sort of experience real economic redevelopment? So I think we need to be a little more humble, recognize that when we make bad decisions, we can have expensive, unproductive assets that do more harm than good, and that we shouldn't be so narrow. Like, I think people in the transportation space tend to think about, well, transportation is how we're going to catalyze economic growth, rather than saying like, well, look, there are all sorts of different bits of infrastructure that you could invest in to try to help catalyze growth. So again, down in Scioto County, they have a real need for investment in wastewater treatment infrastructure. And in fact, there is a local plant down there that is doing some really interesting stuff around upcycling different kinds of plastic, right? But it's a process that uses quite a bit of water, and therefore it's a process that has quite a bit of wastewater that needs to be treated, right? But for most people, if you said, well, investing in a highway is economic development, they'd probably say, yeah, that sounds right. And if you said, well, investing in wastewater treatment infrastructure is economic development, I don't think that's the first thing that would come to people's mind. So we have to be broader and recognize that economic development can mean different things in different communities. And just laying down more pavement is quite often not a pathway to long-term success.
For sure. Well, so Kevin, it's first off, David Zipper, welcome, visiting fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School's Taubman Center for State and Local Government. He also has recent bylines at City Lab, Slate, Wired, and Car and Driver. David, do you have any questions for Kevin before he takes off?
I don't know how much of the deep dive I missed. I only caught the last 5 minutes, but I'm good right now. I should let you guys continue on. Hi, Kevin. Nice to connect.
Thanks. Yeah, you too.
Well, Kevin, thanks for joining us. We really appreciate you coming on, and good luck tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. Have a good evening. See you guys.
See ya.
Thanks, Kevin. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. I didn't mean to boot him.
No, it's fine. No, we got 15 minutes each here. We're working on timelines.
I don't know how it works. Yeah, it's fine.
No, when people come in, they hang out.
I'm just here to hang out. I don't have a minologue prepared. Did I miss the instruction manual?
Didn't I tell you you were supposed to prepare a speech? Was
like distraction and stress relief. Jeff, you've got to give more direction, please. Next time.
Well, next time I put together a conference in 2 weeks, we'll get together and work on that.
Yeah, sounds good. Maybe in 4 years.
Maybe in 4 years. Well, we'll see. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm a little punchy. I'm a little punchy. Yeah.
Have you already had a few beverages, adult beverages?
Well, I've had a few, like not that adult. I've had too much coffee, if anything.
Oh.
Usually is like a friend that picks you up and then lets you down, but now it's just ramping up, going to 11, as it were. I think Jerome wants to make fun of me, but he may be on mute. Is that right? I can see you talking a little bit.
No, I'm just nodding and a lot of coffee right now, and I'm going to be drinking a lot of coffee so I can stay up for this whole thing. Well, I got a really quick fun question for you, just to start things off. What's your favorite transit line, regardless of mode, anywhere, and why?
Oh gosh. My favorite transit line anywhere, regardless of mode. I have a really nostalgic feeling for the F train in MTA in New York, because, well, it was so bad I used to live in New York when I worked in the Bloomberg administration. We called it the if train, like if it would come. And, but it kind of went everywhere I wanted to go. Like it would go to the village. It would like bring me to where I lived in Cobble Hill. It would go to the other fun parts in Brooklyn further in, and in Lower East Side, where I could get pickles and Chinese food, sometimes at the same place. So I felt like it was like my New York guide while I lived there, and I have very nostalgic feelings for the F train.
I
Let's
live
go.
on the Lower East Side, so I love that answer.
It comes from the heart. It's a good question. I didn't have a good answer. I hadn't thought of it ahead of time. So thank you. Are you asking everybody this question who comes on?
If we have time, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, since you wanted to play it loose, we were just like hanging out, asking good questions.
I'm cool with that. Yeah, is there something going on tonight? I don't know.
No, nothing. Nothing's going on tonight. We're just kind of hanging out, watching the leaves fall off the trees.
It's kind of dark here for that, but I'm glad you can do that in the Bay Area.
It is bright outside. It is bright outside.
Very bright.
Yeah, I'm in DC for anybody who doesn't know. Yeah, fair enough.
What are you watching these days? What's on your TV for are you a TV watcher at all? Do you partake in the cinema?
A TV watcher. So I have a TV. I don't watch normal shows really. I watch foreign shows sometimes. Like I get really into. I do love like global versions of The Wire, and they do exist. What I mean by that is like international drama that's about cities and corruption and like how urban environments work. So there's a terrific one on Netflix that I love called Novine, which is more about journalism to some extent. I guess Wire season 5 was, but it's about city politics in Rijeka, Croatia, and corruption and journalism. I loved it. And now there's another one about Marseille that I'm about to start getting into, I think. It's supposed to be really good. Have you guys seen it? I'm seeing you nodding your heads.
No, I love hearing about Marseille, and it's such an interesting city in France because of its kind of multiculturalism and the immigration and all that stuff. It seems like it would be interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, interesting show.
All kinds of things. So that's supposed to be great. But right now I'm trying to learn Spanish, so I've been watching a bunch of Spanish language shows, and I've been really annoying my Colombian tutor by watching. I'm on season 5 of Narcos now, and she just hates it. She thinks I'm just a horrible gringo for letting this teach me Spanish. You asked. I don't know.
How else would you?
I hope everybody's learning a lot.
Okay, so I got a more serious question in our time here. Your quick take, the Purple Line. The Maryland Purple Line, since you're in the DC region.
Oh God. It's a mess, and we need it really badly. It's a terrible mess, and it's part of, it's in some ways it's unfortunate. Larry Hogan is a very popular governor in Maryland, but he's been something of a disaster for public transportation with the Purple Line, but also with investing in rail in Baltimore, which has just been terrible. And he's really focused more on highways. So it's actually, I think this is one of the saddest legacies of his. It actually did, to me, it's a reflection of how unfortunately, how transit, even he's been a clear disaster to transit in Maryland, and he's still so popular. It's a reality check for me about the extent to which transit is going to dominate people's voting decisions. Because if it mattered as much as I think it should, he would be less popular. So that's all I can say is it's very frustrating that there's been I think, quite poor leadership from the top to get that project finally up and running. And it shouldn't be surprising if you followed him.
I have a question on, you talk a lot about walled gardens and data, get back to being serious, but since you're on, I have to ask you, do you, there's so many efforts to stop cities from getting data, either scooter data, ride-hailing data, whatever it is. Do you see this sort of, stopping the cities from getting data, stopping local control as a way where there's like trending toward privatization of the curb eventually? Because, all these different private entities need access, and cities there's all these technology companies that are providing these solutions, and it's hard to navigate all that. What are your thoughts on privatization of the curb eventually?
So you got no one coming in until 8 o'clock, right? So I can just sort of give this is my monologue
this
time.
Is it.
No, there's just a lot there, Chrissy. And it's true. But I am happy to be serious about that. It's true. I did write I think the first mainstream article that talked about mobility walled gardens, which was in Fast Company a couple of years ago. And that was in context of Uber and Lyft at the time trying to be like the Amazon of transportation, which hasn't gone very well. And I think they're backing away from that vision a little bit. But that's a separate point. I think the idea is really like for mobility as a service, a topic I've written a lot about. You really want to have an open ecosystem where you can have all modes that can support and be complements to public transportation available on a platform and not lock those certain services inside or outside of a walled garden, the way that, for example, Lyft gets a competitive advantage from the fact that City Bike is only available in its app and not in the Uber app. That's what a walled garden can do for you. So that's something that I do worry about. I don't think that we want walled gardens to be the way that we compete and for around urban mobility. And so I'll put a quick bookmark there. I think with data overall, this is something I've done a lot of work in for years with the mobility data specification, and I've looked at the curb stuff a lot now with CurbFlow and Cord, and a growing, and those are two startups, those who don't know, but a growing interest in really having a clear sort of like a digital map of the curb that lets cities adjust policies in real time sometimes, and to be more strategic about how they allocate precious curb space. And I don't think Anthony Townsend is joining you today. He wrote Smart Cities and Ghost Road. He's really skeptical of that effort. He's worried about financialization of the curb and thinks that could be terrible for public use. I am less I'm less worried, I guess. I feel like it's actually really useful if we can find ways of organizing the curb so that we reduce, for example, double parking for freight, which would be great for people like me who bike around and have to navigate through those trucks. If it brings a little revenue for cities from truck revenue or ride hail drop-off points, that's good too. And I also just think it's crazy we don't have a digital map of the curb. Like, how are we supposed to plan where to put a bike share dock if we don't even know how we're regulating our curb and what's used where? So I think the overall attention to the curb is good. I support the digitalization, but I do appreciate people like Anthony, who I think are elevating some of the points you're raising, Chrissy, about the potential risk of simply saying, look, let's just get as much money as a city out of this curb space as we can. That would be a real problem, I think, for civil society.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's prime real estate, so I think we should price it. So
in some places,
yeah.
Right? Not everywhere.
In some places, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at what's happening in Omaha, which is a very important electoral vote tonight, just to get in that point, we really want that Omaha 2nd District electoral vote. But Omaha is the first city to do a pilot project with Cord. And what they're doing is, I mean, they picked a small number of places to do the pilots that they're doing for freight drop off and delivery. And the amount of money coming to the city is really quite modest. So I think it's important to keep in mind that if we really want to organize the curb, in some ways, the best things we can do is recognize where the sidewalk is inadequate and the curb doesn't have good curb cuts. That to me, I mean, I think your city, Jerome, correct me if I'm wrong, did a big study of doing a survey of sidewalks in Indianapolis, right? And how much money to fix them. That's great. I've held that up as actually a national model.
Yeah, Indy Walkways study, and we need about $1 billion to actually fix everything. And
but now you know where the network is really bad and what neighborhoods deserve more investment. So few places have that, I think.
What's your take on Prop 22 here in the Bay Area?
I've tried to stay out of that, guys. The issues I get really into are nerdy and stuff that people don't cover, like data. So thanks, Chrissy, for the question. Prop 22, everybody has an opinion on, and it's very well covered. So I'll just be very brief because I think others have spent a lot more time getting into the weeds on it. But I think that we do need to have new models around gig working. I don't like how I don't think the way that Prop 22 is designed, I don't think it accomplishes what we really want, because it is going to lead to some really bad, I think, secondary effects of part-time drivers not necessarily being able to work for Uber, Lyft anymore. And also, like if it goes into effect, we're going to have, Dara Khosrow-Showery has been clear about this. as soon as it becomes, as his drivers are workers full time, he's going to send them all into downtowns at peak time. That's what he said, like, I have to do this to keep them busy. So all the fears we have about congestion effects that slow down buses from ride hail would go on steroids. So that's something I worry about too. So I am worried about Prop 5 really being implemented. However, or AB 5 being implemented, excuse me. Prop 22, I just, of course, like anybody who believes in democracy, I think it's terrible to have this much money by companies thrown at changing policy. That's just not the way we should do things in this country. So I blame Chrissy and Jeff, you, for your California proposition system, which is solely responsible for that. So I
created it.
I hope it fails, but I do think AB 5 is problematic.
It takes like 2 hours to vote.
I'm sorry?
It takes like 2 hours to vote in California. It's a lot of research.
I believe it. But seriously,
I'm not joking.
No, but I believe you. But in all seriousness, like, this actually is a real urban or a real overhead wire kind of point. I don't think that people who read overhead wire and follow the ride hail urban mobility stuff fully appreciate what having ride hail drivers be full-time employees would mean for downtown congestion and at peak times. It could be really bad, and I've heard virtually nothing about that.
Yeah, I guess we don't talk about that super much, but I think that ultimately the discussion kind of hops around for lack of a better reason, just because people get focused on one thing and then the shiny object comes out and you start focusing on something else. So right now, I think it's just the idea of Uber just paying for the ballot measure, I think, is the overarching thing that people are discussing, but it's kind of bonkers. So.
And I think that appropriately, people are worried about, how do we provide a higher standard of living for those who are gig workers? And I respect that point deeply. But for the urban planning community, that's a big part of the overhead wire audience. If Prop 22 fails and other states start going down this same path, I wonder if my prediction is a year from now, we're going to have a lot more conversation about how bad the congestion effects from ride hail really are in downtown core areas.
David, feel free to stick around as long as you like for the time being. But up now is Odetta McLeish-White. We welcome Odetta McLeish-White, the Managing Director of the Transformation Alliance, a partnership of 33 nonprofits, government agencies, and businesses in the Atlanta region, working to ensure that opportunities and benefits provided by investment in transit communities are made available to all residents. Kind of sing-songy. I like it.
So many words.
Odetta, I'm so glad you're here with us. How are you feeling tonight?
Oh.
Mint ice cream.
It is ice cream.
There we go.
That's a good choice.
Alcohol at first.
It'll either be, rage eating or joy eating. I'm not sure, but just glad we're here. Time for the people's voice to be heard.
I hear you. What's the mood like in Atlanta these days?
We had tremendous early voting turnout this year, all over the suburbs. I've lived in East Cobb for about, 4 or 5 years now. And this is probably the cycle where I saw sort of a clear, as many Trump-Pence signs as there were Biden-Harris signs, but also down ballot, John Ossoff, Lucy McBath, Julia Hurtado, just sort of those folks that are really challenging the incumbents here in Cobb County. So I think folks are kind of fired up and hopeful that there'll be some purpling of what has certainly been a red county where I live. And then of course Atlanta, the city of Atlanta, is a pretty strong Democratic space. So folks are just very excited for Raphael Warnock and for others on the Democratic ticket there.
You all have a referendum for transit in Gwinnett County. How closely have you been following along, and what have you seen from the discussion that goes along with that referendum in that county? I know Atlanta is such an interesting place because the counties are so kind of crossing over the metro Atlanta region. So it's just fascinating to hear a county, and then I know it's in the Atlanta region, but what part is it in, and how does it connect in that kind of puzzle pieces of the city?
That's true. That's true. And I think the very interesting thing right now is that, you know, transit has really come into its own. When Transformation Alliance started, you know, we had the Beltline going and everyone was just so stunned at how quickly even the promise of a transit amenity was really transforming neighborhoods. It's a big part of why TFA got started. And when MARTA decided that they were going to also, you know, participate with their own program, that was really when Transformation Alliance said we have got to get into partnership. But even in that space of time, the 3 years that I've been managing director, to watch things like the ATL, which is a regional transportation coordinating group, come to be set up here in Atlanta. They actually had to approve the list for Gwinnett. To see Cobb for Transit come up, right? So even again in my county, here in Cobb County, there is actually a history where I think in the 50s, when the mayor at the time, the mayor of the city of Atlanta at the time, wanted to annex some of the northern cities to rebalance the white and black voting population of the city. But you cannot annex land that is not directly contiguous. So Cobb County created a 10-foot wide city that just sort of, you know, created a little division between Cobb and the city of Atlanta, and in that way preserved themselves from being annexed into the city of Atlanta. So that should tell you how much you know, the history of Cobb and how much it really wants to sort of stay independent, shall we say. But for there to be a Cobb for Transit advocacy group active, MARTA Army is a rider advocacy group of folks that use MARTA. These are the folks that are really pushing for us to think carefully about transit. So for Gwinnett now to realize that their future success is linked to the ability to move people more quickly, comfortably, around job opportunities, around housing, around all of those other amenities, is a real signal that transit is really coming into its own here, you know, in multiple regions in the state. I hope the next level will be that the state starts to think about how it funds transit. MARTA is one of the lowest funded transit systems in the country, you know, pennies compared to what other states are doing to support their transit systems. But more and more folks are understanding that the economic and prosperity and the social prosperity of Georgia is tied to being able to develop transit and link regions and cities and job opportunities and housing. So Gwinnett is a great example of that. It's a long list, you know, bus rapid transit, arterials, all sorts of things. My real hope is certainly that it gets passed, but also that we take some lessons from what we've observed in Atlanta and with the Beltline in particular, because we didn't even have transit on the Beltline. It was just the trail, and the market, you know, heated up like that. So I really hope that counties like Gwinnett are taking the time right now, use the gift of time, to begin to understand the communities and neighborhoods around the places where they think transit should be going. Who lives there? What is the land ownership like? What are the needs? Do they need services? Do they need jobs? Build up the capacity of the nonprofits, right, who can help to represent community in those places, and grow around the transit responsibly, because there's no reason to believe that, you know, the markets won't just run, you know, crazy the way they have in Atlanta, in Gwinnett as well. So you got to put those stopgaps in now.
I'm going to sign off, but can I just say just really quickly that we've never met before? I just want to say, as someone who looks nationally at transit and urban investment, I actually think what's happening in the Atlanta region is one of the most inspiring stories nationally. Like, you talk about a region that is taking public transportation seriously that really has not. I think of Houston, I think of Atlanta, maybe Nashville, as cities where there's just tremendous change looming. And I just want to salute you for the work that you're doing.
I appreciate that, David. Thank you. Hope we meet in the future.
All right, guys.
Thanks, David.
So
Thanks for
much.
coming by.
Bye, guys. Have a great night.
Bye. So, hi, Odetta. I actually have a Gwinnett County Transit bus stop sign behind me here. I spent some time growing up in Atlanta. My parents live in Alpharetta, so I'm very familiar with the area and MARTA and everything like that. So this plan, you know, is really heavily relying on a lot of BRT and arterial BRT, and there's a small extension of MARTA heavy rail. What would you say, were there any challenges in terms of just messaging, since the plan is so heavily bus focused? We know that a lot of times people are like, well, buses aren't sexy, but they're absolutely vital and necessary.
So critical, yeah.
So critical. What were some of the maybe more effective messaging tools and challenges around that?
I think one, heavy rail is such a massive infrastructure investment. So buses, you can somewhat more easily create a system and get it up and running, right? And get it into neighborhoods. So heavy rail is great to get, from sort of population centers to maybe job centers or to help people along the way there. But buses are how you get into neighborhoods and you help that caretaker, that grandparent who's helping to raise kids, like walk a block, hopefully maybe even just cross the street and get on a bus and kind of help that last mile connection maybe to a heavy rail stop. So I think buses allow you to sort of infiltrate more into the community and get closer to the people that really need some transit help, some mobility. Of course, that implies all of the infrastructure of sidewalks and lighting and a sense of place and connection to your transit. I grew up in New York City for a while and actually took transit to junior high and high school. And I could literally walk out my door to the corner and pick up the M15 to go downtown. So it needs to be that easy, right? It needs to be that simple for folks. So I think it is an easier sell. And this is not the first time Gwinnett has taken kind of a run at the idea of, transit investment like this. So I think time has finally, the context has caught up to the referendum, and people are seeing a couple things. One, that this need for connection is not going away, right? For physical connectivity. I think they are really recognizing that Gwinnett will fall behind in terms of economic development if they don't put in some, concerted infrastructure around mobility and transit. And, it's also becoming very clear that our, precious essential workers need transit. So what we had in the past in terms of messaging that I think didn't help was this really bad kind of, transit dependent rider versus choice rider. And it was easier for folks out in maybe in Alpharetta and Cobb and Gwinnett to say, we don't need transit. We're choosing to ride our cars. Like, we choose cars. We don't choose transit. But now in a COVID world where we have really seen the critical importance of hospital workers, of grocery store workers, of those, those folks who used to be transit dependent riders, but now there are essential workers. So now we're realizing how much our economies and our lives depend on them getting where we need them to go. And they deserve to be safe and have convenient access to getting to those jobs and those things that we are so grateful that they do. So I think it's also become a question of, who are we really? If we say we care about these essential workers, then we need to put some investment into them being able to get around. So the Times kind of caught up with some of the messaging.
And on that note, you thinking about who deserves resources and talking about the Beltline and where we invest in communities. And I know you've talked before about, the power dynamics in Atlanta and in the region and where resources have been sort of honed and who needs the resources and how those resources are allocated. How do we overcome that power structure and the imbalance of how we just dole out resources to the communities that need it and make the argument that if you invest in places that need it, it's actually better for the overall economy? So what are the steps that we take to do that you take to do that? For the first, first you have to admit you have a problem to address a problem. So I do think COVID and our racial injustice pandemic that we're also living through have really squarely put on the table the discussion of what, who are we really? And if you look at your essential workers and acknowledge that, how many of them are Black people and Latino people and people of color and immigrants, then you have to come to grips with these are not your underclass, right? I think we have to be very explicit about the dog whistles have to go out. Let's talk about this. These are not our underclass who serve a middle and upper class. These are the people who hold our society together through their work and service. So you have to acknowledge that they are, fully participatory, they are participants, they are citizens of this country, and therefore deserving of
the things they need to thrive and get their work done. When you set up the right framework like that, then you can problem solve, I think, in ways that are more about helping them and not about papering over a larger, papering over kind of corporate goals with sort of philanthropic talk. People are understanding that our economy, it's not, transit isn't just about attracting a young white millennial couple anymore, right? Transit is about our society, sticking together and succeeding. So we just have to be explicit about those things and just be honest that we haven't done it, right? Like, just say it, we haven't done it, but now we will. And so in order to do that, the kind of investments we need might be taxes. They will be the state stepping up and finding ways to fund transit better. It will be coordination like the ATL and the work that they do. And it will be constant work to improve on community engagement. That's just, these systems were not created to engage community. And so we're really asking them to work against design, but we have to work against design and redesign so that this conversation with the actual user. So things that MARTA has done that I think are exemplary are, the mask handouts. Transformation Alliance recently did a great partnership with the department, the new Atlanta DOT and Georgia Stand Up, which is a founding member of Transformation Alliance and very 15 years of community organizing here in Atlanta. And we got a NACDO grant to close off a few streets near MARTA, and we handed out, we did free COVID testing. Georgia Stand Up organized food distribution. They organized voter registration. These are the multi-solves and the multitasking that allow us to then hear. And then Atlanta DOT was there to survey the community, ask questions. How are you feeling? Like, we need multiple ways to talk. It's got to be a multi-pronged conversation. So I'm not sure I've answered the question, but I just know that we have to be very honest about what has gone before so that we can design away from it and think very carefully about all the different ways that people talk to the built environment, and how do we get into those spaces to be part of the conversation.
I love that.
Solutions flow from that, right? Solutions flow from that conversation.
Sorry, Chrissy, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I love that, Odetta, because you're thinking about asking the question first, because how can you come up with the answer if you don't even know what your question is or what the issue is? Yeah.
I think Albert Einstein said, right. Well, and Albert Einstein said he spends the majority of the time asking the question before he even gets, that's what he would say, that the biggest part of any research was asking the right question. He would spend like 90% of his time getting to the right question. And then 10% would be about, coming up with E = MC² or something.
I know we're slightly over time here, but I appreciate everything you just said. And Chrissy, thanks for prompting, because we have to be very frank that there's been a history of racism in Atlanta with transportation, whether it's transit or there's the built environment. And I appreciate the work that's going on there. And we have to really be honest and talk about decisions that have been made in the past. Because there's quite a story there of what happened with the original MARTA Act in 1965.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that there's some reckoning that is happening. And there's still a lot of work to be done, but it sounds like there's some good progress in that.
I think there is. I think, and it doesn't take much. You can find a history of how there was a race riot in Atlanta in the turn of the last century around the streetcar. The buses, intrastate busing was, the seat of civil rights, nonviolent action, right? That was so transit and mobility. And when you think too about African Americans, it's really profound. Our essential mobility was taken from us when we were snatched from Africa, right? And put on a boat and held in chains, held in place in those boats, in those ships, and brought here. And from that moment on, our physical, literal mobility has been restricted and policed and overseen, right? And that there would be enslaved persons who would never leave, say, the 1 mile space of their plantation, right? They could live and die there. That is how profound the tight, the confinement of Black mobility has been, Black physical mobility in this country. I think of the first peoples of this country who were marched, right? Think about a mobility that is founded in being marched from Georgia to Oklahoma, right? That is not freedom of mobility, right? That is mobility as torture. And not to get too heavy about it, but there are these very profound management systems that the American experiment has done to Black people and the first peoples of this country and other immigrants and others who have come on their own. So it becomes a very powerful metaphor for why we need reparative practice around transit and mobility options, and why those approaches need to be very grounded in what do you need, what serves your individual life and makes it easier for you to do what you want to do, not how many new jobs can we attract because we have a big new heavy rail thing, or how many, again, white millennials can we attract because we put transit next to their big apartment complex. It's about transit can have a connective and reparative role, to begin to counterbalance all the ways in which it has been utilized to constrain people, to divide people and segregate into really other, huge areas of every country, every city in this country.
Wow, thank you. That was great.
Writing
Awesome.
that down. Connective and reparative role. That's such an inspiring message, and I love it.
Thank you.
Odetta, before we let you go, I want to ask a lighter question. What's bringing you joy during the pandemic? Ice cream.
Mint chocolate chip ice cream. No, seriously. And all jokes aside, I am going to crack into that a little later tonight, I'm sure. But obviously family, here with my husband and my 2 kids. And about 3 years ago, my husband started teaching me and our daughter to ride bikes. I went my whole life. I skipped a whole American childhood without learning how to ride a bike. But when I became a parent and I said, no, my kids are going to know how to ride bikes. And my husband already knew, and then he taught my son, and then we got a bike for my daughter, and I realized they're about to learn they're going to leave me behind. The 3 of them are going to go off and ride and leave me. So it's taken about 3 years, but right before here, I rushed in from our practice bike ride. And we're finally at that point where it's fun and it's not quite as painful, and the seat doesn't hurt, and I can get my feet on the pedals, and I can go where I want it. I can make it go where I want the bike to go. And we've been going to sort of open parking lots here just to sort of have space to do big loops. And it really was a lovely feeling. The wind in my face, the mask was off, and I could just sort of, it's great when you find that you can actually sort of, weave on purpose. So some joy in mobility and physical movement happened for us tonight. And that was great. It's a new skill that I've finally locked in here at the age of 49.
That's such an interesting frame about kind of the American childhood, because I know I grew up in a suburb and I learned how to ride a bike, but I didn't learn how to ride transit. And so, it's an until later. And so it's like it's an opposite of American childhood that you had that I didn't have. And so, your experiences are I kind of wish early. I mean, I rode BART and stuff when I was a kid, but I didn't have that kind of like, I'm going to take transit to be mobile when I was a kid. And so that's interesting kind of like juxtaposition of those two points.
Here we are. We both arrived at the same place, transit and bike riding.
That's
Yay,
true.
America.
It's true. Well, Odetta, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. And I hope you all find some joy this evening as well. This was a great idea. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, Odetta.
Bye, Chrissy. Bye, Jerome.
Bye.
Enjoy your ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go grab
Mint
some.
chocolate chip too.
I know. I love the mint chocolate chip.
Me too.
So we have a couple minutes here before Beth comes on. Any thoughts or feelings about what we've chatted about so far? Or I know that the polls are closed now in some places on the East Coast. And I haven't thought about results once, even if we were talking about them. So I think I'm doing a good job of distracting myself.
Yeah, this is such a good distraction. I've been up since about 4 a.m. because my friend is poll watching in Wisconsin and we were texting, and then I just thought, how am I going to get there today? And it's clearly like this show.
It's clearly just kind of try to ignore it, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Beth, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you all?
We're doing all right. We're trying to medicate with friendships.
It's a very good plan. I like that plan.
Well, here's Beth Osborne. We welcome Beth Osborne, Director of Transportation for America and former Acting Assistant Secretary of Transportation Policy at the U.S. Department of Transportation. Beth Osborne, welcome to the stream.
Glad to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
So how are you?
Giving me something to do.
Well, what would you have been doing otherwise?
Probably hitting refresh on the computer a lot.
I think that's what a lot of folks are doing.
Mm-hmm.
How are you feeling tonight? How does it feel like? What's the vibe generally?
I don't know. I can't. I grew up in New Orleans. That's the background. A Saints fan in the worst years. I never predict good things for my team. I'm just used to things not going my way.
Even with Bobby Hebert, you didn't know.
Bobby Hebert. Yes, even with Bobby Hebert. Oh my God! And what was his name? I cannot remember his name now. The quarterback before Bobby Hebert, who threw the ball backwards. Dave something. It'll hit me. It was bad. These were bad years. And that's what I came up on. So yeah.
You're prepared.
Well, to start off, I have a trick question for you. How can we solve congestion?
Make people pay for when they use overloaded systems. Charge them what it costs to use the system. They won't waste their trips.
Exactly. I asked that question because you all actually I was quite impressed with the congestion con and the discussion around that, especially since you all got a lot of attention from more conservative circles with that discussion, and it was quite interesting to see the usual suspects kind of roll over on themselves a few times to respond to that.
That report is something I have wanted to do for years. Way back when I was working in Senator Carper's office, I kept wanting to dig into the numbers and test the theory because I heard the same thing every time. Well, this time we're gonna break the congestion. These are the lanes that are gonna do it. If we would only build enough roadways to keep up with the population growth. And then, year after year, you kept hearing about traffic getting worse, even in places losing population. And I knew what was going on, but I really wanted to dig into the numbers and put it in a pretty graphic way to show it to everyone else and to put it up to those that are constantly asking for us to open up our wallets for more of this. And I finally got to do it. It was very gratifying.
And what was the response? I mean, I talked about some of the folks that responded to it, but I mean, what was the response generally to the report?
Well, a lot of folks on the conservative side really like what we say on Fix It First. So they love repair priorities. We do come together on the idea of charging people to use the system. So congestion pricing is a point of agreement. So a lot of positive feedback on both the on all the sides that aren't satisfied with the system we have right now. In terms of those who kind of like the game we have played forever and ever and ever, a lot of quiet. And when I put it up in front of them, a lot of quiet. No one really fights back on it. They just, they want to, I mean, sometimes you'll get, well, what can we do? Other than asking people to pay more. And I have to point out that this game does ask people to pay more all the time. But there's not a lot of pushback on it. There's just not a lot to push back with.
What's your interest now? I mean, what are you thinking about these days? What's on your mind in terms of policy, transportation issues, et cetera? I'm curious to see kind of where your head's at right now.
Well, looking forward to a potential stimulus bill, I would like to see something that invests in the future the way we did trying to come out of the Great Depression, rather than just throwing money around like we did in the Recovery Act. Yeah, look, I was on Capitol Hill. I was part of the negotiating team for the Recovery Act. We were just trying to move fast, and the fastest way to move was to shove money through current programs, but it was sloppy and inefficient and didn't really generate didn't generate the jobs it could have, and it also didn't generate the change that our rhetoric called for. We called for a sort of investment in the future of the country like we did in the 1930s and 40s, and we did not get anything like that. So just thinking about how to do things differently, we issued a report about how to spend the money in a way that would create the most jobs. But I also want to look at removing some of the damage that we have created with the highway program over the last 7 years, and proposing and pushing a program that would take down the highways that destroyed Black neighborhoods and other minorities' neighborhoods throughout the country. Or at least comes up with ways to reconnect the communities and reestablish the communities, maybe through covering of highways. But a lot of them should be taken down at this point. We're just missing the real funding and commitment to it. We're missing the models that support it, because our models say that if you take down the highway, all the trips that used to be on the highway will continue, which is, we know is not true, but that's what our models continue to tell us, and we allow them to tell us, and that they will stay in that corridor. So basically, if you had been on a limited access separated highway, now that the highway is gone, you will drive on 20-mile-per-hour local roads. A very logical decision according to our models, and completely illogical according to every other, sentient human being. But that's what they tell us. So we need tools that can help people actually predict what's going to happen so that they can bring people along. And I think we also need a program to make sure that the community that had been destroyed by that highway is not again destroyed by increasing property values once that highway goes away. So we need a land trust of some kind to preserve affordable housing, to help people own in their community, to help local businessmen stay in business or open shops in the area, make sure that the benefits that are created by the removal or the covering of a highway doesn't do further damage to the neighborhoods that we destroyed back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. So that's really where my heart is. It's been there for a long time, but I feel like this is the right time. And I'd really like to do what we've done on climate over the last 2 years and put together the one-stop shopping that explains the connection between the built environment and equity, particularly racial equity. Right now it's in a bunch of different places, but I'd kind of like to put it together, not in, the typical tomes that you can write on it because there's so much to say, but in a way that a policymaker can ingest and then turn into action.
So in our chat, Jarrett Walker is here, and he's asking a little bit about, prospects for federal dollars towards transit operational funding, which is a hot topic. So, what insights do you have there?
So if there's a deal, I think it is highly likely that transit operating support will be in there. It's really the timing of when a deal can be struck, and it has to do with things that have nothing to do with transit. It has to do with coming to agreement about, before this, it was about election protection. It was about unemployment insurance. It was about, making sure that people have access to medicine and vaccines when they're available. And, transit was, that's one of the easy things when we get to it, but it was held up by everything else. I do expect, no matter what happens tonight, that it is likely there will be some package. The size of the package, the scope of the package changes based on what happens tonight. However, there's going to be something. And the last reporting before negotiations broke down a couple weeks ago was that transit was believed by both sides to be one of the easier things to come to agreement on. So there will be something. And whether it comes soon enough and whether it's enough is a bigger question. I know that the bigger systems are really struggling at this point, but there will be something, and it should be, of reasonable size.
What do you think about for the long term of flexibility with that funding to be able to use it for operations?
That's a great question. I mean, this was a big deal that Congress gave money to transit operations. That has not happened before, particularly for big systems or even medium-sized systems. It was really only available for very small systems. And I was stunned at how easy it was to make that happen. Now, it wasn't an emergency and everyone was in an agreeing mood and, put money into this. Let's make sure that this thing that's not going to last too long isn't too damaging. But I still think now that it's happened and there really hasn't been a lot of hand wringing about it. There hasn't been a lot of people saying we shouldn't have done it. That was a waste of money. I'm rather surprised that there have been very few comments like that. I think it's going to be easier to do the next time. And I think we should just be careful with the interest in making this flexible, because I could see an agreement where transit stays down at 20% of the overall pot, but you can spend it on operating, which would be a great way to give people the flexibility they want without the legitimate money to make it do what it should do. So that's why we're working with some folks on Capitol Hill on a transit parity resolution to state and get as many co-sponsors as possible that says that transit should get at least as much money as highways does. And then we can talk about flexibility.
Well, then for the long term, are we stuck with the general fund transfer? Is that really what we're faced with? General fund forever?
I mean, we've gotten ourselves in a position where taxes are bad across the board. So if taxes are bad, no one in an elected position wants to do that and to raise taxes. And this tax is more regressive, and that's even worse. So it's very easy to be against raising any taxes. I don't see that changing. I don't know what changes that. We've abandoned the concept of a user fee. Charging Americans for a public good is bad now. So digging out of that is going to require something big to happen. I wonder if what has to happen isn't just a cut to the program and then someone making a case for a brand new program that inspires people and that they want to fund. I'd love to see that happen. And there's certainly a possibility that happens without a cut to the program, to come up and say, let me inspire you. Let me tell you what we could do. And let me make guarantees to you about what we're going to accomplish with your money. But really the overall conversation around transportation is, you should give me more of your money, and in return, I will share it equitably with the states across the country for them to spend your money. And that's supposed to inspire people to want to turn over more cash. I mean, people are thrilled as long as they're, selling or deficit spending and don't have to come back to them. No one seems to be concerned with that anymore. But the notion that there's something inspiring at the federal level that would get people to give more money, what would it be? Flexibility of the states? Is that inspiring? Is the average taxpayer waiting to give their money over to a governmental institution with great flexibility so that they can do whatever they want with taxpayer dollars? I'm not familiar with that argument being resonant in any field, but that's what we keep offering them in transportation. And then we're just baffled that it doesn't work.
Odetta was just here and chatting about kind of the reframing of riders as the essential workers. And I'm curious if that kind of discussion has changed the calculus on talking about those types of what you're talking about, the funding mechanisms for operating and versus capital.
Yeah, I do. I find it striking the extent to which people seem to understand that even if the buses are empty, if they're moving people we need to be at work, then it's worth it. That's a 180. The notion before COVID was any bus where people aren't shoved together cheek to jowl is a waste of money. that was never good customer service, but that was the expectation. An empty car is freedom, an empty bus is a boondoggle. And I think that this has made people look at things a little bit differently and understand at some level that we're all transit dependent. It just doesn't help me that I have a car that can get me to the hospital if the people that are going to, come there to take care of me or run the labs or clean the place or fix equipment can't be there. It's my car is of no good to me and does not actually offer me freedom if the people I rely on to do their jobs can't get there to do their jobs. So could it be a big game changer? Absolutely. Those of us that care about transit need to leap onto that and not let that feeling that, we will get past this and people will forget. We just have to, it's up to us, that those of us who care about transit, to make sure that people remember.
One of the things that you talked about that I've been really interested in is the importance of accessibility and thinking about a new, metrics for describing how we talk about transit and how it gets people places. I'm curious how that resonates when you talk to folks about that in terms of policy.
I have never spoken to someone who doesn't love it. I've met people who don't understand it or how it could totally be used yet or exactly what it is. But once there's understanding, I have not met somebody, from a big city, a small town, East Coast, West Coast, middle of the country, cold weather, warm weather, that doesn't just love it. The notion that the system provides us access to jobs, access to healthcare, access to education and training and banks and healthy foods. This is what the system's supposed to do. And on some level, I think most people are under the impression that that's what we're measuring. And when they find out that we haven't even known how to, nor had the technology available to us to measure a whole trip, and have always been relying on faulty proxies, they get very, very excited about it. Now, I don't know that anyone quite gets as excited as I do. I really, thank you. There are some of us nerds around that really get into it. But I really do think that on so many levels, it is a total game changer on talking about and understanding transportation. It's a game changer for the average citizen because it talks about transportation and the system in the way we understand it. Nobody, if I asked my husband, who luckily he works in downtown DC now, but up until a few months ago was working out in the exurbs close to Dulles Airport outside of DC. And if I asked him how his trip was, he would never say, oh, it was good. I averaged 40 miles per hour on the trip. Who talks like that? That's the weirdest thing to say. He talked about it in time. And he fully understood that it wasn't just about the speed he was going, it's about how far away the FBI and the GSA stuck that facility. And people aren't foolish. They understand that you don't have to put things 15 miles away from them through a congested corridor. That building could be more centrally located, but a decision was made that made it inconvenient on the best day. But our system and the way we measure it doesn't think about that, doesn't put those things together, and doesn't meet the taxpayer where they are. It's about their time. And we talk about measuring time. We'll talk about the time savings of an investment. But what we really mean, especially on highways, is our models tell you will drive faster. They're incapable of telling me whether or not you will arrive anywhere ever, much less someplace that you are going faster. All it says is you will drive faster on your way. And our models will show success if you just drive in circles as long as you're driving fast enough. And that's terrible. So the fact that we can now meet the citizen where they actually live and how they actually travel, that's exciting. It's also exciting because a lot of engineers that have wanted to do better work have just not had a metric to use when they design projects. And as an engineer, you can't design projects based on something that you kind of know it when you see it. You've got to have something that's quantifiable. And so we've given the engineers what they need, something quantifiable that means something to the average person who is paying the bill for these projects. And that to me is extraordinary, especially since it just so happens that access, particularly to all the non-job trips, the grocery, the bank, the school, the medical care, all retail, restaurants, all those things, that is high accessibility means lower spending on transportation, more equitable access to the things you need, certainly better access for non-drivers overall, fewer emissions, both criteria pollutants and CO2 emissions. I mean, one measure captures 5 or 6 of the things that people like me have cared about in one fell swoop. And that just, it's really exciting. It's been fun to be a part of it.
Yeah, that's awesome. You know, one of the things that I originally, and we're actually joined now by James Llamas from Houston. I lived in Houston. I grew up in Houston for a long time. And one of the things that's been driving me nuts lately is when Exxon moved their headquarters from downtown to this suburban office park, they transferred a bunch of wealth away from their employees to themselves.
Yes.
And that kind of that framing of it is not discussed about as much in terms of it. We talk about access, but we also talk about kind of the transfer of wealth. People are paying more because they have to drive to this kind of suburban office park. And when as before, they could have taken a transit bus downtown. And so these companies and these organizations that are moving their headquarters all over the place, it seems like they're just like, I hate to use this. Well, I'll use it, stealing from their employees.
A little bit. That's the term I've used when the FBI, where my husband works, moved out to the exurbs. I have often said they cut his salary, our salary, by $8,000 a year, and I'll never forgive him for it. They've also taken my husband away from me for an extra hour to hour and a half a day, which I'll also never forgive him for. And they did it for security reasons by putting their building along the dullest flight path in the shape of an X. So great reaction to the 9/11 attacks. But I will say businesses have caught up on this. They've recognized it's much harder to attract talent to those office parks, especially people who have choices. It's not just that they don't want to make the trip, it's that at lunch they want to have some place to go, or after work they want to have some place near. There's just not the social atmosphere without being in the middle of something. But a story that really sticks with me is when I went to Omaha, and I think it's ConAgra that's located or has been located there for decades and decades. And they moved from a downtown location. Actually, they moved into a downtown location that was a historic warehouse district, just beautiful. And they knocked down, I believe, 5 or 10 square blocks of historic buildings to build a suburban campus on the edge of the downtown. I think it's the largest destruction of historic neighborhood in our country's history. And it wound up in the courts, but they got the go ahead and they built this very typical suburban campus with a big fountain in the middle and a long winding drive to parking lots, disconnected from everything. And, you know, people tried to woo them away with tax cuts, and the state just gave them tax cuts to stay. But a few years ago, they up and announced they were moving their facilities to a warehouse in downtown Chicago because you can't attract talent to those locations anymore, and left behind that gigantic, basically unusable suburban style office park and right adjacent to their downtown, which used to be truly stunning historic buildings. So hopefully localities are waking up to this, that this is a bad deal, but it seems like at least a lot of businesses are and not making that mistake anymore. The federal government, however, a little slower to pick up on those things.
Yeah. Well, Beth, I want to thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your time, and good luck tonight.
Thanks. I have my wine right by me, so we'll move into that part of the night.
You've got your wine. Odetta had her ice cream. I've got my now I've got my Reese's peanut butter cup with me.
Got an extraordinary amount of Halloween candy. There were not enough trick-or-treaters that picked out of my bowl that I left out on my porch. So now I've got it anyway. Well, it's
Yeah.
good to see you all. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on. And again, good luck, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, Beth. Thank
Bye.
you.
James.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Hey, James.
Doing well. Excited to be here. Thanks for the invitation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. How are things treating you? How are things in Houston?
Things in Houston are busy. For those who don't know me, I've known Jeff and Jerome for some time. Chrissy, I feel like I know you from Mondays at the Overhead Wire, but I guess it's sort of a one-sided relationship.
Oh, we should change that.
I'm a transportation engineer and planner with a firm in Houston called TEI. Work on a lot of the transit planning, bikeways, street design, and things are busy here. We, have been gaining a lot of momentum the last few years, and it hasn't slowed down yet. So keep them busy. We've got bikeways under construction. We've got Metro Next projects, Metro's long-range plan that passed with 2/3 majority last November is getting underway, and so they're starting to get those projects rolling. It's still exciting times here, although not exactly according to plan, perhaps.
Well, that's how it goes. You're also one of the most the biggest world travelers that I know. I'm curious what your most recent destination was.
It's actually an interesting one. This weekend I was in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I had put it on my list a while back when Mick Cornett, their former mayor, I believe, was here in Houston on his book tour. Sounded like a place where they had some interesting things going on. And so a friend and I headed up there this weekend to walk and bike around, ride the streetcar, check out the sites. And I was really impressed. I think there are a lot of mid-sized cities in this country that are underrated, that have had the mixed fortune of not having been prosperous in the last 50 years, so they couldn't make the same mistakes that a lot of the big cities did. Still have a lot of their urban fabric and are starting to figure out how to, adapt it for the future. And so, a lot of cool urbanism in Oklahoma City. Also quite a few sort of silver bullet type economic development projects you could see evidence of. But there's clearly some good things going on, and I would definitely spend some more time there, especially when you can check out their museums. I saw a banjo museum, and so yeah, I lit some art museums. So I was definitely impressed with Oklahoma City. Would recommend it.
So James, I've had the fortune of experiencing a few cities with you, but in particular, Houston, where you live, you live there car free. And you are a great ambassador for the city, and really, at least the times I've visited, you've really changed my perspective on the city just by really experiencing it on the human scale. Can you talk a little bit about just living car free in Houston, and what that's like, and some of the things that you're involved in kind of on the local level to help change the conversation?
Thanks. Yeah, it's always been fun having you here, and I'm happy to show anybody what's going on in Houston. I think I think other people recognize that Houston has a lot more applicable lessons for the rest of the country than San Francisco or New York does. I know my colleagues talk about being at conferences, and someone from New York will talk about something they're doing, and someone from LA will talk about something. But after the session, everybody wants to talk to Houston because our problems are a lot more like those that many other cities face. But yeah, I mean, it's still not a place where traditionally people of means are expected to be able to live car free. I still get a lot of surprise in more privileged circles that I get around and participate in city life and everything, and don't own a car. I do have the good fortune of living in a walkable, transit connected neighborhood. So it really, I think, enhances my quality of life not to own a vehicle, because I'm a lot more in touch with the city. I interact with a lot more different types of people on an everyday basis and see the city, from ground level rather than, encased in a vehicle. So and I'm, far from the only one. I have several coworkers. We're a firm that really likes to walk our walk or ride our ride. And so, I'm lucky to be in an environment where we're all trying to make this a better option for more people, by choice, and for all of those who, for whom it's been their lifestyle for long periods of time.
I think it's a good point that, I was going to say, I think it's a good point where when you go to conferences talking about San Francisco and New York, it's like, we know that some cities can do things and others it's more difficult. So hearing stories from Houston helps other cities see themselves and what they can do. What is the one lesson from, a great lesson from Houston that other cities can replicate?
One lesson, well, I'll tell you one. You just reminded me of one of my coworkers' Halloween costumes, where he was a Microsoft Teams board and had a little chat bubble he could stick up that said, "Whose dog is that?" But one thing we did recently that I think surprised a lot of people is pass what I would argue is the best transit-oriented development code in the country. It kept it simple, but it regulates the things that matter and doesn't regulate the ones that don't. Houston's always been sort of a low regulation city when it comes to development, but we were regulating the wrong things. We were basically requiring setbacks and parking. And we just turned that over and said, your developers are free to propose the parking they want or don't, but they have to, design their pedestrian realm and building and site to, be respectful of the public realm. And that's about it. And I'm really excited. That just went into effect October 1st. And I'm really excited to see the effects, because when we talk about development, a lot of people think about the big projects, but I think this will also enable the small scale infill development that is really what's going to make the difference in all cities. You're only going to get so many apartment blocks per year, but if lots and lots of people feel enabled to, renovate the house next door and rent it out, or build an accessory dwelling unit or a duplex, that's where, vibrant neighborhoods come from, and that's where local wealth comes from. So that was probably one of our most exciting developments this year.
Well, so James, you're welcome to stick around for a while. We hope you stick around for the next hour or so. But now we welcome to the stream Corey Aldrich, General Manager of Mountain Line Transit in Missoula, Montana. Corey, how are things going?
Things are going quite well. I mean, as good as it can be with COVID, but buses are still running. We have most of our employees are healthy, and we have this ballot measure before the voters tonight. So we hope. Yeah.
So are you excited? Are you excited about the ballot measure, or what's going on?
Yeah. I mean, it's something that our board of directors has been working on for the past few years, and had intended to take this to the ballot prior to COVID. And with everything that went on with COVID, there was this concern that now was not the time to be making these big changes. There were big asks of the public, and our ballot measure we have, it's small compared to many of them that are out there in the nation tonight. But for us, it's a significant a change and impact that it will have on our service levels. So we're really excited about it.
So go ahead, Jerome.
So, well, one of the things I noticed in there is providing more service on the weekends. And can you just speak to how valuable that is?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we did our long range planning in 2012, and then we updated it again in 2018, that was one of the biggest asks that the public had, is they want more service on the weekends and Sunday service. So this would, for the very first time, Mountain Line would be able to provide service 7 days and 7 nights a week, which is really exciting. It really makes the possibility of living car free or a one car household a possibility.
So what's a part of the, how much money are you raising, or if it passes, how much money would it be raising, and what would some of the expansion of service be like? And Jerome mentioned the weekend, but what would it look like when it's, if I hope, if it passes?
Great question. If it passes, it would generate about $3 million a year. With that, it would give us 7 days and 7 nights a week service. It would also give us some higher frequency on our early morning and late evening service. It would enhance our zero fare program, which we've started in 2015, which has been highly successful for us. Our ridership increased by almost 70% because of zero fare. We saw our ridership go from 900,000 to over 1.5 million, which is a huge increase for us. And it's been really embraced by the community. They love zero fare and want to see it stick around. So we want to see it be a part of our program for years to come. So it will enhance that program as well. And we'll also see some expanded service for our seniors and those with disabilities who utilize our paratransit and shuttle van service as well. And it will help with our move to a zero tailpipe emission fleet, which our board has set a goal of achieving that by 2035. So this will help with funding of that for electric buses.
Corey, I've never been. Yeah, Corey, I've never been to Montana at all. Actually, would love to make it one day. But I have to say, opening up your website, opening your system app, is the most quickly easy to understand small city bus system that I've ever seen. With the color-coded frequency and your grid of hours of operation, I feel like I could, figure out how to get around there pretty quickly. So wanted to give you kudos on that.
Thank you.
Assuming that this goes well for you, what do you see as the next steps? Because I look at the hourly service on set, 7 days, 7 nights is a big deal. I was in Oklahoma City this weekend and they only got there, and that they are not there yet. They have 7 days, but only 5 nights. But seeing 60-minute service on weekends, kind of makes me want a little more. What do you think the outlook is on continued improvements?
Well, our community is growing quickly, rapidly, and we're running out of space to build inward, and so we're starting to move outward a little bit. We've been fortunate not to have a lot of sprawl because we're contained by mountain ranges on both sides. So we're kind of have this pull of keeping up with development and expansion, but also trying to provide service in areas that we haven't provided service before, and increasing frequency. As we all know, frequency is really the key to ridership and to it being a usable type of transportation for the public. If they have to wait an hour for a bus, the only people that are going to wait for that if they don't have another choice. And so if we can, my big dream would be 15-minute service on every route throughout the city. If you asked our county commissioners, their big dream is we would have transportation down our Bitterroot Valley into some of the smaller communities. If you were to ask our city council members, they would love to see service in all of their in their wards, their areas that they are over. So there's this big tug and pull of all the service that everybody wants, or try to meet some of it at least with the limited amount of dollars we do have.
Hi, Corey. I want to know more about the zero fare program. I'm working with a small rural agency in Oregon who is also exploring zero fares, and the conversation around, do you really want to give up that funding for expanded service, from that you could get from fares, that's the conversation we're having. How did zero fare come about, and did you go through those tough conversations?
Yeah, I think I know what community you're talking about. I'm an Oregonian. I grew up there. Yeah, zero fare. It's been talked about for years. I mean, it probably at least the last 10 years, it had been talked about. We have we have an awesome mayor who is really forward thinking and wants to see, what can we do to provide transportation for everyone? And zero fare was really that key. And, we floated the question to the voters we did a voter phone survey back in 2012, 13. And, the reception to it was kind of lukewarm. It wasn't overwhelmingly in support. So another approach was taken by getting zero fare partners. And essentially it's taken those community partners who were already buying passes and fares for their clients. We're now putting this money towards zero fare, replacing our fares, and then now it benefits the entire community. So we started with 15 partners, which included the hospitals, school district, our city, the county, and the university. And from there, it's grown. We've grown the number of partners, but there's always been that worry with zero fare, depending on partners to support it. What if we see a huge economic downturn and some of these partners can no longer participate? And that's why zero fare enhancement is part of the ask on the ballot tonight.
And then those partners, are they one of the reasons that you've seen such growth in ridership, because they're also funneling riders?
Yeah, I think, it was the right time and the right setting for zero fare to happen in our community. It was, and the way that we really tried to pat ourselves on the back and let the community know that it was there and it was there to benefit us all. That's been our tagline for a number of years. And, from our partners, what I see there is the real big key is buy-in. They feel ownership and pride in their public transportation system in their community. So it not only is it helping support financially, but it's also they're embracing the transportation system as a part of what their core values.
You all have also upgraded bus shelters and benches and stops. You also had to consolidate stops. When did you start doing that, and how did that come about?
Great question. So our bus stop, we came up with a bus stop master plan that we adopted in 2016, I believe, or 2015. And we've been working on it, since then. We actually finally received some federal funding through a bus and bus facilities grant to help us make our Bolt routes, which are 15-minute service, all of the stops ADA accessible. And we kicked off that project back in August, and it will continue through the spring to be done. We have this system, community without sidewalks in a lot of areas, like most communities. That seems to be a huge issue as far as accessibility goes, the lack of sidewalks. For us, we wanted to provide the facilities as much as we could to provide the amenities for riders to be able to safely wait for the bus and to alight and board the bus at each stop. Our signage that we have, that we currently have, is old. It's no parking sign, essentially, branded with the Mountain Line logo. And we had a number of stops that didn't have a sign at all. You just had to know that it was there and the bus would stop. So our goal is to make this transformative image throughout the community that they'll see and have pride in this, the amenities that we put out there. We want to spend, the money it takes to beautify and improve the surroundings there. So we think everybody deserves the ability to sit if they can while they wait for the bus, or be in a shelter. It gets kind of cold here in the winter. We've already had a foot of snow, and I think we hit negative degrees already. So, it's Montana.
I'm really glad to hear about upgrades to amenities, and you mentioned bus stop signs. I have a few behind me.
Yeah,
I may collect
I'll
them,
send you
but-
one. I'll send you one.
Yes.
Nice.
But I do want to talk about the importance of wayfinding. I think that's sometimes something that is overlooked. Transit agencies, large, small, and medium. And just really important about the information and how clear it is. James mentioned you guys have a great system map, which is something that a lot of agencies need improvement in. But I'm glad to hear that you're making those investments and specifically really thinking about how you communicate your service to riders, because that is absolutely critical.
Yeah. Interesting with the wayfinding, when we first submitted our plans for signs that were along our Department of Transportation roadways, they initially denied it, saying that we couldn't do that because that wasn't allowed under traffic control regulations, which we came back and argued that it wasn't. It was a wayfinding sign. It wasn't a traffic control sign. We had to take it all the way to DC to get to have them validate our argument there, because it's important that anybody can see and know, here's the bus and here are the routes that are going to be coming to it, and it's easy to find, it's visible. And that's why, for us having a real-time app on the phone so people can find the stops and know when the bus is going to arrive is super valuable. We're impatient nowadays. We want things, and we don't want to wait around for an hour. So we're willing to sit out there for maybe 20 minutes. If we can get in that window of time, then it's definitely usable.
One of the things that I've been interested in Montana generally is how urban a state it is. I don't think people realize how many people actually live in the state in cities. I think it's like 53. When I looked at it anyways, it was like 53% live in like 8 cities in the state. I'm curious how that affects the service that you all provide and how people feel about transit inside of cities in Montana. That's
a really great question. I arrived in Missoula 6 years ago. I came from Washington State, where we had a strong transit programs throughout the state. We had 26 fixed route systems, and came to Montana, where we have 4 actually. And our system, if we took it to Washington State, we would be considered a small, urban system, truly. But here in Montana, Missoula is the second largest community in Montana, and we have about 80,000 people. So with that, our ridership that we do at Mountain Line is more than all of the other little transit systems throughout the state combined. So it's a challenge. There are areas that are growing, and they will be changing, and hopefully, with the census, we'll see, a 4th city that will be over 50,000, which would be nice. But the conversations and the support that we have, if we need to take something to the state legislature, that's where it becomes really difficult, because our needs and what we need as a community is different than most other communities, and trying to help that message be understood on a state level is difficult, because a lot of the state legislatures come from very small communities and don't understand the value of public transit and why it's even needed.
Where are you going to be watching the returns tonight?
Where am I?
Yeah, where are you going to be watching the returns?
I'm going to be watching from home. I have 6 children, and so I don't go out. I go to work and I come home and I spend my time with my family, which is exactly what I want to do. So I'll be watching from home with my family tonight.
So we've had folks with wine, we've had folks with ice cream. Do you have any vices that you're going to be munching on tonight while you're watching the returns?
Lately it has been my homemade Reese's peanut butter cup, chocolate chips and peanut butter, and it's delightful. So
that sounds awesome.
Protein and sugar at the same time.
Love it. Love it. Well, Corey, we want to thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your time, and we wish you good luck in the returns tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. Awesome. So how are you all doing?
Doing all right. I was going to say, I know I disappeared for a little bit, and I guess just for the audience that's watching, I guess some of us will be getting up and moving. And I know I'm here in Eastern. We've got people in 3 different time zones right now. So
that's right. West Coast, Eastern, and Central there. Anybody in the chat room have any questions, any comments? Have we seen anything in there? Thanks to all the folks that are in there, Carlos and Ben, Gordon, Jarrett Walker, Ryan Wozniak, all of our friends. We appreciate that, checking out the chat room. Got a couple of minutes here until the next guest. So anybody, I guess it's 5:18 here on the West Coast. So I'm curious, what's been going on. Has anybody seen anything from the outside world?
Trying not to look. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in the chat, we've got 4 time zones if we include people watching. So.
There we go. I appreciate that. Well, this has been an interesting discussion so far. I've appreciated what Corey was talking about, and especially about that zero transit discussion. I think that's been a popular discussion. I know Christy and you and I have talked about this on Mondays, but it's just it keeps on coming up. With it also has kind of inched itself into like a political discussion as well.
Yeah, I think it's a tough policy decision just because fares make up, if you're going to cut fares, you're going to have to either find a revenue source to fill that gap or cut service. So that's what we're grappling with is, do you go to 0 fares or do you really look at who can't afford to ride and provide them with free or reduced fares? I'm sure you have some thoughts on this, Jerome.
Yeah, I mean, I think it, like you said, it really depends, I guess, on maybe the size of the system and the fare box recovery ratio. Some of those conversations can be easier if it's less. But I definitely, I think there's some good models, especially I know Seattle and Portland in terms of reduced fare programs, and at least taking that step to really think about who is riding and to your point of who can afford. Here in Indianapolis, we're introducing fare capping, rolling that out as we see that as a more equitable way to provide, benefit to those who may be low income or can't afford to buy, a bulk monthly pass. But I certainly think every city should be looking at least some type of reduced fare program to help out in that line, especially if the conversation about going fare free is not tenable at this time.
Well, I think just this week we saw Cincinnati's streetcar decide to go fare free, and right. I think that's one of those where sometimes on a smaller system the cost of collecting them isn't worth the hassle. And I'm not as familiar with Cincinnati, but in OKC this weekend, their streetcar is running every 10 minutes till midnight, while all of their buses turn off at like 7 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. So while, it can be a benefit to, downtown circulation or whatnot, there's definitely some equity questions there about whether their fare dollars or their operating dollars are being put in the place where people need it most.
Yeah, I think that's the point is who really needs free or reduced fares. And Jerome, talking about the fare box recovery requirements, we have those requirements in California, and those that would obviously have to go away. So I think, it's a long conversation that isn't, at least here, I don't know that it's going to happen anytime soon.
I was really encouraged to hear from Corey that they're doing so many basics so well, seeing their system map, their public information. He was talking about, bus stops, shelters, bus stop signs. Something we learned, or that I learned in the process of working on Houston's bus system redesign, was that a sizable percentage of riders are new to the system each year. And I'm gonna get the percentage wrong. I wanna say it was like 40%. It was in the tens of percent are new each year. And so if you're not making it easy for new people to find the system, learn how to get on board, your ridership is going to decline naturally. People move away, people get different jobs, their life situation changes, they buy cars. You're going to lose a certain number of people from your system each year. And if you're not making it as easy as possible for new people to get on board, then you're setting yourself up for decline. So those basics are really important.
Yeah, James. I mean, that's a really great point, that a lot of agencies seem to, we get really caught up on the big shiny capital projects, but the simple things of removing barriers to entry. I'm looking at some SEPTA actually in Philadelphia, a big legacy system. They're beginning to do some work on wayfinding because they realize they just have all of these, all of this infrastructure, but not a lot of good navigation of how do you really get around the system. They're joking, saying that, if you're not from Philadelphia, you don't know how to, get around on transit. It's like, well, that shouldn't be the case. Anybody should be able to kind of intuitively, walk up and figure it out. And I think that's the one thing about wayfinding. When it's really good, it just works. And when it's not, it's not good.
Yeah, I feel like there was some city I was in recently that I felt like I owed them an email with some pointers, because I can't figure out your system. How is when I read maps and schedules for fun, like how is the average person on the street going to do that? So, yeah.
Have you ever done that before, James? Written a strongly worded letter to an agency?
Oh, absolutely.
What does that sound? What does that sound like?
I mean, I'm polite. I know everybody's dealing with scant resources stretched in, but sometimes an outside perspective is what you need. A lot of systems only hear from their current riders because they're not recruiting new riders, and they get in this cycle where they're optimizing for their current riders, and so the only people that ride are their current riders. They only hear from them, so they don't need better information because the current riders by definition already know how to ride. So sometimes some outside pointers I think can be helpful for to help point out what could be improved, and that's what we do as consultants.
One of the interesting things that I did the Paseo Verde project in Philadelphia. We just talked with folks from there for the podcast, for Revolution podcast coming out next week. And an interesting discussion about, fare payments. They used to give people who are parts of their community, they used to give them the tokens. So Philadelphia obviously is historically known for having tokens for their transit system. But now with the fare cards, it's a little bit harder for them just to give people a couple of trips. So I'm wondering, how the smartification of everything is making it actually a little bit harder for some folks as well because of that.
Yeah, at the same time this week, I mean, having to have exact change is a barrier for everyone, whether you have the means or not. I mean, some people of means just won't deal with trying to get together, $1.35 and change. And then for, someone who's on a tight budget, having to put that extra dollar in the fare box because they don't have the quarter, is a meaningful issue as well. So, there's definitely a balance there.
Yeah, I think that's another point of discussion that needs a little dive into, is like the whole fare, I have to download this app for this system, and I have to download this app, and I have to use this. And it's like, well, is that really, helping to have, having to do all these different things? I think some systems that are looking at, contactless payment or just being able to use your existing debit cards. Now, obviously, if you're not banked, that's a whole different discussion that we definitely need to have. But yeah, I think there's a lot of room for improvement in this area.
So I see that Manjiri and Cami are close to joining us. I'm wondering if you all ready yet. I can see that you're around, but since you don't have a, there you go. Oh, how are you doing?
Good. Can you all hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, good. Manjiri and I are actually here in the office, separated by a couple of doors and a couple of walls, but it's really great to be with you all tonight.
Well, we're glad to have you all. What's the feeling like in San Antonio right now?
Oh gosh, I can only talk about my own feelings. I have no control over others. I feel good. Yeah, it's really been a great educational process, and informing the public about our Keep San Antonio Moving plan, and it's just been wonderful. And I don't know, Manjiri, are you there?
I'm there, and it seems my camera has stopped working.
Well, can I just talk? I want to say something about Manjiri, because
sure,
she's been amazing to work with through this whole through the whole pandemic. And one of the things that was just incredible was the way in which she mobilized a pretty small team of service planners when everything hit. Back in March and April, we have 90 routes, and she has a team of 4, and they were just working so hard to understand our ridership and work with our social distancing policies, and do a lot of work on mapping of where people were going and working, living, working. And it was just really amazing to see how everyone pulled together. And I thought about that because it's leadership in our transit world. And, you can talk a lot about the technical, but I think also that element of leading people, when you have people that they have to do all of these things and continue to do all of these things, every day to keep our service up and running. But you also have that human element of being a leader in the workplace. And so, Manjiri, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can.
Amazing job.
I'm totally blank on the screen. I can hear everyone. Thank you, Cami. We have amazing team. Every one of you probably knows that it's important to have a good team when you have emergency and urgent things. And some of the things we did is cross work. We got some folks from our IT helping us with schedule because they had work in there. We had 2 new schedulers. And then we had some of our schedulers helping up. So what we ended up doing, we found a skill where it is needed, and we reorganize our team. So that was a good thing. And the other thing with our ridership, we have retained on an average 45 to 50% of our riders on our system, even after close downs and other things. So quickest thing we ended up doing is mapping where those riders are, trying to call businesses to find out when they are open so we could customize our service as per demand. So things have been great so far. We had teething problems, but we had 3 service changes and we are coasting. We monitor our service weekly. So it has been a good team effort, all departments working hard together.
That's awesome. Well, let me introduce you all. Cami Horn. And it's okay. It's okay. But I want people to know who you are and what you're saying. So Cami Horn and Manjiri Alkalkar From Via Metropolitan Transit in San Antonio, Cami is the Senior Vice President of Development, and Manjiri is the Director of Capital and Service Planning at VIA. We thank you for joining us. So big night tonight in San Antonio. What's going down?
So our Proposition A is on the ballot tonight, and it's our Keep San Antonio Moving plan. And if it passes, there's two parts to it. So there's the city, and then there's VIA, and if two parts. It's so the Proposition A is VIA's, and if that passes in 2026. An 1/8 of a cent through our advanced transportation district would come to VIA to add to our funding. And right now VIA it's the most underfunded system across Texas of the major cities. We only get 1/2 cent of the sales tax, where the other cities voted in the penny sales tax. So when you compare the economy of San Antonio with that sales tax, you can see how that has affected our system. So we're looking forward and making big plans to, I think some of your speakers in the past have talked a bit about the need to be able to match when you're looking for federal funds, be able to match those funds. So that's very, very important. So, some may say, well, it's 2026, but even in, looking ahead, having that dedicated funding source is so important to our current planning. And let me pause because I can't see Manjiri. Manjiri, did you have anything else to add to that?
No, you can go on. I'm trying to troubleshoot, but I don't think I can get my camera on. So.
Okay.
Oh no. Sorry, Manjiri.
Well, if we both put our masks on, but it's too late for that, I think.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Well, so I'm interested in the differentiation between you all and other cities in the state of Texas. I mean, I read somewhere where you all get about $200 million a year, whereas Dallas gets about 600, and Houston brings in about $758 million on their sales tax for transit. And I'm wondering why the difference between, why only a 1/2 cent sales tax versus the full cent, which is what the state of Texas allows for cities in the state of a certain population size.
It really goes back to when the original vote happened, and I believe VIA was first out of the gate and decided to go for 1/2 cent instead of the full cent, which passed. But since the 70s, then it's really been underfunding, an underfunded system. And the other thing that I wanted to point out about that is our service area. It's comparable to Houston, but it's about double of Austin and also Dallas. And so we have a huge area to serve with that small amount. We're very, very cost effective, and do the best with the funding that we have. But I think about it a lot in terms of having something, especially again, back to that match, being able to do the bigger things and matching it. That's something that, that VIA hasn't been able to do yet. One of the things that we would look forward to with the Keep SA Moving plan, I think Sam Sargent earlier talked about Cap Metro's pickup service. Well, one of the most innovative services that we have now, and thanks to Manjiri's leadership on this as well, she just won a WTS award for this project, actually, is our Mobility on Demand, our VIA Link service, which right now we have that service, and it operates, like similar to Uber and Lyft, similar to, I don't know how far Sam, talked about the details of it, but we have 17 square miles in our northeast zone of our service area. And really you can call a ride on your phone and go really from any point to any other point within that 17 square miles for our base $1.30 fare or whatever fare you currently pay, and it's great. And it also will connect you to our system at a place called NACO Pass. And it's great. And so we look forward to increasing that service area. Manjeri, I think we're estimating about 300 square miles more of that type of service. There you are.
Yes.
And
made it.
So so that's just super exciting. I get so excited about that service because it's flexible, it's accessible. People love it. You can call it on your phone. You can see where your ride is, and you can comment on your ride. So it's pretty awesome. Now, Manjeri, you've shown up, so you have to say something about it.
Yeah, so the ViaLink is a truly innovative service, especially San Antonio has a lot of suburban areas where street connectivity is issue, single family homes with communities with single gate, walkability. In that kind of a background, we realize a fixed route bus system may not be the right solution. So what our goal is, even with this ballot measure, is to try to serve people in a way that is where they can use the service. So the goal is for people to use service. And if we do end up getting more money tonight, I'm very excited. We are able to serve our people more effectively. And with the background that we have in our riders, I think that will be very useful for us.
I think we mentioned the ridership. When I say only, you only have a 50% on average drop when everyone was in quarantine. It really speaks to the fact that we are serving San Antonio's essential workers, and it's so important. It's just, I probably don't have to tell you all because you can read those stats.
It's good to hear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hi, Cami. Hi, Manjeri. It's good to see you guys again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Just want to clarify, I'm not related to Cami, at least not that we. But Manjeri, I really appreciate you talking about just, different types of service models, and that the reality is that a 40-foot bus is not always going to make sense to go everywhere. And the reality is the majority of our country and the way it's laid out and land use, fixed route transit service has its limits. It can only go so far. So, I do think that that's definitely something that we need to be looking at and figuring out how we can provide that service. There's been a lot of, pilot projects and experimentation and different levels of success, but I do think it's something that we need to spend more time thinking about how we deliver service in ways that are outside of the traditional running trains and buses.
Yes, certainly, because in our plans, we are looking at advanced rapid transit, a variation of first rapid transit. We have fixed route, we have van pools in our service, and we have mobility on demand. And then we work with our partner agencies with their bicycle and pedestrian program. So it's important. A transit rider is a pedestrian first, and we are very much aware of that so that we can work with our partner agencies. And our buses have bicycle racks. So any which way we can help anyone to ride transit, we'll work on that.
And, I think adding to that, we know people, they choose their mode based on maybe the purpose of their trip, right? Depending on who you are, where you're going, a bike might be appropriate if you're able to ride a bike, but you might want to ride a bus. But I think it's important to have those integrations and connections with multiple modes because that makes it, an easier choice for people to choose, but also helps out those that need these services as well, having multiple ways to get to where they need to go, depending on the type of trip they're taking.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hi, Cami. Hi, Manjeri. I have a question on the structure of your ballot measure. So as I understand it, it's the first few years will generate funding for workforce training, and then beginning in 2026, it's dedicated to transit. can you just talk a little bit about how that came together? Why there's this two-tiered or like two-step system?
Manjari, do you want to take that first?
Yeah, so City of San Antonio is their advanced transportation district, which is VIA's ballot measure is on the ballot. So VIA comprises of multiple cities. We are looking for this ballot measure only in City of San Antonio. Before the pandemic, we were working with the city to see we can go only for transit tax. It's reallocation of tax, which means there was a tax being collected and it is going to expire next year. So now we have ability to go with the ballot measure. With the pandemic and need for workforce skills and other needs of the community, the city leaders decided that the first 5 years would be used by the City of San Antonio for Workforce Commission. After the 5 years, 2026 January, there are two separate ballot measures. VIA has ballot measure that will start collecting tax because VIA does not have sunset. So we'll start collecting tax after that. And then that will be for VIA. And that's why it's the first 5 years city because they have a sunset. We don't have a sunset, so we start collecting later. And community benefits in general with the workforce as well as transit. And that's how it came together.
So during that first time, then we'd be working on what we're saying is a rebalance of the system, if you will. So generally like a comprehensive operational analysis of our entire system.
So we are looking at generating estimated $38.5 million. About half of that is going to go for operational assistance related to VIA Link program that Cami has talked about. And then the remaining will go towards some infrastructure and to begin, hopefully starter line for advanced rapid transit planning and work for that. It's not a lot of amount, but currently with the funding we have, we don't even have ability to expand unless we reallocate between the services. So we are very eager and looking forward to any funds that we can get, even though it's after 5 years.
And I just have to say on no one ever wants to engage in discussions about maintenance facilities. I don't know why, but an interesting fact, I think I'm getting this right, because we have to look at, at a new maintenance facility. Our maintenance facility, I believe, was constructed in 1947. Is that correct, Manjari?
Yeah, about that time.
When we went to visit Indigo, we were just like,
Cami and Manjari,
yeah,
sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm coming to you from Houston, so I'm familiar with the sales tax, the 1 cent sales tax that is available to transit and the other things people do with it. And we're in Houston, Metro is actually operating on 3/4 of a cent because a quarter of it has to be rebated to the city and county for roads. So we're a little bit envious of Dallas as well. But it's great to see that you're going to be able to claw a little bit more of that back in the future. One thing that we came up against in our referendum last year for Metro Next, it was somewhat similar in that it was there's no new revenue for transit. Well, you're at least going to get new revenue for transit. There was no new taxes and also no new revenue for transit. It was just bonding authorization. And so there's, limited ability to really expand or to make major service improvements. And I think they did also sort of recalibrate that 3/4 cent compromise so that there will be more for transit going forward. But one thing we heard from a lot of people is that, this isn't enough for a city of our size and a city that's growing like we are. And they're right. I mean, all I could really say was that, we got to take the next step before we can take the one after that. And this is our opportunity to do that. So have you been hearing similar things where people are recognizing that this is a step, but not where San Antonio needs to be eventually?
I mean, I think generally those who know VIA can, think about that. I do think sometimes though it is a big surprise to people when they do kind of understand the funding and just when they learn about the funding. I've noticed just in general conversations, sometimes it's a surprise to people to know that know about the underfunding. I don't know what you think about that, Manjiri.
There is a general understanding that we are not funded to the level that community would want, because there is a lot of discussion about rail or rapid transit system and why we are behind. So there is a recognition of that. And the other thing is there is a recognition in that available avenues for us to go after funding is limited at the local level. I mean, you can only get capital grants, but we are short on operating dollars. And that's the key. And that's a message that we want people to have is we struggle with operating dollars. And this ballot measure will allow us to make gains in providing service. We are not talking like Austin on large infrastructure yet. We are just hopeful that slowly and steadily we can expand and serve people of this community.
So speaking of Austin, I have some updates. Do you guys want to hear an update?
Yes. You're nervous.
So with 319,000 votes counted, 58% yes, 41% no. So it's winning so far with the early ballots. Sounds pretty good. 58%. I like it. I like our chances.
That was Austin.
That's Austin. Yeah, that's Austin.
I wouldn't count those chickens yet.
I'm not counting chickens. I'm just saying where it's at. In 2000, I think it was just over the same amount of ballots in this one. Obviously, we're 20 years out, and there's a huge amount of population growth. That's a big difference. But I think that's interesting that the early ballots are about the same as the total ballots for 2000. So it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I'm really pulling for San Antonio, of course, but especially Austin tonight. I mean, they're asking for something big, and they really need it. They're between a rock and a hard place with their housing policy and transportation policy historically, and they need this big move if they're gonna, start solving those problems.
I guess it was Sam that was talking about the traffic earlier, but I think about it San Antonio is estimated to, grow by leaps and bounds as well. I think, I've heard our CEO describe it as having the entire population of Austin in San Antonio with their cars by 2040. And so, even though there's a little bit of an ease up, I guess, in traffic, although I think it's all coming back, it's everything's growing, at least in Central and Texas, San Antonio and Austin.
Well, as someone, as Jeff mentioned, who visits dozens of cities on and off the beaten path around the U.S. each year, I want to offer a plug for San Antonio. I think it's got a lot of potential, and that they're one of those that wasn't prosperous enough to tear down all their cool buildings, and so they've got a lot of them that are being repurposed. I always enjoy visiting San Antonio and seeing what's going on.
Yeah, so Cami and I are in the old rail station we repurpose as our offices. It's a pretty cool building.
It is. Thank you for mentioning that. It is a cool building. And if you're ever here, please visit us.
Therefore, you can see the rail station big window behind me.
That's an awesome spot for work. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for my bus stop sign. No, I'm just.
We sent you a bus.
I know. I almost grabbed it. I almost went to go get it. So, we pivot from asking serious questions to sometimes more fun questions. And so time for a fun question.
Uh-oh.
What do you have a favorite transit route anywhere? And it doesn't regardless of mode, doesn't matter if it's a bus, train, monorail, gondola, whatever.
The most fun transit commute I had was from New Jersey to New York on a ferry. It was
Okay.
the most fun commute. Not often, but often enough. I do love New York City for that because it's a seamless from ferry to a path train sometimes if I'm going to New Jersey, or ferry to subway system, and then to a bus system in Jamaica. So that's where I felt the different mode and how you can seamlessly go without an app at that time. I loved reading all the pocket schedule and the booklet. So that's my fun memory.
I mean,
Man,
I don't want to go out of Texas tonight, but I will have to say that the Valley Metro system still holds a special place in my heart because I was there volunteering, keeping people off the tactile strip on the day it opened, and I just, that's just a special memory, just seeing people, seeing a train for the first time, but that's not Texas. But I know you just asked anywhere, so.
Yeah. No, thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
This is awesome. Thank you all so much for doing this. It's a really, really cool idea. And it's been fun socially distanced hanging out with Manjiri today too.
Yeah, I'm listening and watching your show. It has been pleasure for me, not worried about election, just enjoying the conversation. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for coming on. One of the reasons why we wanted to do this was to distract ourselves a little bit from the madness. So this is, I think, been a lot of fun, and we appreciate everybody that's come on so far, and especially you all for joining us from San Antonio. And we wish you the best of luck with the ballot measure and hope it passes. I know you all aren't allowed to be political, but we can, so we're going to say we hope it goes well.
Hey, can I show you one more thing?
Absolutely.
Because I just saw your shirt.
What's this? Oh.
It's not lit.
That's okay. You could save it, right?
We can't end on that note. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us all. We'll talk to you again soon. Good luck.
Bye.
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 Hi, Carrie. Oh, she left.
Oh, no. We're in and out. We're in and out. We're joined now by Robin Hutcherson, the Director of Public Works for the City of Minneapolis and President of the NACTO Executive Board. Robin, how are things going?
I just got nervous. I was doing a little better. I was watching the show, seeing some friends on the screen, but I just clicked over and scrolled a little, and I wish I hadn't.
Oh, is it?
So a little bit nervous. Generally, though, I'm good. And how are you all? You're running a great show.
Thank you. I think everybody's doing okay. How are we doing, folks?
Well, we have no access to other news, so we have no clue what's going on.
I will not share anymore, Ben.
Thank you.
Stay in your beautiful bubble here.
Okay.
And I'm going to be in this bubble for a little while too, and I'll feel better.
That's good. So I guess that answers the question how you're feeling in Minneapolis. What's the earlier today or this last couple of weeks? What's been the feeling in Minneapolis generally overall?
Like a lot of cities, 2020 has not been an easy year in Minneapolis. I think it's been a productive year, though, in terms of learning and trying and growing. So I think there's a feeling of a little bit of a fever pitch, but at the same time, I have felt a little bit of optimism. I hope it isn't dashed, but I have felt a little optimism. We're a city that runs our own election. So we get daily reports on I've been getting daily reports on what's coming back, and people are engaged for sure. And hoping, I think, for some change. So I think today's a big day, and we'll move into it tomorrow. And whatever tomorrow brings, we've got a lot of pretty good plans in Minneapolis that we're gonna press on with. And that I think brings a lot of hope too.
Yeah, you all have been doing so much. It's been awesome to watch what Minneapolis has been doing along the lines of the planning, transportation, et cetera. What's your favorite thing that's going on right now?
We are about to, wow, I can't choose a favorite, but there's a couple things.
Sure you
happening.
can. Sure you can.
I'll just, talk about some city stuff. We've been working on a transportation action plan for a couple of years now. It's something that, my staff said we really want to do this in-house, because if we do it in-house, we're going to be able to bring all the divisions with us. It's not going to be like the planners are writing the plan and then we have to go tell maintenance. We're going to do it all together. And it took longer, and it's going for adoption in November. So the draft came out in the springtime. We, kind of had a pause in the summer on engagement on the draft, but then picked it back up, and it should be, fingers crossed, adopted by end of the year, and it's a couple years worth of work. So it's pretty exciting to have that done. To be honest, I feel like we're already doing a lot of the stuff in it, but it's important to say it and adopt it as policy. And then there's a lot of new things that we are going to do that are aspirational, and we have 10 years to do it. So that's a good thing. I'm going to just sort of geek out a little bit and say that and Jeff, you and I knew each other when I was transportation in Salt Lake City, and I was just transportation, and now I'm public works. And so I get to put more puzzle pieces together. And one of the things I'm really excited about is a stormwater management ordinance that is in draft and will go for adoption early 2020. Early 2021. First draft might make it 2020, but it will change how we do the streets, working together, public and private, and adding more ability to treat stormwater in the streets and another layer of design. So I'm really excited about that too. Got a curbside policy coming also early 2021. We've got a complete streets update in the works. There's some great things coming. And that's part of, I think, what's given us a lot of hope. You can have a difficult year and feel some struggle and feel a lot of, at times, like painful learning, and also keep things that are exciting to you moving forward and stay engaged with the things that are really important, and it helps to balance out the work. So I'm excited about those things. And we just got funding. Finally got funding. Met Council finally got funding for 2 really important transit lines in Minneapolis, 2 bus rapid transit lines. It only took, look at my hand, 5 tries at the legislature to get it funded. 4 failed bonding bills, and on the 5th try. But 2 really important transit lines that are going to help us do some important things in Minneapolis. So I'm very excited about that too.
Well, congratulations on that funding. And yeah, I think Minneapolis is doing some great things with BRT and different variations of BRT. So definitely a model for people to follow. If only we could just do it a little faster, but I think it's some great stuff, especially the A line and the C line. I think those are,
C line is so great. I was just up there on Sunday looking at a mobility hub that we put right next to a station on the C line, and I was visiting with a community group that came out to paint the mobility hub the way they wanted it. So the C line is kind of starting to spawn some other kind of mobility initiatives in a neighborhood that really needs choices. And that's a huge compliment coming from you and Indy. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I was going to ask, in speaking of the C line and thinking about where that line runs, obviously, as you mentioned, this has been a really tough year, and one of the terms that comes up, and we've been talking about equity, and we've been saying that for a few years now, but I think in terms of 2020, that has even more weight and meaning. Just in your experience and your work, I mean, what does equity, I guess, maybe mean to you, and how do you think, the city of Minneapolis is working to better meet equity goals, and what does that really mean on the ground and tangibly for people?
Mm-hmm. It's been nothing short of a reckoning this year in Minneapolis. And I'll use the I statements, as a colleague of mine likes to say. I'll use the I statements. I was proud of the work we were doing in equity, and the reckoning really comes when you realize that's maybe a small start. And there's a lot of digging in and digging deep into what it is we really need to do. I mean, we have been doing, the C line is an equity line. I mean, it serves a racially concentrated area of poverty. It's doing so well, and it's spawning more mobility choices. The D line that just got funded is almost 50% of the people that live within a quarter mile of that line are low income, and I think 43%, sorry, I'm not gonna say the numbers, I'm probably gonna be wrong, but a large proportion of people are also BIPOC. So, I mean, it's a beautiful line. It's exactly how we need to be investing. But I think the thing we're really learning in equity is we layer our plans on top of the community. And for them, many times they're like, cool, this is a good plan. But sometimes they're like, that's not our plan. It's your plan. And we need to talk about our plan. So something that we did with the Transportation Action Plan, we were supposed to have that done August or September. And my team said, we're not gonna make that deadline because we need to do a full scrub of this plan for how we thought about equity when we started it and how we think about equity now and what it is we need to do as a part of this plan that lasts in this plan. And so we took extra time and we did that work with the help of some pretty smart people. That will help us build it more into the fabric of the next 10 years of Minneapolis. And, again, like I'm not diminishing the work that we were doing. We have equity criteria for choosing every capital project to overinvest in underinvested communities. I mean, we've been doing that, but it's not enough. I listened to Beth, and she and I have talked about this too. Like, when I say it's not enough, it's not just a city lift. It's a multiple levels of funding lift. And when Beth says things like, we need to reconnect these communities that were divided by freeways, I mean, that's a federal lift that benefits cities. I mean, that's the kind of lift. Those are the kinds of lifts we need to make. Thanks for asking that question. It's been I will say, a learning year for so many of us, a very humbling and a learning year.
Appreciate you answering. Yeah, we had a sort of a frank discussion about Atlanta and transportation and the history of racism. So
yeah, I heard most of that too. Yeah, that was a good discussion.
But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm curious from that federal perspective, though, what cities, what you all need from the feds to do to make all of this work from the equity perspective, from a transportation perspective. You mentioned the stormwater. All this stuff is interconnected and it shouldn't be siloed. And so, what would a federal change look like that makes everything connected and better for everybody? I know that's a big question.
No, it is, but I'm going to say stuff that everybody else says. Like, I don't have this grand original idea. I just agree with a lot of really smart people and a lot of great ideas that are being discussed right now. The models that we use are for cars and not for people. Duh, we're all in this field. We know that. But they continue to spit out what I think is like dangerous growth that is not calibrated to like the real world and what is actually happening. So the MPOs get the model, it's got growth built in, it doesn't account for all kinds of trips, it doesn't account for destinations. And it's the root of why we keep planning for cars that not even, I mean, I think the growth is, it's not a correct prediction, and we haven't checked it in a long time. So the first thing to me is those standards and models, those models I'll start with, have to change and have to reflect not just how people are moving today, but the model should reflect where we want to go, not just a straight line of where we have been going straight out. So what do we want to be? Now, let's build that model and apply that model and then fund that model. Make the formulas applicable to that model. And then the second piece of that is design standards have to change. Which I think is, we're making progress. Like NACTO accepted design practice. That took a couple of years, but that's accepted design practice. But some of the other ones are also accepted design practice that work against us. So, and I know, James, you said I'm a transportation engineer. You know, I'm sure at some point in your career, you flipped open that AASHTO manual and maybe you didn't. I don't know you well enough. I take that back. Maybe you haven't. But that is still the standard. And again, it's a very outdated standard. It's very outdated. So I think the design element, when you say you're working on stormwater management, updated design standards help us make that not the exception to the rule, which right now when we want to do something creative on a street that's not ours, we have to go get an exception to the rule. We happen to have really great enlightened MnDOT state aid engineers that are usually like, cool, like, but not every state is like that. And sometimes the answer is no, and we don't like that. We have to get all these exceptions to the car design standards to do what we're trying to do, and that needs to be flip-flopped. We need the design standards to be for what's most important to us at cities so that we leverage what's most important to us as cities for equity, safety, prosperity, our climate goals. And then the exception should be, we're expecting an unusual amount of car volume through here for whatever reason. We've got a high percentage of freight, and those are now the exceptions. So that is what I would like to see at the federal level that would help us as cities build better cities. Small, just a couple small. Should be no problem. So should sail straight through. That's a joke.
I was hoping and I just came on right at the end of Beth's segment. I was honored to be that close to her, big fan of hers. I was hoping it would get to the question of devolution and whether who it's really helping for us to send our money to Washington to have it sent back with strings, or whether, Washington can, help states with the maintenance of the interstate network, but that the decisions about local transportation should really be made at a more local level.
She went there a little bit with states, like money going to states. Is that really what makes people happy? Sort of.
Well, we have issues with that in Texas, though, since the state government is so sort of structurally slanted against the cities.
Yeah, y'all are having a fun project through downtown Houston that's kind of got its own issues going on.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you're talking about how we're slaves to the model and we're slaves to the system. Like somebody decided that this is the system we need to have, and we have to disrupt our lives and tax ourselves and do all these things to create this system. But like, whose vision is that? Who decided that that's what we want?
It's a good question.
Good question.
You guys don't know?
If I knew, I think I'd be doing all right.
But Robin, I wanted to ask. So the last time I was in Minneapolis, I was with Jerome, I think. Bye, Jerome. And
I'm so sorry.
Katie Roth was nice enough to show us around the A line. We drew a lot of inspiration from that. How have you made the working relationship between the transit agency and the city as functional as possible? Because I know that's, often a divide that's hard to productively bridge on an ongoing basis.
I don't know any other way but to have a very close relationship with the transit agency. And that's something in Salt Lake, I was very, very close, like the friends, colleagues, transit agency people. And I mean, it feels that way here in Minneapolis too. It's a very close relationship. Katie's like, a lot of times I feel like she's an extension of our staff. And I feel like they think that way about us too, especially like work on the D line, which has been a couple of years in the making. Our staffs are super close. The C line, we all celebrated together in that grand opening. I think it can get better. I work for the city. I have the city's best interest at heart. And so I'm always going to do what I can to move the city's agenda forward. And I feel like cities need to learn how to have a better conversation with regional transit agencies. I feel bad for regional transit agencies often when they are stretched to every corner of their whatever number of county region that they serve, despite riders really being generated usually in the most urban areas. And so I want to make it easier for them to make an argument to serve us. And I want to make it easier for us to know what to ask for in the most productive way. So one of the things in the Transportation Action Plan is a transit chapter, which we never had before. We relied on the regional transit agency, and I think the relationship was good. I've never heard of a really tense or bad relationship with the transit agency, even before my time in Minneapolis. But this chapter that we're writing, we did it with them. We invited them in at the start. Katie participated. You said her name, so I'm gonna say it. I hope she's not watching. She'll be embarrassed. But we wrote that chapter with them from the start so that we as a city could better articulate the kind of transit we need. Overlapping, but also sometimes independent from what the region needs. So I'm pretty excited to have that on paper. It allows us to say what our goals are. So I think that will make a better relationship. We will have a better conversation. But I feel like it's a pretty good relationship.
And we'd love to just write a book on how to massage those relationships between cities and transit agencies, because I think that everything both James and Robin that you brought up is so important, and we see a lot of cities, are trying to strengthen those relationships between city DOTs, MPOs, and transit providers, and that's definitely something that another special guest, but that's definitely really important.
You also have like different layers of relationships. So when we're talking staff to staff, they're driving for the same outcomes. They work really well together. I'm close colleagues with the executive director of Metro Transit. I think where it gets bumpy is when you get to the political level. And I think one of the tricks is to not let that, to be aware of it and to understand that people have their positions about transit, but to not let it change your focus and what you're working for. Transit is definitely contentious in Minnesota, no doubt. But it's not contentious between our staffs. It's contentious when it comes up to major decisions about funding and the structure of funding and, who has influence over it. And those are very difficult conversations, but they don't always have to affect how the staffs work together. It's been my experience. And we do have tiffs. I mean, it's not perfect. We each come with our own agendas, and many times they overlap and sometimes they don't, and we work through it.
Robin, talking about people-centered design, and you said you have a curb policy coming out, so I can't let you go without asking a question about my favorite topic. The curb is, thinking about access and equity, the curb has really limited all of those things throughout history because it's just focused on people parking. I don't know if you can talk about the policy coming out, but are you
I can't tell you how it's going to be written because it's not written yet, but I can tell you that just last Friday, we finished a third of 3 workshops, outside facilitated workshops. So we had an independent expert come and walk us through a series of 3 workshops And we did that because I think we discovered that we, meaning like mostly Danielle Elkins on my team, who's just super brilliant. And, you know, in her work was really discovering when I talked to, she was a fellow with us. So she wasn't in any division. She was a report to me. So she was sort of traveling through different divisions, transportation divisions, saying, curb, when I talk to this group, curb sounds like this. And when I talk to this group, curb sounds like this. And when I talk to this group, the curb sounds like this. So the different definitions of what it is and how it's used and how it should be used, we needed to put everybody in a room and like seriously, like talk it out and really relate it to like, what are we trying to do? What are our goals? They are equity, climate, prosperity, safety, all those things that we know are central. I mean, that's really how we should be managing the curb. So we just finished that third workshop. And that will be the basis on which something will be drafted. You can expect to see from us in Minneapolis a focus on using the curb to reach our city's goals and a focus on coming into the digital world a little bit more. We've been digitizing our curb, like relentlessly working to digitize our curb.
So I see that
yeah, I see that Christoph's here and don't want to overwhelm the viewers with Houston excitement. So I'm going to sign off. Thanks for inviting me. It's been great hanging out. Thank you for everything all of you do to keep the
nice to meet you.
Keep the transportation sustainable cities network in the U.S. communicating and informed. And I really value everything you bring to it. So I'll be tuning in the rest of the night. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, James. We appreciate it.
Thanks,
And Christoph,
James, bye.
and Christoph, before we get to you, I got one more question for Robin. So one of the most read pieces in the newsletter was a piece in the Seattle Times about the Norwegian concept of friluftsliv, or free air life. And are you all planning for a more outdoor winter this winter?
This is the question. I rehearsed all the other ones that you asked all the other people. Like, name your favorite train. I was ready for one of those.
Well, you can give us one of those as well.
I have to say the Twin Cities are amazing at winter biking.
Yeah,
It was one of the things that blew me away.
It's an amazing outdoor winter city, and I take full advantage of it. Winter is my favorite season. It is awesome to be outside in Minneapolis in the winter. It is absolutely beautiful here. And the key is you have to get outside. If you spend winter inside, I don't think you like it. But if you get outside in winter, so I'm trying to take a cue from New York and Chicago, who are like all in on winter. I think New York's is called like winter. Well, I don't want to say it wrong because Polly will say it right, and I would say it wrong. But the winter dining outside, and we're looking into that. I think it's something that, like many cities, we've permitted outdoor dining in a way that we never have. Like, you need space in the street, you have space in the street. Like, just go for it, just make it safe. And I think if people want to do that through the winter, as long as we can make it safe, and plowing is kind of a big deal here in Minnesota. As long as we can keep it safe and plow, I don't think there's any reason we wouldn't allow them to continue. I like your question, and I'm not sure that I can fully answer it, but I will answer this by saying I hope so. I hope that there are groups and outdoor adventure clubs and the Lopet Foundation and all these groups that do outdoor things really go all in this year. I hope that happens.
Awesome. Well, so what's your favorite transit line?
I have one, and you asked that. I was like, oh, and I would say if I get that one, it's the number one between Durlach and Karlsruhe, Germany, where I lived for a little while. And I lived pretty much on the transit line, and I could hear it go to the end, and I could hear it turning around, and have to leave my apartment, run down the stairs, run out, and catch the transit line, and it would bring me to work. So the number one, and then also my second favorite is that little ferry. I'm a Europhile, and I'm totally outing myself, but that little ferry that goes from the main train station in Amsterdam, and it's like 90 seconds, and it goes whoop, to North. You know what I'm talking about? It's just like, it's like a 90-second little boat ride that delivers you to this awesome neighborhood. So that's my second favorite.
My other favorite thing about that ferry is right by the ferry dock is the place where they ran out of bike parking. So they permanently docked a ferry as overflow bike parking.
Yes, I saw that. Yes, that's a good one. And everything in Salt Lake City. I got to give a shout out. Like that's an amazing transit network per capita. Really great. So also Salt Lake City.
Awesome.
They have great ski resort service too.
Well,
All right.
Robin, thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it.
I'm gonna step out of this bubble now and probably not be glad that I did, but I appreciate you having me as a guest. Bye-bye.
Thanks,
Bye, Robin. Thanks.
All right. So we're fearing the outside world now.
Apparently, yes.
Hey, what is going on?
Yeah. What's going on? What's going on?
Please don't tell me.
Yeah, I don't want to know. Christoph, in the chat, we already have bunny questions. People are wondering where the amazing.
Maybe I need to change virtual backgrounds here. Let's see. I have a repertoire of virtual backgrounds. Okay, how's that?
Cutie. Is it just gonna go in circles? That's awesome. It's a loop.
Yeah, it's basically a loop.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, I gotta take a second, guys, but I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, Christoph, since we have you here, would you mind just introducing yourself? Who are you? Where are you? What do you do?
I am Christoph Spieler. I'm a planner at Hewitt Zollers in Houston. We have offices all across the country, but I do transit planning, land use planning, parks planning, all sorts of fun stuff. Currently working in Boston, in Fort Worth, in Houston, just finished a little bit of work in the Twin Cities. So do that. Also teach at Rice University in both architecture and engineering. I used to be a board member at Houston Metro for years, and I wrote a book called Trains, Buses, People, an Opinionated Atlas of U.S. Transit. And I also have the distinction of having been appointed to the Houston Metro Board as a result of blogging. I'm also the exact opposite of Jeff in that he grew up in Houston and moved to the Bay Area and started transit blogging, and I grew up in the Bay Area and moved to Houston and started transit blogging.
Very cool. So one thing I think that's a fun fact to share. You have photographed, if I'm not mistaken, I might get this wrong, but I believe you have photographed every rail transit system in the U.S.
That is correct, in
Personally,
Canada.
yeah.
I've also photographed almost every BRT system. I am missing a couple, one of which sadly is Indianapolis, which I will have to remedy soon. Yes. I had photographed every BRT system at the time the book came out, but you guys were a little late for the book, so.
Yeah.
So is this a personal mission to photograph every transit system in the world?
It started out sort of as something I did, and then this book I had bouncing around in my head for years finally turned into a real thing, and I decided I'm going to take every photo in the book. And that meant I had to go to all of these places. I have a very understanding wife who is totally cool with planning trips around this. So yeah, and there's nothing like seeing a system on the ground. Like, I don't want to write about things that I haven't seen. And sometimes I go to a place and come back with a very different impression, having actually seen it.
Yeah, I think that's very valuable. One thing I think that's great about your book, and you highlight, people love to look at a cool map of a rail system and look at all of these lines, and we have 100 miles of rail. But I think one of the great things that you go over, not picking on Dallas, but I'll pick on Dallas a little bit.
I'm from Houston. I'm always in favor of picking on Dallas.
They constantly like to say, yeah, we have whatever 9,800 miles of light rail, but if we really look at where that rail is running and the communities it's serving and where the density is, and we compare that to Buffalo, in terms of productivity, right? There's a huge difference there, and I think we've built a lot of transit that isn't necessarily the working the best that it could for us, and don't know if you want to dive into that a little bit or just talk a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's like very elemental that good transit is transit that goes to where lots of people and lots of jobs are. But it's actually amazing that when you map out transit systems across the United States, how often we have gotten that wrong. Okay, I have the map, which I liken to dodging thunderstorms, where you have all these rail systems that seem to actually actively avoid any places where people are. And part of that is that we just think way too much about technology and not nearly enough about service, that we start conversations with, you know, we need a streetcar line, not conversations with, we have point A and point B, and here's this corridor with all these destinations that needs high quality service, and what is the best tool to provide that service. So I think a lot of our transit discussions are backwards. And to me, a lot of what we really need to do is change how we have transit discussions. And, you know, and part of that is just talking more about service, talking more about frequency. What I do in the book is actually map the footprints of high frequency transit service in all of those cities. And it's remarkable how much of a mismatch there is with where we're providing service and where people are actually trying to go. And then one of the things that struck me the most is how bad the Northeast actually is. Like, we think of New York as a great transit city, and it is. But as soon as you cross the Hudson, or as soon as you cross the county line in Long Island or going north, that service just drops off a cliff. And then you've got, I mean, we mentioned Dallas. Dallas currently has one frequent bus route. They're fixing that. They're happily redesigning their system, so they're going to end up with something a lot better. But like, you've had all these cities that have had this huge focus on building stuff. But even though they build all this stuff, the service they actually provide, which is what really matters, isn't nearly as good as it ought to be. And I think one interesting theme when I look at transit ballot measures is I actually got a lot of stuff on the ballot today, which isn't about building new stuff, but is about service, which is going to be really interesting because we've gotten sort of good at selling the public on building stuff. It's harder to sell the public and elected officials on operating more service or keeping service operating.
Yeah, I think I once held a ribbon cutting for a pothole to talk about maintenance.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, you're seeing all these local ballot measures for operations because, you know, they can't rely on federal funding for operations. So they kind of just have to go it alone.
Yep.
Are there any places where, when you talk about, we start with, we want to build a streetcar, not
right.
Where do people need, are there any places that are doing it right?
Actually, Indianapolis.
Well, we know why.
I mean, I'm also proud in Houston, we actually did a long-range transit plan that was based on the bus network map. That basically, you know, we redesigned the entire bus network, and what the long-term capital plan is upgrading key corridors within that network to BRT and rail, and upgrading a bunch of the bus routes to better bus routes with better amenities and more transit priority. I think that's a really good way of thinking. I think Seattle's amazing. And the part of the story in Seattle that's easy to tell is they're building rail. The part that I think is less obvious is, number one, they're building rail to all the right places. And number two, they're integrating rail with the bus network in a way that is making a lot of existing transit trips radically faster. I can't think of another rail extension that did as much to speed up transit as when they went north to University of Washington and linked that to their entire bus network. I've been really impressed with what Seattle's doing. And I mean, we were just talking Twin Cities. I think there are some places which have understood this well for a long time. I think Metro Trans in Minnesota, St. Paul has sort of understood how to run a good transit system for a long time. And they're sort of adding capital projects on top of that, but the core of it is they've got a really good bus network. Hey,
got our next guest on.
Hello, good evening. Happy Election Day.
Happy Election Day to you.
We're in a bubble, so we don't know. We're not on. We're not watching the news.
It's not as bad as you think.
Well, that's good.
That's good.
I'll take it with a grain of salt.
Well, so we're joined now by Darnell Grisby, the new director of Transform here in the Bay Area, but also formerly the director of policy development and research at APTA. Darnell, welcome.
Thank you. Hello.
It's good to see you again. I hope you're doing well. What's the feeling like? I know you're in DC now. You haven't quite made the shift to the West Coast, but how's it going?
It's going well. I'm still in DC, but I'm packing. I have a bunch of boxes around my apartment, and but I've been on the job for about a week and a day so far. But it's been great. I love it. Mobility justice, housing justice is what Transform does. Is dear to my heart and soul. Is what I've worked on most of my career. So it's great to be involved.
So I guess a lighter-hearted question. What are you excited most about this evening?
Most excited about this evening is getting rid of the orange man. My personal most excited thing, because there's so much connected with that we can do once we make the right kind of changes in DC.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
go ahead, Christoph.
I'm really interested in you coming to Transform, because I think one of the things that I find interesting about the Bay Area is it's one of the places where there's been a realization of how housing policy and transit policy intersect. So like, how do you think about that? How do you think of that intersection of land use planning and transit planning?
Oftentimes you can build really nice transit systems, but if the housing is not in sync, you'll end up having suburbanization of poverty, or you'll have landscapes that make it difficult to actually reach the new transit systems that you've built. So that's a very important thing that we see on the West Coast oftentimes, is linking proper land use, housing policy, and transit together to get the outcomes we want. It's hard to simply drop a transit system onto a suburban style highway and road network and expect to have fantastic results.
Are you talking about eBart?
That was a pointed question. Maybe not.
Well, we know, generally speaking, that it's good to have train systems that are not in a median upper freeway. It's a good start.
Yes, absolutely.
So last time we talked to you, you talked a lot about technology, autonomous buses, better payment systems. Is there anything you're super excited about these days that is different, maybe different than the last time we chatted?
Mobility justice is extraordinarily top of mind for me. I think the events of this year really make it clear that we need to address access to opportunity, ensuring that people have equal access to the metropolitan region that they're a part of, making sure that there's equal access to jobs and housing. And I think proper transit systems and land use will do that. And that's where we need to take the fight to. It's a situation where I think right now in the country, we all need to figure out how can we make the biggest contribution personally to making these outcomes different for people. And for me, I found that working in the transit space is how to do that. So I doubled down the effort this year to really focus in on mobility justice. And I think housing justice goes along with that.
How do we have those conversations? Typically we're talking about transit, housing. These things happen somewhat in silos, and they're not always being taught. Land use, zoning, but they're all health. They're all connected together. How do we get better at talking about these holistically? Because we need to move them all forward together, rather than we're building a transit line and we'll figure out the rest later. That's not the way to go.
Yeah, I think having conversations between the different professionals is very important. I was on a panel earlier this year with some housers, and we were talking about the differences between some of the policy objectives and some of the rules and regulations that make it difficult for us to work together. And how do we work across that together? And part of the reform would be, how do we make sure going forward that we can make changes to regulatory structures to ensure that those professionals get to work more in the future together, and that the housing and transportation monies are more adequately invested, keeping in mind both the housing and transportation element, and it's not done in a vacuum, in a silo.
Are these always are these going to continue to be these local efforts to where people like you, Darnell, are pushing the conversation? You know, we had the sustainable communities under Obama where HUD and DOT did talk to each other, but you know, that's gone. And what we're seeing now with people who are riding transit, what San Antonio was saying, they're still at 50%. I'm working with some agencies that are still at 50%, 60% ridership. So those are people that really need transit. How do we move the conversation to the feds at some point? Or is it just local? Like we're just going to fund these initiatives ourselves. We're just going to have better communication amongst our agencies and just go at it alone.
I think federal policy is very important. It's getting politicized, and that's part of the problem. I think it's been politicized for a while, but now we have someone in office who's gotten really good at doing so. When he talks about destroying the suburbs, that Biden wants to destroy the suburbs, he's actually talking about the stuff that we're referring to right now. So it's going to require some level of political deftness on our part to understand how to properly message what we're offering. Because I think we as practitioners and theorists and folks who think about this deeply might have some of the best ideas, but if you can't tie those to politics and messaging, you're going to end up coming home empty every time.
I mean, it seems like there's a major political constituency that supports transit, but doesn't want any new development in their neighborhoods.
Right. And there's also this issue around whether or not those who we think should be most supportive of transit actually are. So I think there's a cultural element where if you are quote unquote making it in America and you rise from the poor to the middle class, you ditch transit and get a car. And you also see a lot of lower income people spending a massive amount of their income on cars, primarily because our systems don't work as well as they should, our transit systems and our development patterns. But also there's a cultural element. And politics, if nothing else, is simply a blueprint of our culture and who we are and who we operate in the universe. And we really have to get better at messaging that transit is cool and that it can work better if we make the right investments. Like, for example, we know back in 2018, the performance of communities of color in California in support of maintaining the gas tax that paid for all those great transportation improvements underperform versus their partisan lean. And that's just to say that these are heavily Democratic communities that you would think would have voted against the repeal at higher numbers than they did. So that goes back to the idea that we need to improve our messaging to those communities, bring them to the table, and make sure that we're actually addressing their interests and that they feel like they're being spoken to. They're not simply a turnout mechanism, they need to be persuaded as well.
I want to dig a little bit more into that. I think, you know, as a queer Black male in America working in the field of urban planning and transportation, I mean, there's a lot of intersectionalities there, and this year certainly laid a lot of things to bear. But I do wonder, part of that too is, you know, in this field that we need more people that are not white, you know, in this field and in positions of power and having influence as well. I you know, really think that is something that we need to continue to work on, just as getting people involved in policy and urban planning. You know, I didn't even know that you could major in urban planning until I was already in college. So I think there needs to be some work done there too, just in terms of thinking of the next level of talent and getting people interested in these concepts and ideas as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. And as a Black queer man as well, I find that identities are extraordinarily important because you bring a different voice to the table. And we need to bring our full selves no matter where we are. And I think that's extraordinarily important. I don't think everyone does that. So part of the struggle is to make sure that people feel like they can. That's number one. Number two, for me, I had a very difficult choice when I was choosing graduate programs, and I had to choose between planning programs and policy programs. And I've always been a very political person. So I chose policy and attempted to make my classes geared towards planning and the politics of planning to the degree that I could with my program. And that's just the approach that I took because, you know, I had worked in the legislature before I went to graduate school, and I was a political animal. So that's the way I sort of took that particular angle. So that's how I approach a lot of these planning questions, more of a political question, and how do you organize people to have an outcome? How do you communicate to them to have our best ideas actually have political currency in the marketplace?
When I was in grad school, at the University of Texas, my professors gave me a hard time sometimes about focusing on TOD so much. They, at some point, they would be like, "Why are you, why are you focused so much on this specific subject?" And I'm wondering if that is something that people get as well in other areas, which is the pushback from the people that are supposed to be teaching them, not letting them do what they'd like to do or learn what they'd like to learn because they think they should go in different directions.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I think one of the things we get wrong in how we do transportation is we keep saying topics are off limits. The way I've seen it, the way we do highway planning, we say, well, it is inevitable that the growth will occur out here. And all we have to do is provide the infrastructure to support that growth, rather than saying, actually, there's a question about where growth can occur. And I think also we tend to ignore policy. Like we have this tendency to talk about things as if they were technical solutions. And I think transit agencies, advocates would do a lot better if they actually framed policy choices more than just presented something as the technical solution to a problem. But I think a lot of planners and engineers and transit people don't have that skill set.
And it's challenging for us as a community as a result. I had a mentor back 25 years ago who told me that one of the best strategies would be to figure out how to become a policy person and a political person, someone who's okay with the technical, who can also do the political. And that was what I attempted to do with my career, is to have enough depth to have a technical conversation, but realize that I don't live there and be okay with that. But also that I'm someone who lives in the policy and the politics of it and love the technical community and would like to find ways to make sure that the vision of what we need to have actually happens from the policy and political point of view.
I think that's so valuable. I mean, really, we're talking about the art of communication here. And, I've met a lot of folks that they've got all the technical knowledge in the world, but they're just not that great at communicating to people and talking to and with people as opposed to at people. And I do think there's somewhat of an art there and some ability of being able to take those really complex ideas and talk to someone and communicate it effectively in a way that they're going to comprehend and understand. So yeah, really, really important piece.
One of the things that I learned how to do early on in my graduate program was how to write a one-page memo, which is challenging to do actually, because you have to find a way to actually take all this knowledge you have in your head and figure out, okay, what is the most succinct way of describing this for someone? And it's extraordinarily difficult to do, but it's part of something that if we could do that more as a community and have that thumbnail sketch or that elevator pitch for our ideas, it could go a lot further.
Yeah, we just need graphics. We need to get rid of all of our reports and just have a graphic. And, Darnell, you're talking about having this vision. And I think a lot of the time, in the conversation we're having around who is going into planning or policy or, the people making those decisions, they're not on the ground. they're in the state DOTs, and often, those aren't in the urban areas sometimes or capital cities, so they're not. It's just a total disconnect, and I think we've seen that, all of us probably across our careers. And I think that's what we need to overcome, is getting more people in those roles that have experiences that people are going to take transit, or they know where the investment needs to go. So that's I think another challenge.
Well, as a corollary to that, in my last job, I got a chance to really interface with a lot of local coalitions that were fighting for ballot initiatives around the country. And one thing I learned was that there's a lot of passionate advocates who actually need additional support in terms of the infrastructure of their organizations, the funding that they receive, the training and technical ability to actually make the argument. And I think that's something that we're lacking as a community, is having someone collectively be able to write checks enough. And I think, over the years, we've seen some change in who's doing that, but we need to find a way to get foundations, large foundations, back into the game of writing checks to more of these types of organizations around the country, to give them that ability to make those arguments in the state capitals, to start funding advocacy again.
Why do you think they've stepped away from that?
Well, I think part of the reason why was because of what happened in 2010. There was a big built up, at least when it came to federal policy. And, we lost the House in 2010. It was probably very disappointing for a lot of people. I'm sure it was. And some of the outcomes we wanted didn't happen. And foundations tend to change their focus every 3 to 5 years. So, it just sort of cycles. But I think the difference is now we're having a different conversation as a country. So the reason why someone might invest in transit advocacy might be different, because now we can talk about the racial implications around investment in transit and housing in communities. We could talk about transit's contribution to reducing greenhouse gases and climate change impacts. So as the nation, hopefully, and I haven't looked at the TV in a second, makes the choice to take a different direction, we have a new opportunity to push a different agenda. And that might bring a lot more people to the table. So I think hopefully we'll be ready as a community to start to make these arguments. And I think it's going to be the advocates around the country that have a collective voice. It's going to be very important to change what the next administration might do.
And I think often, I'm on the board of Transit Center in New York. One of the things we keep talking about is the role of local advocates. And I think that's often the untold story, that cities which have been successful in building good transit systems and passing ballot measures are cities in which there's on the ground local grassroots advocacy going on. And that's not a simple thing to build. That takes time, that takes leadership, that takes resources. It takes a lot of work. But like in New Orleans, what Ride New Orleans has accomplished down there, and literally changing the conversation around transit there and changing what the transit agency's doing. Good advocacy makes good transit.
Particularly when they know how to engage well with the transit agency. I think there's moments when you want to do a push, and there's moments where you want to have quiet conversations about what is politically possible, and to find out what the political choke points might be, and to do the proper analysis to realize that the agency might want to do this, but they might need to have certain political barriers removed, and to have the sophistication to understand how to identify that, or to have the trust with the agency to have that conversation, that they're not going to be dealing with a live hand grenade that's going to blow their arm off, which a lot of folks are concerned about, which is why they don't engage with advocates as much as they probably should.
Ridership has kind of taken a shot from the pandemic. I'm wondering what the trends are that you're seeing, and if you have any ideas or thoughts about how we can build that back in the future.
Well, I think it's a great opportunity, and I listened a little bit earlier to your broadcast. I think now is a great time to do a lot of pilot projects, and that's been happening around the country. reclaiming space from automobiles is going to be very important. I think the funding uncertainty right now that transit faces is extraordinarily dire, and that needs to be addressed. So hopefully, once again, in January, or if not earlier, we can get some sort of COVID relief package done federally. That would be great to help us address some of the near-term challenges. But beyond that, funding is going to be extraordinarily important. So we're up now for another reauthorization bill. That needs to be fundamentally important for the next administration to actually accomplish that as soon as possible.
What's bringing you? Oh, do you have?
Oh no, I was just going to
say,
and come up with a sustainable funding source for, as we were talking about, for transit operations, not just transit capital, because these agencies are just, you know, on their last limbs, some of them. So if we don't come up with some way to fund operations, you know, I don't know what happens.
You mean in the next bill?
Yeah. If there's, you know, thinking more generally about how we, you know, traditionally just give funding to transit capital, but we don't fund operations. So now, you know, a lot of cities are just left looking at their own ballot measures to fund those operations, like we're seeing today with all the ballot initiatives, or just coming up with like every crazy idea they can to fund service, you know, pull $1 million here, and just piece it all together, which is not sustainable.
I think it depends on what kind of power the Democrats will have going forward, because my understanding is at least the lack of operation funding at the level that we need is part of a political compromise. So the more power that the Democrats have, the more likely we can actually break that impasse that's existed for decades.
And the other thing I would ask on federal funding is, what can we do on the federal side to make it easier to fund lots of little projects rather than one big one? It seems like often the grant process for building, you know, one light rail line is about as difficult as the grant process for building 100 bus shelters. When the 100 bus shelters are actually less expensive and in many cases can do more good. So what do we do to change that and make federal funding more useful for a wider range of things?
I think a large part of it is going to be the ability of advocates once again to make the case soon to the next administration and to the Hill that we should make those changes, and actually provide a political predicate for why that should happen. Because once again, it's not just good policy, it's also good politics, and we should be able to illustrate that it is. Going back once again to the concepts of mobility justice, how it ties into Black Lives Matter and the push for racial justice in America. It needs to be tied to the strong feelings that the country has right now. And I'm a big fan of trying to tie transit to whatever is politically going to give the most power to transit. And I'm quite happy that at the moment that is racial justice when you look at the poll numbers. The question is, how long will that policy window be open, and can we take full advantage of it before it closes, before the nation moves on to a different topic?
So Darnell, what's bringing you joy these days? We're asking this question, and among other fun questions towards the end of our interviews, I'm curious what's on your list of things that are bringing you happiness and joy.
Happiness and joy. I am very happy to be moving back to California, to be honest. Are you still in California, Jeff? Or
Yeah. Okay. You've been talking about coming back to California for a while, I know.
I know, it's finally happening.
You're gonna love it.
So that's bringing me joy. But on a larger level, I think the fact that we have collectively gone through a lot this year, it's made what is most fundamentally important more clear to us. It's brought out the importance of family and friends and nation, protecting the country from bad policy ideas and bad strategies that impact people's lives. It makes it clear that government is actually important again, because that's a debate that we've been having for a long time, and it hasn't served the nation well at all. So I think the COVID crisis makes it clear that government does matter. Who runs it does matter. Good policy matters. And I hope that people have learned the lesson this year and that is remembered. That old adage that, was it Reagan, with government, I'm here from the government and I'm here to help. And it was some joke. It's like, no, government can actually be here to help. There's a reason why we have this collectively together. And I'm hoping that this year makes it clear. And that brings me joy because I think there's signs that people get it.
That's awesome. Well, Darnell, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your time and effort, and we look forward to seeing you here in California.
All right. Take care.
Thanks, man.
Bye, Darnell. Thank you.
Bye. See ya.
All right. Yeah. So how are people feeling? How are we doing so far? Christoph, you look like you're feeling pretty good.
No, not really.
No.
Well, this has been an awful year, and it's.
I'm trying to,
Not really in general, or just this moment today because of the election results.
I mean, our cities have taken a real beating this year. Our transit systems have taken a real beating this year. And I mean, I count myself very fortunate to be somebody who can work at home easily, to be somebody whose job has not been impacted by this. But there's a lot of people not like that. There's a lot of people who don't have jobs right now. And there's a lot of people who are literally risking their lives every day. And includes a lot of transit people. That includes a lot of bus operators. And I mean, I'm a long-term optimist. Like, I think that we can have a better world after this, but it's been a really tough year. And it's going to be a tough couple years for transit, at least. Like, there's a lot of really bad conversations happening in transit agency headquarters right now about how do you make budgets add up? And we all know what that looks like. We all know that means less service. We all know that means layoffs. It's not good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, as a transit agency person, I won't get into too many specifics, but I mean, yeah, it's hard to try to maintain this, being as passionate and super transit nerdy when the reality on the ground is, we know that they're tough. Even if things align the way that we hope they will, there'll still be tough conversations, less tough conversations, but it is definitely, it's been draining. It's been exhausting. And to what you said, Christoph, I mean, I think about it all the time, that knowing the number of tens of millions of people that do not have jobs, and what are we going to do about that? It's definitely weighs heavily on me.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I think there's a duty on all of us to not give up. Like, we need to keep thinking about how to make transit better. I mean, I think one of the things the highway guys have always done incredibly well is no highway line ever disappears off the map. Highway projects are never canceled. They are only postponed. And I do wish transit agencies did better at that, of like keeping the long range plans out there, keeping the expansion, keeping the service improvements out there and talking about them, because I think that kind of talking about a better future helps you build a better present too. But it's a really tough time for transit agencies right now.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go to our next guest, Danny Katz, the executive director of Colorado PIRG. Danny, welcome. It's great to see you.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for coming on. How are you feeling in Colorado?
Don't count your bike lanes until they're built. So waiting to see the final numbers come in here. We think we ran a really good campaign, so excited to see the final results. And if we win, that's $36 million coming into climate solutions, including good transportation options. So I'm excited to see the results.
Nice. So it looks like Adina has joined us too. Adina, I think I have you in a half hour, but you're more than welcome to hang around and stick around and stay with us. That's okay. So yeah, Denver is doing something really interesting, and it has a bit of a different ballot measure than some of the other ones we've talked about tonight. Can you tell us a little bit more about 2A?
Yeah, I think it's pretty unprecedented. So what is happening is Denver voters are voting on whether to create a fund for climate solutions, and we'd be one of the only cities in the country that has this dedicated funding stream coming in. It's a sales tax increase, and it will result in about somewhere between $36 and $40 million annually. And those dollars have to be used for climate solutions. And we know in the transportation world, you can't solve climate change if you're not tackling the transportation sector. So we're excited to see a lot of those dollars going into climate-friendly transportation like transit service, biking, walking. We certainly need a lot more in Denver. As a Western city, we definitely were built for the car. So there's a lot that we need to do.
So it's $40 million a year to invest in, like you said, climate change solutions. If this passes, do you think that other cities will follow suit?
I think it's definitely a good blueprint for other cities. I mean, we know $40 million is not enough. I mean, it's not enough per year to tackle climate change. It's not enough to transform our transportation system the way we need to, in a way that's going to give people the options that gives them the ability to get around safely. I'm sure you've talked all evening about the value of transit, walking, biking. So it's certainly not enough, but this is, I think, a good blueprint, not only for raising some dollars and investing those dollars right away, but also the way we're doing it. 50% of those dollars are earmarked for communities that are being most impacted by climate change and are most vulnerable to climate change. I think there's a lot of overlap there between communities that have been left behind when it comes to walking and biking infrastructure, and certainly communities that have a lot of transit dependency, a lot of need for better service. So I think there's some really good overlap there. And overall, this should be a good model for a lot of other cities to use. We don't want to let the polluters off the hook. So we definitely need to do things to make sure that they're paying their share of all the pollution they're putting out there. But this is definitely something that I think cities should look into if we approve it here in Denver.
That's an interesting point about spending the money in the places where it's most needed. A lot of the commentary that I saw online about the measure was talking about regressive taxes and as a sales tax, et cetera. But also, I mean, I think it's interesting that you all are focused on spending the money where it needs to be spent. But I'm curious how that spending priority is made explicit, as a policy goal, as something that actually happens.
Yeah, it's a mandate to the office that's going to be administrating and spending these dollars, investing these dollars. So the dollars will come into the Denver mayor's office. He has an office focused on climate and sustainability and resiliency. The dollars come in there, and it's in the language, nice and clear, that 50% of those dollars needs to go to these particular communities and areas. And Denver has done a lot of work to identify them. So there should be some really good overlap with a lot of the planning that we've already done. And like I said, when you think about transportation, we're like so many other cities where there are areas that, you have more transit dependency. And so it is a good investment to put it in there. And those happen to be the communities that are going to be most impacted by climate change. Our local transit agency actually has been thinking about, they've launched this process called Reimagine, and they were trying to reimagine themselves before COVID hit, and we really had to just scale back service. But one of the things that was most interesting that came out of it is when they looked at some of the scenarios for improving transit, all the scenarios that focused on giving the most amount of people the best service tended to all result in good transit in the areas that had the most dependency. And so when you use that as a metric, then you actually result in not only providing transit where it's needed the most, but then also taking the most amount of people, which then is going to help us tackle climate as well. So there seems to be some really good overlap as long as we zero in and focus on where we can have the biggest impact.
Yeah, I know that's something that Christoph, you talk a lot about too.
Yeah. No, I mean, we've kind of done equity and serving where the people are is not a contradiction. In fact, it's often the same thing. And what we've done is kind of the reverse. We've intentionally invested money in the places where the least people are. And, you know, I think Denver is an example of that. If you look at where the rail investments have been compared to where the ridership is, you know, there should have been more of an investment on Colfax an awfully long time ago. And so I think equity, I love what you're saying about how the climate idea and the equity idea actually overlap rather than being two contradictory ideas. And I think part of that to me is the fact that if we want to really move things on the climate front, it's not just about commuting, it's about all the trips somebody makes. If we simply turn a commute trip to a car-oriented suburb into a transit trip, and that person still has to do everything else in their life in a car, it is not doing nearly as much good as putting better transit in a place where somebody could actually not need a car to do everything they need in life. Yeah. And that's also true from an equity standpoint. You know, with the cost of owning a car is actually high, regardless of how much you drive it.
Yeah, and we hope that the city will experiment with some of these dollars. I mean, maybe in subsidizing fares for people or making the cost of riding transit more affordable in Denver. There's a lot to do, but there's also great overlap too with just safety. So we think a lot about how do we make our streets safer. Denver, 70 people were killed on our streets in 2019. It was the highest number we've had in a long time. And one of our biggest corridors, Federal Boulevard, which runs along the west side of Denver. That is one of the most dangerous streets in the whole state in terms of number of fatalities and injuries, but it's also one of our most active bus lines. And so putting investments there is not only going to take the most people, which then will have a climate impact, but it can also provide more safety benefits. So there's just all these different ways that where, you know, transportation really is if we can transform our transportation system and give people these options, it's not only a climate benefit, it's a safety benefit, it's a affordability benefit, all sorts. And I'm sure you've talked a ton about that tonight.
Danny, I'm curious. One, I think this is great, but in terms of just doing outreach and reaching out to people and messaging, you know, the word climate and climate change, sometimes I wonder if does that really get through to people? Were there, you know, what did you find to be effective in terms of messaging and talking about this? Were there other terms or other phrases, things that weren't just saying climate change? I'm just curious about that, really, genuinely.
Yeah, I think a couple of points. I mean, one, you know, we've had some of the worst forest fires we've ever had in the history of our state just this summer. So, you know, we've had this incredible drought that then was followed by 3 of the largest forest fires ever, all within a few months. So this idea of the impact of climate change has really been, you know, in our faces in Denver in terms of air pollution and really undermining our quality of life. So I think the first challenge you always have to overcome is identifying a problem. Part of the reason we wanted to talk about this, though, as a transportation issue is because a lot of people know the transportation problems in their community even more than the climate problems. And so talking about how this can help improve transit or help make your streets safer, it really does connect. And so that's one thing we did. The second thing we did is just talk about, it's the legacy piece. I think it's very profound to talk to people and say, we need to do this because we have to leave our city in a better place for our children and our grandchildren. And we find that that's a really powerful message too. And then the third thing is just recognizing messengers matter. So there's a lot of people out there who, you know, if I came to their door and talked to them about climate change, I wouldn't be the most powerful messenger. I wouldn't be the one that they would listen to. And so identifying and understanding that there's lots of different groups and organizations that are already in our communities and working with them. So we had this really great partnership, as an example, with a group called Servicios de la Raza. And we were able to get a lot of Spanish materials and social media posts out there, as well as English, but just have a better messenger who can connect with a whole host of constituencies and communities. And so just being cognizant of how we build out and make sure that this is an issue that people can connect with no matter where they come from, no matter what language they speak, no matter where they live. And so being cognizant of that just kind of good old coalition building and making sure we're connecting this to a lot of different communities and a lot of different voices. So I think those are some of the things that hopefully will put us over the top tonight.
That's great.
What are some of the fun things they've been working on lately, Danny? Aside from the ballot measure.
Leading up to this, yeah, one of the things we've had the most fun with recently is really pushing on dedicated bus lanes. So this is something pretty new to Denver and our whole region. We don't have a lot of these. And so we decided to really put some effort into that. And the city of Denver was considering putting some dedicated bus lanes right through downtown Denver. And so the group that I work with, COPERD, and our broader coalition, the Denver Streets Partnership, which is really the multimodal voice here in Denver, we came up with this idea of let's really shine a spotlight on why these dedicated bus lanes make such a difference by doing a mobility race downtown during rush hour. And we'll have different people use different modes, and we'll highlight how the bus just gets stuck in traffic during rush hour. And when we have these streets where hundreds of buses, and I just pulled out a schedule, there's over 800 buses that use this one street in downtown Denver every day. And so when you have congestion downtown and they're stuck in regular traffic, then that's 800 different buses that are impacting the entire region. They're being delayed. And it's not just it's not a consistent delay. It's not like, oh, my bus will be here 2 minutes late. It's like sometimes the bus comes 10 minutes early and sometimes it comes 30 minutes late, and you're not going to plan around that. So we really wanted to highlight how challenging this was. So we did this mobility race, and we raced, if you're familiar at all with Denver, from Union Station to Civic Center Station, which are two big bus hubs. It's only a mile apart, and it's not really a route that most people, commute on a daily basis in terms of just going from Union Station to Civic Center. They're usually going beyond. But we thought that 1 mile would be really, really helpful to show. So we had somebody race on a bike, and we had somebody walk, and we had somebody drive, and we had somebody in a bus. And of course, the bus was last. So the bicyclists made it there the quickest, and they went out of their way because we don't have a lot of good bike infrastructure either downtown. So they went over to the creek and rode the creek and then came back. The pedestrian made it quicker than the bus, and the people who drove and had to find parking made it quicker than the bus. And so some of those modes, I forget now, I think it was somewhere in the 20 to 22 minute range, and the bus came in at like 40 minutes. And so you can just imagine if it's that delayed in that stretch, we tried to make the case that that dedicated bus lane would really make a difference. So we called that the Great Mobility Race. And we got a lot of media attention to come down, and we did that. And we had some VIPs, some people with the transit agency and the city race with us. And I thought it was a really good event, and just shined a spotlight on this thing that seems kind of simple, just paint on a road and dedicating some space, but it helped push it over the top. And now Denver has 2 bus lanes, dedicated bus lanes, right on the route that we were highlighting, and they're looking to add 2 more. And they anticipate it's going to cut travel time by like 40% through this 1 mile, which then again is going to impact hundreds and hundreds of bus routes. And so it has this oversized impact. And so that was a really fun event. We had a great time doing that, and we look for ways to try to connect this for people who might not necessarily be riding the bus every day.
Yeah, bus lanes are one of those great undersung transit technologies. Like in terms of bang for the buck, nothing else is as effective as getting paint and signs on the street and making a bus lane.
Totally. And Denver, if you've been here, we're a Western city, so we were built for the car. So we have these wide streets. I mean, the streets, we took away a lane of traffic, but we still have 3, so there's right. Plenty of space there. This wasn't like a narrow 2 lanes and we took that 1 lane away. So it is certainly a place where it's easier to do, and we're looking to expand that in a whole host of other parts of the city. And that's where this initiative 2A, the dollars could be really helpful. We could stretch those to a lot of different routes in the city and really make transit more consistent and something that people could actually plan their day around and use be more likely to use.
In Houston, we figured out there's suburban park and ride routes which spend as many bus service hours running from one side of downtown to the other as they do running from the suburbs to downtown.
Yeah. Well, we're proud. We have the longest street in America. So Colfax, I mean, we have a 13, 14 mile street. So we have plenty of long bus routes. And it goes back to then, if it gets delayed on just one little segment, you're then off on miles and miles of transit service. So I think the dedicated bus lane is a big win for so many people, and ideally a good model for other parts of the city that might be a little wary of doing something like that, because we all know change can be scary.
So last year, that Denver asked the EPA to lower its air quality rating from moderate to serious. Did that change happen?
Yeah. So let's see here. So we have basically accepted instead of fought the fact that we are now we're in a non-attainment zone. And so we have made that request, and now we're in the process of having to, figure out how we're actually going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from our transportation sector and the ozone pollution from our transportation sector. One thing Colorado's doing a lot on is electric vehicles. So there's a lot of programs in place to try to move those vehicles to be more electric. And at one point, our Denver Transit Agency had the most amount of electric buses in service. It was our 16th Street Mall bus route. So, this 1 mile bus route up and down. So we had been leading there, but we know we could electrify everything, but it's not going to be enough to tackle climate change and ozone. And also we'll be leaving all those other benefits on the table of giving people accessible, affordable options. So we're really pushing for multimodal solutions. And I think, frankly, things have just been thrown in such a disarray because of COVID. We really haven't done much there. And I think the numbers show that just because of COVID, we've reduced some of the pollution enough that we might not be in trouble right now, but I don't know the latest on where we're at on that piece.
Looking at the transport politic, there may be some updates to report.
Oh,
I was just checking.
Yeah.
Any news?
Well, according to what we see here, it says that Austin Project Connect passed, Denver climate change sales tax passed, Fairfax, Virginia, 160 million for WMATA also passed.
Wow.
Woohoo!
Did you know this, Danny, already?
I did not. No. So we have, this is awesome.
I just refreshed.
This is great. I love the refresh button. And you can see how attention I focused on you because I haven't been doing it. Yeah, we saw the early returns and they looked good, but like I said, you don't count it until it's there. So that's great to hear. I am so relieved to hear that has been approved, because this is important dollars at a time when our cities are really struggling with COVID. I mean, it's going to be hard to scrape together any dollars for bike lanes or sidewalks. Thankfully, Denver has also passed a bond recently, a few years ago. So we do have dollars coming into sidewalks and bike lanes and some transit. So things aren't as bleak here as other places, but our transit agency has just cut service by 40%. So hopefully these dollars from 2A can help try to claw some of that back.
That's awesome.
We'll blame Yona Freemark if it's not right.
Yeah. I don't know if the Denver Post is watching this podcast. So if they announce it based on us, then we'll blame them.
So Jeff, I'd be interested to hear your take on Austin.
I'm really if Yona and the rest, and I think I saw some announcements earlier that said that it had passed. So if that's the case, it's true. I've already had some friends asking me. I told them, yeah, I know. Here's my shiner for Texas. Cheers, everybody. I hope the same wonderful news befalls San Antonio too. But the Austin thing, Christoph, you and I have had a million discussions about Austin over the years, and I wrote my master's thesis on the politics of rail in Austin, and in 2005. So I've been following it for a really long time, and it's been up and down, obviously. And 2000 was a rough time, and the alignment discussions of the late 2000s, early 2010s was a tough time too. But I'm glad that they passed it. And for me, I did tell friends at one point that if they ever passed a rail line, I might need to move back. But I don't know if that's actually happening now.
I mean, it's interesting. We have been seeing a real shift. Like in Houston, we passed in 2003, but just barely. And then last year, we passed by a big margin. And I think one of the things you're seeing across the country is the politics of transit within the cities is really changing. Cities which were real transit battlegrounds are now places where the majority of the public is happy to pay for more transit. And that shift is happening in places like Texas.
Yeah, one thing I find interesting is I'm getting more projects, mobility, not just transit, but like, how do we, in Texas, in the suburbs of Texas, like, how do we plan for scooters, or how do we, even if it's park once and you don't drive to lunch, you know, how do we make our right-of-ways more accessible for pedestrians? These are it's interesting how the conversation is changing in Texas. Well, because it's growing, you know, they have to fit all these people in urban and suburban areas, and there's no room.
Yeah. And in Colorado too, I mean, I'm just thinking back to when I was in grad school and I was writing that thesis was when they passed fast tracks, right? So that was something that we celebrated the next morning. I remember back in grad school. And so Colorado's changing as well.
Well, I think it helps because, I mean, as much as that rail really is just a backbone and, you know, doesn't serve as many people as, you know, a good bus system can, it just puts something right there in front of your face where you start to see these trains, you start to see these transit routes, and more people are like, well, wait, I want something like that too. So I think it has been really helpful as that has been built out, even though, you know, there's definitely huge gaps in our system. And one of the things we wish we could have had more of is the train system with a bus system on top of it. And so that's what we've got to fill in. But at least the train system has really helped just make transit, well, of course, you know, of course we need this and we have it, and it's working in the areas that we have the rail line.
I mean, one of the things that I just keep believing more and more, and I believe this for a long time, but I think there's more and more evidence of it, is transit is not a cultural problem. It's not that there's parts of the country where people don't believe in transit and don't want to ride transit. Transit is does it go where you need to go? And does it do it conveniently problem? And what we're finding over and over again is if we actually build good transit, people ride it, and they will ride it in cities we see as car-oriented cities. So we will ride it in places where we think people love their cars. Our problem has been the lack of supply of good transit, not the lack of people's interest in riding it.
And it's marketing too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Danny.
I was just going to say, in our case, it's trying to spread the peanut butter so thin, you know, even when we do have resources, you know, the Denver Transit Agency, RTD, is one of the largest geographically. So, you know, we do have a lot of resources, but then we spread it awfully thin. And so it really does make it harder to provide that really convenient service to a lot of people, because we're trying to provide, you know, a little bit of service to everybody.
Yep.
I've got an old Denver sign behind me somewhere.
Oh yeah, there you go, the ride. That's it.
Nice. Well, Danny, we should probably let you go celebrate.
I know. Well, I have to get off. Yeah, I have to go scream from the rooftops that we won. So this is great. Thanks for having me on, and thanks for highlighting Denver and what we're doing here, because it's you know, it's important steps we're taking, and I hope this climate measure can be an example for other cities as well.
Yeah, we do too. Thanks so much for coming on.
All right, thank you. Bye.
So we're welcoming in one of our friends, our good friend Tracy McMillan.
Hi everyone, how's it going?
Hey,
good. How are you?
Good.
It's good to see you. How are you feeling? How's everything going in Arizona?
You know, early results have just started to come in, and I glanced at them briefly before getting on. So I don't know. I mean, it's
it's okay. It's okay. We're in our bubble. We have a little window to the outside world, and that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah. So early results look fine, but there's a lot of the night left.
I do have the early votes are in for Gwinnett County.
Oh, okay.
But it's losing 49.4 to 50.6 with early votes.
Okay.
only. So,
I wonder what that means, but because I'm not.
well, it
versed
depends
in-
on what the early votes, how they lean, but
Right, or
Yeah.
what precincts they came from, right? If they're from the outside of the more urban parts, generally it is different than if it starts with the urban parts, right?
yeah.
Oh,
So what do you-
Atlanta transit politics will never be easy.
No. I started drinking beer. I got a Shiner Bock here, and like I said, I'll tip one up for Texas. Have you all started drinking yet? Jerome,
yes.
you had, oh yes. Yeah, you got there you go. Yeah, so that's exciting to hear about those results though, Jerome. That's good to hear that we're getting some stuff back. I'm excited about that. And Chrissy,
I got a text from Sam Sargent that he's
very happy. Okay, nice.
Oh, one more thing. There's a software issue in Gwinnett County.
Oh,
Yona
no.
is reporting. So it's delaying mail-in ballots. So
Okay.
So it means nothing.
Okay.
Early votes mean nothing.
It means nothing. All right. Well, so we have our next guest on. It looks like Adina is waiting to connect to the audio. Adina, I'm sorry. Did I send you the wrong time?
No, I was figured out what I should do, and I've been watching on YouTube.
Okay, cool. Well, so joining us now is our friend Adina Levin, Executive Director of Friends of Caltrain and the Advocacy Director for Seamless Bay Area. Welcome, Adina.
All right. Thank you very much to this great conversation on the transportation votes that are happening tonight.
Well, thanks for joining us. How are you feeling in Caltrain world?
Feeling cautiously optimistic, and the polling. So Measure RR is the measure on the November ballot in the San Francisco Bay Area that would provide dedicated funding for Caltrain, which had been in the works to improve service with the line getting electrified. And with COVID is basically now a fight for survival, where Caltrain had its funding had been 70% from fares, which is arguably too high, and the 30% from the public agencies that are hard hit by COVID. And with that situation, there's a risk of a shutdown. And it seemed like people were really supportive and gravitating towards keeping this piece of the transit system running. But California, as everyone, as folks may know, requires 2/3. 2/3 is always tough. So that's waiting to get the results.
Well, so my interest is also like how you got here, because you harangued a couple of San Francisco supervisors over trying to get this on the ballot, right?
Mm-hmm. So that was an interesting story in and of itself, where there are, there had been discussions about the governance of Caltrain, where, like with the electrification in the work, the agency did a business plan for what it should look like in the age of electrification. And one of the things that study concluded was that Caltrain had the most riders per dollar of any service of its kind in the US, the best performing of its kind in the US. Of course, the US is a low bar. The United States, the rest of the world can, blows us out of the water. But the status quo wouldn't be enough to carry the Caltrain service to where that vision and the business plan was going to go. So change was in the cards. And so with Caltrain being a partnership between the three different counties, San Francisco, San Mateo, Santa Clara counties, its interesting to think about a regional service with 3 counties being kind of in a pitched battle for control, one against the other, and wanting to run a regional service via local control, which is kind of a challenging idea. And with Friends of Caltrain and Seamless Bay Area, we would rather see Caltrain be run in the interest of the shared goals of the agency and the goal of a coordinated Bay Area regional transportation system. So there was some effort to have the ballot measure depend on deciding the results of a governance discussion in advance, and in a way that would have made this ballot measure a lot harder to pass. So the authorizing legislation, SB 797, which got passed back in 2017, so this money must go to fund Caltrain. And there was an effort to make that ballot measure say something like this money might go to fund Caltrain if several other things happen in the meantime. That would have been a lot harder to campaign for. And fortunately, that got put aside, and there's a process now going on to figure out the governance issues. And meanwhile, people get to vote on whether to fund Caltrain and keep Caltrain running.
Sounds so complicated. I'm glad
it's way too complicated. The Bay Area has 27 transit agencies, and that is that don't necessarily all work together well, and there's room for improvement.
Adina, is there ever an end to the, is there ever the opportunity to deal with the fragmentation of our transit system here in the Bay Area? I mean, I was watching a webinar that you were on, and you were talking about there have been other sales tax measures. It's never enough. Can we get to some sort of regional funding, or like take any steps to get towards a regional governance?
Yeah, so there actually are some potentially promising things that are happening right now, where people who are watching from the Bay Area are going to have an opportunity to pitch in the coming months. So one promising thing going on is there is a regional fare integration study going on. So, one of the things that was a goal of the Caltrain business plan was having better connections between Caltrain and other services. And that also came up interestingly, and Jeff, if you want to ask about that in a little bit, I can talk about that some more. That came up as a major theme of a Caltrain equity study and equity policy that was just adopted, that would be funded by this ballot measure. But being able to have good connections between the different pieces of having an integrated fare system requires governance change. Having 27 agencies come up with bi-directional transfer policy will not get to a customer-friendly system. And so there's going to be recommendations coming forward later this year and early next, with opportunities for people to come forward to say, yes, we really do want something that is seamlessly integrated. So the fare integration study is one thing where there need to be governance changes to make the thing work. And the other thing that's happening at a regional level is there was a blue ribbon transit recovery task force that was convened with different stakeholders. So it has transit agencies, members of the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, which is the Metropolitan Planning Organization regional body that does the funding, as well as representatives of labor, business, transit, rider groups, other groups. And that is working on the potential for streamlining, trying to recover transit from the impacts of COVID and taking on some of these governance issues. So that's another place where some focused attention in the coming months is going to be helpful. And Jeff, if you thought the previous answer was complicated, this is even more complicated. but we have a complicated system that we can make simpler.
Adina, there was work underway at the regional and the state legislative session or legislative level early in 2020, wasn't there, for Seamless Bay Area, and that obviously the legislative agenda shifted greatly during this spring due to COVID. Will that do you anticipate that getting back on track in 2021?
The short answer there is yes. So this regional task force, Assemblymember David Chu, who was the author of Assembly Bill 2057, the Seamless Transit Act, he is sitting in that blue ribbon task force looking for legislative ideas to bring forward to bring about a seamless transit system. And that bill itself from last year didn't actually call for implementing the reforms yet. It called for creation of a task force to come up with then solutions for reform that would require subsequent legislation. So while the bill died, the task force was created in order, now in the interest of transit recovery. And so there is the potential for that to come up with then the specific, some additional specific ideas to move reform forward. So that that's a potential path for improvement.
I'm curious from a federal perspective, we've been watching, well, we haven't because we're in our bubble, but we've been watching what's going on nationally. I'm curious what at the federal level could be, could help put that together like at the local and the state level, policy wise, if there's anything.
I'm wondering, and would really be interested in hearing from other people about what would help at the federal level in addition to money, where money is really, really, really important. If you have, with the impacts of COVID, if you have trains and buses that aren't running, there's not that much that, coordination can only go so far if you don't have the service. So, having federal funding for service is something for operations is really important, and changing the restrictions that had federal funding be more focused on capital, where you wind up having trains and buses where there wasn't enough money to run them. I think that's one important thing. Does anybody have other thoughts about what could be helpful at the federal level?
I mean, if I'm sitting in a non-COVID world, I would say the feds can put strings on things. And I've wondered before whether more federal funding should be contingent on transit agencies working better together locally, because I think that might actually help out the local elected officials to essentially be able to say, the feds made me do it. But, ultimately, we're doing ourselves a great disservice in places like the Bay Area that we have these very fractured systems, which might work for local governance. They let each area make its own little decisions, but they definitely don't work for riders.
Or low-income riders, especially,
yes. No, and I think one of the things that it's Caltrain's part, like we're running a bunch of places where we've got bus networks that are parallel to rail networks. We charge higher fares on the rail networks so the people can afford it right on the rail, and the people who can't get much inferior service on parallel bus routes. And we could make the rail system carry a lot more people and the bus system be a lot more useful to more people if we link the two together and just said, if you're going from point A to point B, it's going to cost you the same amount of money, regardless of which vehicle, regardless of which mode, regardless of which agency. And that would be transformative. But we have agencies in New York, agencies can't do that within themselves. New York MTA can't coordinate fares with New York MTA. So whereas you go to Germany and you've got places where dozens of different agencies have coordinated fare systems across them. So it's not a question of how many agencies you have. It's a question of, do you integrate your networks?
Right. And that integration has there's a deep history there. So Caltrain is coming from a history as a commuter rail, and commuter rail is basically a segregationist concept. It's this idea that you have a piece of the transit system that is separated from other parts of the transit system to take people from, an affluent suburb into the city, and it doesn't connect to anything else because it's assuming the people who are using this don't want to use any other part of the transit system. And you go to other parts of the world where they have gotten beyond that and have an integrated transit system, and you wind up with more people across the income spectrum using transit. And having been working on Caltrain advocacy and working on the improving equity for a while, it's starting from a number of years ago where you hear people who were board members of the agencies, senior staff saying, well, low income people like buses and high income people like trains, and that's the way it is because that's what people like. That's nonsense, right? And so fortunately, there's been a good amount of work showing that actually there would be so much benefit for having a system that was more integrated and more equitable, and that's the path forward. There have been really interesting results that came forward from the customer research from the different agencies saying, yes, this is what riders want, and the stereotypes in the minds of the board members and the staff are just false. It's not what riders want.
Caltrain was one of the 4 agencies that signed up to participate in the pilot of the Clipper Start program, which has been impacted transit as a whole because of COVID, but they were one of the 4, which now the program is expanding to include 22 agencies. But props to them for being one of the first 4.
Right. And that was one of the first actions that came out of the new equity policy. And getting the 50% discount is good, but it still doesn't get, one of the things that came out of Caltrain's equity study was that one of the most important needs for low-income people to be able to use Caltrain is being able to access the train from transit, because much more likely to want to use transit to get to the rail. And so the schedule connection is important, and the fare integration there is also important. So if you discount each piece of a fragmented system, you still don't have an equitable system.
It's almost like we need people in charge and in power making decisions about systems, or as people that actually use and ride systems.
Right. No, and I mean, this is also where we have to be willing to have honest conversations. And I think that segregationist point is correct, that sometimes these systems are very intentionally in place because those train riders didn't want to mix with those bus riders, and we have to be willing to call that out and say, no, that is not what we ought to be spending taxpayer dollars on.
But go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
All right, but there is also an issue on the flip side of this, where you hear some people say low income transit dependent people primarily use local buses, and therefore they're using those local buses because that is what they want. And there is no point in enabling transfers and integrated fares with rapid longer distance transit, because people don't want to use them. They're taking these 3-mile trips and 2-mile trips because that's all they ever want to go. And that is also, when you compare to what, actually talking to transit riders, is really short-sighted, and it's limiting opportunities for people to go where they want to go. And the evidence of that is that 2/3 of low-income workers in the Bay Area commute by car, because they don't have the transit options that work. And saying that low-income people who use transit use it for short local trips because that's all they want to go is like looking for your keys under the light post, the old joke there, right? People go where they can afford to go, not necessarily where they would want to go if they could. So.
And what's interesting, another interesting point though, is all the cities along the Caltrain line, there's so much development going on. It's all built around Caltrain, and we're making these projections on development and how we provide parking, and they're reducing all the parking you have to build. But all that development requires people that work across the income spectrum that need that Caltrain service. So it's really just frustrating, I think, even with all the cities. And I'm sure that you hear this from them too, is, how, we can't, it's taking electrification is coming, like everyone's waiting for it. We're waiting for more baby bullets, more service. And, but really, who is that service for? And are we going to help the people in the service industry that are now going to work in all the jobs that are funding, that are helping the higher income people that are moving there too?
Yeah, and that there's a couple of really interesting things in what you said there. So one of the things that I had been working on at least until the last week, where I had to go to Philadelphia for a family health emergency, but I'd been working on the grassroots outreach for the campaign. And what we did as Friends of Caltrain was to work with several other nonprofit organizations in transit advocacy groups, active transportation and housing groups, to organize their membership, and dozens of other groups that endorsed Measure RR, and marshaling over 500 volunteers, reaching out to a couple of 100,000 people by text and 20,000 or so people by phone banking, and being the volunteer base for the grassroots outreach of the campaign. And housing was a motivation of a significant segment of that volunteer base, who really see that what we want to do with housing along the line is going to not work at all if we don't have Caltrain running. And also being able to marshal that volunteer base is like also the equity measures that Caltrain had, that the board had approved and would be funded by this measure. It is a sales tax. It's not that, which is not something that honestly we're thrilled about, but the fact that it would implement not only means-based fares, but also policies for better service integration, and also goals for things like, what are the service hours? If you have something that your schedule is designed to support a 9 to 5 commute, you're going to carry more white collar people going to white collar jobs, as opposed to people going to jobs that have other work hours and other kinds of trips.
You mentioned earlier the Caltrain equity study. Is that something that you all are hoping that helps?
Very, very much so. And this is something that we had started to push on starting about 6 years ago, where like we were hearing, oh, well, it is the way it is because that's what people want, and that didn't seem right. And so we did some research starting to show what are some of the inequities baked into the system, and we got Caltrain to do their study. And based on that, the board approved a set of policies that would be implemented by the tax if it passes. So that's something we're really excited about.
What's your favorite transit line, Adina?
Favorite transit line, like
anywhere.
Let's see. I don't know about a favorite, but the one that I'm thinking about right now is the one that is a quarter of a mile from where I'm sitting in the Philadelphia near western suburbs, which I grew up close to and basically never used growing up. And there's like now that I am back here for some family reasons, it's just noticing all the public transit that was invisible to me mostly growing up. So I'm not sure where I'm going with this. So, but it's really interesting to kind of observe this piece of the fabric of a place that you're in, and like see that's an important part of the infrastructure of the place.
And just a sidebar, I feel like, Philadelphia is another example of they have a regional rail system that should be like the envy of the nation. That's part of this commuter rail conversation. Like that should really be, that's something they need to work on as well. So it'd be interesting to see. I know there's some movement locally there from some advocates, so it'd be interesting to follow.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Adina, we thank you very much for coming on. We hope the best for RR. I know that I voted yes for it, so I'm hoping that that comes to pass. Chrissy looks like she voted yes for it as well.
All right, excellent.
Sure did.
Thank you, and we'll be watching those returns as they start to come in.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Adina. Bye.
Good, and I know I've been here for a while, so I'll jump off as well.
Okay.
All right, and Christoph, see you on the Seamless thing next week.
It'll be fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
I'll do a quick plug there.
Go for it. Go for it.
A Seamless Bay Area put out a fair vision map. It's at seamlessbayarea.org. It's a vision of what an integrated fair system in the Bay Area might look like. And on November 10th, we're having a webinar about that vision, what it represents, and how to work on bringing about something like that in the Bay Area. And Christoph will be on that program too. So if you're interested in integrated fairs, whether you're in the Bay Area or think that that's an important topic in general, please do join us. Thank you.
Thanks, Adina. Thanks, Christoph. It was good to see you too. I hope you're doing well.
We will see how the night goes.
Yes, we will. We'll be watching. Chrissy and Jerome, have you seen any updates? Have you seen any interesting refresh machinations?
No updates on the referendums.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have some friends in Austin that are freaking out in a good way. They can't believe it. So
I mean, if I'm honest, I was actually worried because I was worried that it would be close because of the pandemic and people's property taxes were going to go up and freaking out. But, everybody that I talked to had passed it, but I have run in a specific circle. And so I'm so happy that happened for them. And I look forward to writing the system when it's finished. Tracy, how's everything going? What have you been up to?
I have been working. If we're just talking generally now, I feel like it's reaching, and Chrissy may feel this, it's reaching the end of the year. So all of a sudden, all these deliverables, like you're trying to push out a lot of things before agencies go dark in December. And so we have a lot of projects that are demanding a lot of time right now.
I can imagine.
Or requiring a lot of time, and it's all good. And otherwise,
nice.
Just keep doing the same thing. Yeah.
So
how about all of you? Jerome, it's really nice to meet you virtually. I think we follow one another via the social media channels, so it's nice to be on here.
Yes, nice to meet you as well. Yeah, we do follow each other on social media. It's amazing the community that's out there, and when you're finally able to like actually put a face with, you know, a virtual meeting, you know.
Exactly.
Hopefully we'll get back to a point in time where we all gather together in person.
That would be great.
That would be great.
I know I used to have Chrissy and Tracy over fairly often to record the Monday show, and I've had to see you all virtually for a while. So
Yes.
It'd be nice to get folks back over. I've got these sad microphones over here that have not had anybody talking into them for a while.
I miss my professional setup.
I know.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. So I'm on my. What were you going to ask something, Jerome? Go ahead. I was going to say I'm on my last page of notes, so we're getting close, guys. We're getting close.
We are. I had to get another cup of coffee.
Have you guys been on with Jeff the whole day since 3 Pacific?
Yeah.
That is wonderful.
I'm like bouncing.
I know. I'm starting to.
I know. I'm like, can I
move around a little bit? You know, do some jumping jacks or something. Stretch out. Maybe we should have like one. You know, those conferences when they have the person come in halftime and they're like a professional stretcher outer, and they tell you to stand up and all that stuff.
Yeah,
maybe we should do that.
Yeah, you remember when physical activity people started going to transportation conferences, and all the transportation people were like, "What? You want me to get up and jump around, do jumping jacks and all? What?
What are you talking about?"
People were like, "Yes, come on."
Paul Supawanich does, you know, Paul Supawanich, he, every time he speaks, no matter if it's a meeting, a conference, you have to jump around.
I'm just curious. I had a quick fun question. Does anyone have a favorite transit logo or symbol?
I mean, the Muni worm is pretty great, right? I think the Muni worm.
Yes.
And I
do
that.
like that.
This is my bus.
Yes. your ballot measure, transit ballot measure stress ball.
That's right. The stress ball, the ballot measure.
Stress train. Stress bus. Yeah. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I'll keep thinking.
Chrissy, you got one?
Logo is difficult. Now we have to dig deep.
You gotta dig deep, like we have to have a deep cut, like a.
Yeah.
I mean, Jerome's got all the logos behind him.
I know,
so.
Jerome. Why don't you get around?
That one looks like a race number, doesn't it, Jeff?
It does. The 50.
Yeah. No. Is it 500?
500. Oh, that does.
Pierce Transit.
Oh, Pierce Transit. Yeah.
It looks like it. Yeah.
I do kind of like I have an old fashioned retro TriMet sign, and I kind of love their rows. It's evolved a little over the year, but I don't know, there's something about that I like.
Yeah, I like that. I like that too. The Rose City. It's always good to see that. You know you're in a good place when you see that logo.
Yeah.
You know, rating rooms. Let's do a rate my room competition here.
Oh, I won.
Have you guys already done that? Wow. Because I was going to say, Jerome, you're bringing it. I mean, you've set this up.
He's got a whole museum of transit behind him.
I know.
And he's got the
Thank you, Transit Supply.
Transit Supply. That's
Chris
right.
Arvin.
Yeah.
Plug for Transit Supply. It's great.
Yeah, we cannot beat Jerome. I mean,
yeah, it's kind of tough. I tried, but it didn't.
I have a transit poster in my office, but it's on the opposite wall. So.
Christoph, when he came on, he had that like thing running around. He was like driving. They were like driving around or something like that. I think it was Brian or somebody in the chat was like, it needs a warning label when he gets on.
The bunny.
No, not the bunny. There was it was like a transit scene where it was like
Can you see?
Oh, I love that.
Oh, that's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Okay.
It says use public transport, save the city. It's a Hundertwasser from Austria.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, it looks like Carrie's here. Hello, Carrie. There you are. Hey, Carrie.
Hello, it's Kari. How are
Kari,
you?
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I'm feeling
now-
a little intimidated by this room game. I'm not sure. I need
No.
a bit of a different
Don't feel intimidated. We all know Jerome won.
Fair. Clear winner.
Well, we're joined by Kari Schlossauer, Pacific Northwest Regional Policy Manager at the Safe Routes Partnership. Welcome, Kari.
Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for coming on. So how's it feeling like in Portland? We were just talking about the TriMet Rose.
I heard about that. Yeah. Our polls just closed about a minute ago, so we haven't seen any results yet, but we're feeling cautiously optimistic that it's been quite a campaign, but I think we're feeling really good about the package that's there. We're feeling good about the ground game that we've done. We'll just have to see what voters think. So I'm going to not look at that on this call.
Well, tell us about the package. It's 26-218, which is another question. I have a question about how they come up with these numbers. But everything else is like A or B or Proposition D or RR or something like that. But this one has numbers 26-218. I'm wondering where that comes from, but also what's in the package.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how they do the naming. It's based on, I think the numbering is based on how they're approved. And statewide measures have, usually it's a 10 something. And then the local ones have a 26 dash something. But beyond that, why we didn't get letters or other things, I'm not quite sure. I can't really answer that. But the package I can talk about, it's a pretty big package. It's the largest one we've seen in the Portland metro region ever. It's depending on how you do the math and what you count as match and all those sorts of things, it's around 4 billion plus or minus, and then another 2 or so from the federal government for a lot of transit projects. So it's there's a lot of work in here based around what we're calling corridors or roadways. A lot of projects, about 150 projects on those. There's 17 roadways in the region. And those are mostly focused on safety, transit accessibility, and transit efficiency. So we've got a lot of work in there to build a new rapid bus network that would be region-wide, that would connect all those roadways and help transit get through traffic. And then there's just a lot of projects that were lifted up by the community to make sure that folks could get to the transit. So, a lot of safety projects, getting people to and along and across these roadways was a really, really big need that I'm sure I haven't tuned in for the whole show. I listened in a little bit earlier on, but I'm sure you've talked a lot about the declining, resources that have been available, and just how there's a lot of maintenance needs. There's just a lot of overdue needs. There's a lot of needs that folks in the community have been asking for a really long time and haven't gotten, but was able to lift up into this package and put that forward. And then there's a few things that are outside of those projects. So there's a few things that I think are pretty exciting. Region-wide programs. There's a new region-wide youth pass that would be available to all high school aged youth all across the region in every school district, and even for youth who are out of school as well. And so that would be a really big deal. Full bus electrification for TriMet, our transit system, our bigger transit system, and other things to deal with anti-displacement and housing affordability around these transportation corridors. A lot of funding that would be available on an annual basis for these programs, and that includes a lot of funding for Safe Routes to School. There's a lot of need around schools and getting kids to and from schools, and then just general safety funding that there's always that big gap for being able to fix some of our most dangerous roads.
One of the things that I read in the Metro fact sheet that I thought was really interesting was, it includes projects that can reduce fatal or serious injury crashes. I'm wondering what those projects would look like if the measure passed.
A lot of those are really, what would commonly, I guess, these days be called like Vision Zero projects. Really looking at improving pedestrian access to and across roadways, slowing down cars, narrowing lanes as needed, making crossings safer for people who are walking, adding in, connecting up our regional pedestrian and bike networks so that people can have a safe network that is continuous to be able to travel around the region, locally, but also to get more regional distances and destinations and things like that. I think there's some, there's a fair amount of work that's looking at actually making improvements in lighting on some of our roadways. So there's a lot of places that just aren't well lit, and so we've got, as I said, sort of a lot of very overdue needs in our region for transportation, and so there's a lot of places that don't have sidewalks. There's a lot of places that don't have good lighting. There's a lot of places that your nearest crosswalk across that 5 to 6 lane road is half a mile that way, and the other one is half a mile that way, and just it's really looking at a lot of those. A lot of our high crash corridors, they are such because we have unfortunately a really high pedestrian fatality rate because of a lot of the roads that are like that, where folks get off at the transit stop and their shop that they're going to, or their apartment that they're going to, or their house, or wherever their destination is across the road, and there's not a good crossing at that transit stop. And so we get a lot of folks that are crossing mid-block, and it's dark, and it's the Northwest, so it's rainy, which are not good excuses, but those are the reasons that we're facing that we unfortunately have a lot of fatalities on some of these really busy roads. And so this would be really looking at how do we systematically address a lot of those things so that we're able to see really massive differences across the region all at once by putting a lot of projects in.
Well, like you're saying, Kari, there's discrepancies and either disinvestment or lack of funds to invest in the infrastructure to support the needs of all the transportation users and the behaviors of crossing mid-block when you're faced with, as you said, long block faces from end to end. You're unnatural. That's not human behavior would lead you to do that, and we should design the infrastructure to support that behavior, because pedestrians want to get from point A to point B just as much as anyone else. Yeah.
I can't underscore the importance of. I'm so happy to hear about a lot of these safety and pedestrian improvements. Here in Indianapolis, we can sort of relate. We're a very auto-centric city, and we're actually working on our second BRT line, where we're putting in 6 miles of sidewalk that don't exist and 7 new crossings. And a lot of that is for, it's actually located on our most dangerous street in the state for pedestrians. So it's really great to see that a lot of that is being included in this initiative, because that's so important. We always talk about the big projects, not enough about how do you get there? Because, every person starts and ends their journey on transit as a pedestrian, or even if they're not using transit, they just need to safely be able to navigate on the human scale between different neighborhoods and various infrastructure.
Right. That focus on the first last mile is so critically important.
Yeah, we, through the process to build this package, there was a lot of community involvement. This was actually 2+ years going into the work that went into putting all of these projects together and vetting them and figuring out which one are the ones that rise to the top. And there was a lot of community voice that came into that process. We, had a lot of opportunities to be able to, I work with a coalition of folks, and we had a lot of opportunities to be able to hear what the needs were from people in the community and then be able to help bring them into that process. And so the folks who were sitting at the task force making those decisions, they heard repeatedly about these needs. And, it was a really amazing opportunity to see how the community came together and voiced what they needed to see and wanted to see in this, and what they would support, and what would make a successful package. So we're hopeful that that will show through tonight.
If the measure passes, what is the timeline for when the first funds would be available to roll into projects and implementation?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the way that the measure was set up when it was referred to the ballot, they put a delay on the collection of the taxes till 2022 to help the economy recover a little bit, hopefully. But they're able to bond against that immediately. And so for some of the larger projects, there is a light rail line in the package. So that would go forward with, matching from the federal government as well. So that would start to move forward. And then there's a few other larger projects that can be bonded against. And so those projects can start to move forward in 2021. And so that work can start immediately. There's, not everything can start all at once, of course. So there's, a fair number of shovel-ready things that would start in the first few years, and then others that would be, staggered over time. And there's a few that are, still need some planning and some community outreach work to sort of finalize all the details and move them along.
Great.
That's such a smart strategy, because in Oregon, you don't have the sales tax. So I always find it so interesting how different agencies in Oregon come up with either income or business or even utility taxes, all of these different ways to fund transit. Because I know in Portland, especially, there's a lot of different initiatives that are, all coming together at once right now to increase income taxes or business taxes, because that's the stream that you have to work with. So was that, that strategy to wait 2 years and let hopefully recovery come around, I think would probably, hopefully have a successful night.
We hope so. Yeah, I think we are constrained in Oregon with what we can use as a finance mechanism. And so there's not a lot when we're looking at a package of this size in particular. There's not a lot of options that are available that are not super regressive, that are relevant enough and that can work. And so when this was being put together, this payroll tax was the one that rose to the top of what was available, which we always wish there were more options of things that we could look to. And I will tell you that the sales tax conversation comes up every time. It's a lively one.
And the business community isn't a big fan of that either. I've noticed over time. And you have always the people that are opposing more taxes for them, for their businesses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I really wanted to highlight, you mentioned that there's a youth pass component. And I think that's huge, just giving that access to mobility at a young age, and especially, I guess you said all the way through high school age, or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's great. I think if you can, get to people in their younger formative years and expose them to, a different way of living and getting around, that's huge. So, I just commend you guys for including that into the package as well.
Yeah, we're really excited. That's really, I think, one of the capstone pieces. It's a really tiny piece of the whole package, but it's so important. And for exactly those reasons, being able to provide that access to opportunity for youth. And, we recognize and know that a lot of youth don't have access to a car. Maybe they're dependent on their parents, or maybe they just don't have anything at all. And so there's a lot of, there's a lot of links to absenteeism with youth that are in school who, miss a school bus and then don't have any other way to get to school. But there's also a lot of other opportunities that, being able to get to an after school job or extracurricular activities, or, to the doctor's appointment, which may be across town, or places on the weekend, jobs in the summer, all those sorts of things, that this just makes it that much easier for youth to be able to access those opportunities. And that, you're exactly right. It's just such a huge boost. It's such an important thing. The way that this was set up, currently our system is, I think it's 7 and younger are free. It's either 6 or 7 and younger are free. And then there's a handful of schools, districts in the region that do have a school year pass, but it's only a handful. And then the rest don't really have access to a full pass for all their students. And so this would start off by looking at high school age youth, so 14 to 18. We weren't really able to pin down exactly what that cost would be because it hasn't been done. And so we're starting with that with the transit agency, and then we'll see how it goes. And and then if it goes well, they'll make the age lower and go down to middle school. And if that works, then they can make it go down to ultimately all youth, 18 and under. So that's really the goal. But one of the important things that we heard was that it was really it wasn't just about youth in school, but also there's so much displacement going on. There's so much homelessness and a lot of kids who are, just unable to be in school right now. And so being able to make this available to all youth, regardless of what their situation was something that we really heard and fought for, to be able to have that be included. And if it passes, I think that's going to be really, really big.
That's great. And I think, I at least I know in a lot of other countries and cultures too, just youth sort of independence of being able to navigate your own community, and then learning about your community and being exposed to different people, commuting on, moving around on transit is also really valuable. So yeah, that's great.
Definitely.
We've been asking folks a couple of fun questions towards the end of the interviews. So what's sparking joy for you at the moment? What are you having fun with and enjoying at this time?
At this particular time in the election cycle, or that's a loaded question.
It is a little bit of a loaded question. Pick whichever time you wish.
I will say that in Portland, we've had the most amazing autumn that I've seen in a long time. It's really been a bright spot in, with everything that's going on and, being stuck more at home than we all would like to be, and talking to everybody in boxes and everything else that's happening. It's just, October was absolutely stunning. And the autumn is always really beautiful, with the trees changing color and all of that. But often, the backdrop is gray and rainy and drizzly, and it hasn't been. It started today, but, a couple days ago, it was still in the 60s and we were sitting outside in the sun, and that's been really nice. I've really been enjoying being able to kind of extend the summer a little bit and spend some time with my kids and go on some bike rides and visit some of our beautiful nearby nature. And so that's definitely giving me a lot of joy.
That's awesome. I wonder if the pandemic has made things brighter a little bit in terms of the canopy and all that stuff, because it seems like I think a lot of folks are feeling that their fall is a little bit brighter.
Maybe like the bird song thing, like,
yeah, exactly.
Birds are louder, the trees are brighter.
Exactly. I know that I heard all the birds early on. They were super happy and they were hanging out everywhere. It was great. And I never see them. There's like power poles up here in front of my house, and I hardly ever see the birds. And during the beginning of the pandemic, less now, but during the beginning, they were all over the place. They were like, oh, new land, new places to go.
Well, Jeff, you had that tree chopped down in front of your house, so they needed to go to a new place.
Yeah, they needed to go to a new place, right?
Power lines were.
Dang box trucks. And a box truck hit my tree and it.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's
it was a
gone.
nice tree.
It was a nice tree, but. Well, Kari, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time and good luck on the ballot measure. We hope it does well.
Thank you so much. It has been great to talk to you all.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
You too. Okay, who's feeling a bit punchy?
Yeah.
I'm sure you all are, but there's some, I refreshed and there's some new results that came in, I think.
Oh, there's new results? Okay. Let's hear
San
it.
Antonio sales tax.
Yep.
Was that
It passed.
already?
Yeah.
Did you already know that? Okay.
No,
No.
we hadn't heard that before.
Yeah.
The San
I'm
Antonio
on the
one?
website, the Transit Politic.
Transport Politic, yeah.
Transport Politic, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's showing that's passed. Seattle passed.
Yay! We got some Seattleites coming up next. We can celebrate.
All right, and you knew about Austin, Denver, Fairfax, right?
Yes. Yes. Any updates on Gwinnett in Atlanta?
95 out of 156 precincts are counted, and it's losing 49.84%.
Okay. Is there still wasn't there like some sort of a glitch or something? Some weird.
I don't know if the
thing going
glitch
on?
is fixed. Measure RR for Caltrain looks to be doing well.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yona. Are you reading Yona's?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you wanna?
So
What-
yeah, Measure RR is up 73% in San Mateo County, 69% in Santa Clara. So, and nothing on San Francisco yet, but
Okay.
I would imagine if it's doing well there, it's doing well in San Francisco.
Yeah. So as a reminder for folks watching, in California, you have to get 66.66666% to pass stuff because of Prop 13. Thank you, Prop 13. Thank you, Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. So yeah, you have to, in order for tax ballot measures, you have to get 66.66%, which I think for the most part, we do pretty well at passing with that amount. It's been a bar that's been high, but I think we've done pretty well. But it's fascinating to see what, nothing would get passed anywhere else in the country. It feels like if it had to go through that had to jump over that high tightrope. So that's good. Well, it's good to hear all those good results. I'm glad that our friends in San Antonio must be excited, jumping around the office, the train station office. That was awesome to hear about the historic property there. Austin, Fairfax. What was the Fairfax one? I didn't pay as much attention to that one.
I guess WMATA funding for, yes, I don't know if it was just for Metro Rail. What was it?
This is listing 160 million in bonds to support local funding for WMATA.
Yeah, cost of transportation improvements and facilities.
Yeah, it's mostly capital.
Does it say anything about any updates from our friends in Missoula? Any dice on that?
Was that a local referenda?
Yeah, Missoula, Montana.
Trying to find something on Prop 22.
Oh, that's another one. Yeah.
With 15% reporting, only 15%, and I don't know where those 15% are located. It's yes is 61.7%.
Okay.
But still.
Yeah. There's a lot of local ballot measures here in California. I think Austin had a Prop B too. There was like a transportation bond of some sort for
that I've heard through my Nelson Nygaard wire that also passed.
That also passed. Okay.
I do want to just give a little shout out to Baltimore has had a mayor election, even though I think we all kind of knew who it was going to be, but Brandon Scott apparently is confirmed as the new mayor. And that is significant just because he's been pretty friendly to transit and bikes. Obviously still dealing with a interesting situation in a state that's not friendly to transit, but think he will mean good news for the city of Baltimore, making some progress there on their own.
Yeah, Let's get a red line. Come on, bring it back.
Oh, right. That's the white elephant, but absolutely. We need to have a whole night about just that project. Right?
So Ryan in the chat asked about my scarves, and Ryan, no, that's not a window. That's just me hanging up my scarves to cover up some boards that I have back there that I use to block the sound when we do recordings. So the bus scarves there's not blocking my window, I promise. Yeah.
I'm watching, yeah. Trying to see something around Portland.
Portland was an interesting one.
Yeah.
I didn't get to ask Kari about this, but it got some of the folks that I usually are very pro-transit were against it. I know that Joe Courtwright, who writes at City Observatory, was against it, but it's interesting to see some of the opposition. But the other opposition was just the regular businesses that would be taxed, like Nike and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
They had a lot of opposition from businesses, and I think that's what's difficult in Oregon is you're up against, when you get to payroll taxes, you get a whole nother set of opposition, powerful set of opposition.
Right.
So
I mean, I can't imagine like a payroll tax in Austin, for example. I mean, it was a property tax, but I mean, all those in Texas, I'd feel like the businesses would just be like, well, we're going to plop, almost like Uber, we're going to plop down millions of dollars to oppose this, right?
Exactly.
Looks like we got about 3 minutes to go until Jess and Sam come in. And Jess and Sam are welcome to come in whenever they want to. We're a bit punchy. It's okay.
It looks like Todd Gloria is being called for San Diego new mayor, which looks like a very positive move.
Okay.
Hey, it's the Zimbabwe's. Oh, you guys are on mute. There you go.
We're trying to get 2 computers going so we can have 1 audio but 2 cameras.
Okay. Take your time.
So we didn't want to create an echo, so I went on mute in case his logged in and
Okay.
we got you into some kind of horrible echo room situation.
No
Jeff,
worries.
I think I'm still using the MacBook that I had from Reconnecting America, so it's kind of slow.
How old is that now? 2013, 2012, 2011?
2010.
2010?
I left in 2011.
Yeah. So are you about due for a new one? I mean, that's 9 years. That must be the OS one.
Something. It's got one of those floppy disk drives that you stick the disk in.
It have a CD-ROM.
It does actually have a CD-ROM. It's.
I mean, I'd be worried if you had a zip disk. Oh yeah, it does have a floppy.
Wow. We're joking.
Oh man.
I'm prepared for this one too. I got a King County Metro sign from like Capitol Hill somewhere behind me. There we go. So,
what is it? The 810 and 43?
Yes.
I don't know. Sounds right.
That's what I was told.
What is this?
Future generation of Zimbabwe.
What is this?
It's a lot of fun.
We're asking the same thing.
The youth bomb going on. Zoom
I know.
bomb over there.
Angus was in there a little while ago too, huh, Tracy?
I know. Yeah. It was good timing since we were talking about youth transit passes.
I'll go get Bob. He can just bark for us all.
Yeah, we heard Bob earlier. We heard
I
Bob
know.
earlier.
Well,
That was awesome.
we have the 7:00 cheer. So
Oh yeah.
yeah.
He loves that 7:00 cheer. I know.
always on the podcast.
Oh man.
Yeah, my parents were watching and they said, "Oh, we hear Bob. We're waiting to hear him."
they're waiting to hear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you all are trying to get two screens with one voice? Yeah. I
That
like
was
it.
what we were trying to do.
I like the idea. Yeah, it might be that that computer doesn't support Zoom.
They're both laptops.
Yeah. Oh, I see something. What are you drinking, Jess? There you go.
Are you on mute? Are you staying on mute? Or are you in? Tim made me, I think, an old fashioned.
It keeps popping in and out. It like turns itself off.
Okay, well, I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, go for it. Anything else interesting, Chrissy? Anything popping up?
I was looking at the presidential.
Oh, okay.
There have been calls for Arizona for Biden, but not some other news outlets aren't calling it yet. It's too early. But there's 2 million votes left to count in PA. So that's going to be, Yona has Proposition 15 or 22 is at 56.9.
Is a yes for 56.9?
Prop 15 has pulled ahead. Wait, I guess Prop 15, yes, is 50.6.
Okay.
That's another one I can't wait to find. Yeah. Prop 15 is basically, rolling back Prop 13 for business.
Yeah.
Or for commercial.
For commercial,
properties,
yeah. Well, you had a situation where like the Bank of America building and the Transamerica Pyramid were paying like $6 a square foot in taxes, where the Salesforce Tower was like $20 or $30 a square foot, which is insane. They were still paying that little. And it's because
Prop 13 was originally meant to protect either, which was homeowners.
Right. It was originally meant for homeowners, and it was protecting these big businesses. And what they do is they create like a shell company or something and then sell off like 49% of the building so that they could protect the Prop 13 share of their property taxes. And so they're trying to get rid of that loophole. So, yeah. So Zimbabwe is welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here. It's good to see your faces.
You too.
How's everything going in Seattle? What's the mood like there?
Quiet.
Sort of weird though now, where I feel like you don't leave your house for long stretches at a time because you don't get that same sort of mood of a place.
Right. You can't feel like the agitation or the happiness in the people walking down the sidewalks kind of thing.
Exactly, or at the bus stop or any of the places where you usually just sort of get a sense of other people that you don't live with.
Right. It's all through like media, I imagine, or Twitter or following other things.
Right.
Yeah.
The big dark has started here for the winter.
It gets dark at 4:45 now.
And it was rainy today, so just a bit subdued. But we actually did a block party sort of thing for people to have host easy block parties on their blocks. And we had something like 27 people sign up.
Tonight, right? There's 27 block parties?
27 block parties for tonight around the city. That people just, try to get people to stay safe, stay in their neighborhoods. So that's fun.
That's awesome. So you just sign up for one, and then you'll close the street, and then people can hang out and watch returns and stuff.
Yeah, basically, people could just sign up with us and tell us they were going to do it, and we didn't even really have to issue them a permit. We just said, "Here, follow these guidelines, and you can close off your block for the evening."
Nice. That's awesome.
Rock the block, we called it.
Nice. I like that. So we're a bit punchy. We've been on since 3:00 Pacific and talking about all these ballot measures. We've been lucky enough to have folks on who've found out that their ballot measure passed. So we have Austin passed, Colorado passed.
Good.
It sounds like Seattle passed too.
Sounds like Seattle passed. The results look like they were 82% in favor, 81.62% of today's returns, which were 76% of registered voters.
Wow. That's a good turnout.
381,000 to 501,000 registered voters in Seattle. 294,000 of those voted for Prop 1, which will have a 0.15% sales tax to replace a 0.1% sales tax for bus service.
How much money is that a year? Around approximately.
Yeah, we're projecting around getting up close to $40 million a year. The sales tax obviously took a little bit of a hit this year, a bit more variable than some of the other funding streams out there, like property tax, but it's rebounding a little bit too. So should be pretty healthy, and it'll help us continue to buy a lot of great bus service from King County Metro and more signs like Rome has there.
Don't ask how I got it.
Keep doing videos like this, and everybody will send you their bus stop signs.
Yeah.
I think you made a couple of requests tonight. I think you might got a couple of signs from tonight from some agencies.
Yeah.
How do you usually get the? I mean, I don't want to pry too much, but how do you usually get the signs?
So I should say all of my signs have been obtained legally, but a few ways. Either visiting other cities and other agencies, I will ask for a sign. And at first, when I first started collecting, people would look at me like I'm crazy. But now I've had some transit agencies that are like, no, we have to give him a sign. We have to be featured in his collection. I've bought a number on eBay, and then I've had just other transit fans around the world send me stuff.
Yeah, it's an awesome collection. I don't know if anybody's ever seen it on Facebook, but the picture of all of your stuff in that one room in the micro mobility or the micro museum of transit is amazing.
Yeah.
It's an amazing scene.
Yeah, there's like more above me, and
yeah,
a lot.
So cool.
Oh, I love it. What's your Zimbabwe's? Do you have any like transit memorabilia or anything from like past trips and stuff hanging around?
We do. This is the room where there's a lot of transit memorabilia. Oh, show them the Wuppertal posters. Okay, you guys know this train system in Wuppertal, Germany?
Yeah, the hanging train, right?
Yeah. So yeah.
Sorry, I'm showing up on two cameras there.
Where's the other one?
That's cool.
But here's my favorite one though, because this is the best slogan. Also, I love this station, but the slogan on this one is Wuppertal hangs on the Schwebebahn.
This one actually says, once in life, everyone should
ride the Schwebe.
Glide through Wuppertal or something.
Yeah,
like
Schwebe
that.
is like cloud.
Glide.
Cloud glide. Who knows?
Are we all going to now have a picture of the train in Rotterdam saved by the whale's tail?
That was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Should totally get that.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
1%
Public art for the win.
1% for art.
Yeah, 1% seems like paltry now that it saved lives.
That was amazing. Was that was recently though, right? Like a couple of days ago, or
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
At least by Twitter
Yeah,
information.
by Twitter standards, it's
Yeah.
it was a light years ago.
I mean, the photographs looked like a scene from a Transformers movie or something, where like the robot jumped up and saved the train as it was going off the.
Right. Or like performance art for transit.
Yeah. I was like, they should just leave it there as part of the art, permanently.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man. Oh.
Well, a good night for transit overall, right? I mean, like it seems like everything that was on the ballot passed.
Yeah, so far it was Atlanta's is behind, I think.
Yeah.
Gwinnett County.
There's a lot still to be counted there.
Right. I think there's a lot to be counted. It was only a certain percentage, right, Chrissy or Jerome?
Yeah, it's still a small percentage in.
In Austin is the latest version of Project Connect that passed, right?
Yes.
Did.
Yes. Yeah, I'm very excited about that. It's something that's been on the docket for a long time, since 2000. Well, since 1975, I should say. Really, when they passed when they passed the allowance to have a cent sales tax. So I'm happy for them. That's good.
I feel like I started advocating for that in the early aughts.
What's that?
You're like, I started advocating for that.
Well, I told everybody earlier, my master's report at UT was about politics of rail in Austin. That was my jam. So got to follow along.
Now there's somebody getting a master's who's reading your master's from 20 years ago, 15 years ago.
Wow.
Citing it.
It's true. You know, our friend Hank Dittmar, he went to UT as well, and there's still, apparently his report is so worn that you know, the library, you know, has to be careful with it because people have taken it out so much, which is great. It's really cool. But that was 20 years before I got there, so you know, hopefully people will be taking out mine. I don't think it was as quality of work as Hank's, but you know, we can dream.
So I have to ask, you know, there seems to be a really great relationship between Seattle DOT and King County Metro, Sound Transit. You know, can we just get into that a little bit? I mean, how has that been in terms of, you know, maintaining that relationship, nurturing it, and trying to make things work well, and maybe what isn't working well if there's something that's not working well? But
well, I think, you know, it's down to years of partnership, and I think the initial Prop 1 really kicked that off when the city passed the last time 6 years ago now, and sort of caused the city and county to work really closely together for a long time. So I came here close to 2 years ago, and the relationship was really strong. I didn't have to do very much to tend to it. It didn't feel like, and you know, we're just in this. You know, both making capital investments in transit, and then also making these operating investments in building a frequent transit network, and then that causes people to ride it, and sort of been the virtuous cycle, the sort of upward cycle of investments, both in operating and in capital. And then we at the city have had the flexibility to really try and innovate and get fair programs that target low-income folks and students, and build it into sort of the culture of the city of like getting people onto transit. So I think it's been really successful, and that just sort of breeds partnership going forward. And I think we've also had, you know, we've had a lot of like things that have forced us to work together, a lot of changes in and around downtown, and the whole tunnel and waterfront redevelopment, but all the pressure that all put on the whole downtown to get people to and from, that has sort of caused us to work together really closely and build partnerships. I don't know if there's any real secret sauce here. Just work.
It seems like the city, if I'm interpreting this correctly, the goals of the city are aligned well with the goals of the transportation providers. And I know that's not always the case, but it sounds like maybe that's true there for the most part.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think, you know, pre-pandemic, we were really successful in getting lots of people to come to downtown, but not in a personal car. We have about 25% of people commuting to downtown in a personal car. And so once you get that level of transit ridership, it's really pretty easy to make street allocation decisions that help people, you know, help support transit and multimodal access to the downtown. And we've also had a growing downtown population over the last few years. I think we're close to 100,000 people that live in downtown Seattle and the neighborhoods in and around. And that also, you know, really feeds into the transit ridership overall on the 24-hour day, sort of, or at least, you know, 18-hour a day transit ridership that helps really support that frequent transit network and get, you know, and that's where a lot of the city's investments have been, is sort of building on existing lines and helping increase frequency and get to a 10-minute network. So I think it was, you know, we were only at about a quarter of the households in Seattle lived within a 10-minute walk of a 10-minute frequency transit network back at the beginning of our Seattle Transportation Benefit District investments, and now we're up at about 70% that live within a 10-minute walk of a 10-minute frequency bus, which is really pretty incredible when you think about what that means for getting around the city. So that really helps the partnership. And then, you know, we're building, you know, Sound Transit, we're building out, they're building a ton of light rail. all throughout the region, but really connecting in with the city. And then we've got bus rapid transit projects going on and all of that stuff. And we've been able to keep a lot of that momentum going through the pandemic too. And ridership's obviously down, but I think 1 in 3 essential workers are still using transit to get to their jobs in the city, which is pretty remarkable in terms of the level of ridership that we still have seen, despite pretty tech heavy downtown environment that a lot of people are working remotely.
Jess, you got a new gig.
I did. It just started last week.
How's it going so far? What is it, and where are you working, and what are you doing now?
Yeah, good. Thanks. I am the new executive director of a community design center called Environmental Works. That's here in Seattle. We office in a old fire station that we now own. That's deeded to us from the city, but we are all remote. So it's a weird time to start a new job and to not be meeting anybody in person, but so it is. So anyway, so we're like a nonprofit architecture firm. We do a lot of architecture, landscape architecture projects, affordable housing, supportive housing, community facilities, childcare centers, farm worker housing, all around Washington State.
That's awesome. How do you kind of bond with new employees when you have to do it over boxes?
Yeah, it's not great. Or it's been stilted. I mean, they're all lovely people. That's part of the hard part is, especially when you work for such a mission-driven organization, people are drawn to other people with that same kind of value set. And so I've been doing one-on-ones. They were very kind to organize a virtual potluck where everybody made a dish, but then you only ate your own dish. So missing some of the natural element of a potluck, but it was still fun to talk about recipes and foods, and everybody got to share stories from their family and things. So that was nice.
That's awesome. What was your contribution to the potluck?
I possibly overthought it because I didn't want to make something too elaborate. I didn't know the culture yet, so I didn't want to make something too simple and then have everybody else show me up and be like, oh, I made this 7-hour, 5-layer thing. So I thought about it a lot and ended up making a recipe that I found on the internet called cheater bao, which were the little tiny bao Asian sandwiches, but you make them from a can of refrigerator biscuit dough.
Oh, okay.
With a steamer
Nice.
basket in your microwave, and they were great.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah. Send you the recipe.
Yeah, please do. I think I've sent you my recipe book.
Yes, you did. You have been doing a lot of pandemic or increased cooking during pandemic.
Yeah. After the 50-pound bag of flour, you gotta get going on it to keep it, fresh.
I almost bought a 50-pound bag of flour yesterday or Sunday, but then I decided against it because of your travails with it early on.
I actually, you should get one. Actually, the only thing that I would say is that just find a good place to store it. That's it. But what kept you away from the 50-pound bag of flour?
I'm just gonna stick to 5 at a time for now. It doesn't seem like flour is the scarcity item that it may have been back in March, April.
It's true. It's true.
Sourdough picture or bread postings decreased rapidly on.
I think that's right.
On Twitter.
I think that's right.
Now it's going to be like baby photos where in a year or 2, you're going to be like, oh, that was when I posted that baby photo. and I've just lost my baby. And it doesn't live.
So which
I thought I had one metaphor in there and then I lost it and then you went a totally different direction and I lost it again. It was good. It was good.
Don't mind me. I've been making.
Which coast is the best coast?
The middle coast?
The middle.
I was gonna say I'm not on a coast, so.
Yeah. I'm from Michigan, so.
Oh well, Great Lakes, yes.
The one that won't flood.
Right, exactly. The beautiful shores of Lake St. Clair.
Oh yeah.
Jeff, who's asking?
Well, that would be Arizona, since I'm sitting in Arizona. We'll never, maybe in a millennial. But I will say that they are calling the election We may be a blue state now.
For Biden. Okay.
Arizona, nice.
And did the incumbent mayor win? I mean,
Yes,
she was
Kate Gallego. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, they're calling her too.
Okay.
That's all good.
Were you asking something, Jerome?
Oh, I was at the chat. Brian was asking about you getting a haircut, Jeff.
Let's see. What is he saying? Oh, it was my first COVID haircut. I got it last Sunday, and no, it wasn't the YouTube stream. Maybe a little bit, but not much. No, my hairdresser, the person who I've been seeing to get my haircut for like the last 15 years, texts me and is like, "Hey, do you need a haircut?" And I was like, "Yeah, but I don't really want to go into the office or the place." And so she was like, "Well, I'll come to you." And so we did it in my backyard, masks on.
See, that's how you get to $70,000 worth of haircutting services in a year, or $80,000 when it comes out. 70.
Yeah. And so I've known her for such a long time, and I felt like she's been without working for a little bit because of the pandemic, and so now is getting back into the groove and getting people going. So, and I also I don't know if you all saw my hair, probably not, but it was pretty bad. It was down to here. It was pretty lanky, and it needed a cut. My sister said I looked kind of like a serial killer, so I thought that was probably a good time to cut it.
You didn't want to cut it yourself, or Nancy, or
no? Nancy could have cut it, but I'm not going to do it myself. If I did it myself, it would be like a full shave job. It would be bad news.
Go for it.
Elizabeth said she'll send me some clippers. I've got some clippers. Actually, there's some questions for Sam on here too. Do you think the governance structures of KC Metro STS dot contribute to you all working together? Is there anything that other areas can learn from?
Governance structures. I mean, regional transit governance. That's like a whole other long discussion. Certainly having the city be able to, I think, be able to have a role in influencing where and how transit service gets invested in the city does help. And it's sort of, the board of King County Metro is the King County Council, which certainly has representation from Seattle, but often sort of fractured with other jurisdictions too. So I think we convene a transit advisory board that we take some these service investments through the Seattle Transportation Benefit District 2, as well as the Seattle City Council. And then the Sound Transit Board is 3 counties and a very complicated structure with lots of folks, elected officials there. I think it's partly probably the culture of collaboration on here, and I think it certainly helps when you're adding resources and adding investment to the system rather than taking it away. So I think this proposition will be a little bit smaller than our last one. Last one was a 0.1% sales tax and $60 of vehicle license fees, annual vehicle license fees for people who lived in Seattle. And there was some question of whether those would be legal still. We ended up prevailing in a court challenge against the statewide initiative earlier this year, but it was too late to add those into the ballot initiative. So we ended up raising the sales tax slightly, but losing that $60 of vehicle license fees. So it's going to be a little bit smaller, but still overwhelming support for this investment. And I think just continuing to be able to add to the system means that you're not sort of fighting with your siblings for where things go. I think there is still a desire here in the region to figure out how we build out the regional connections that are critical to a transit system as well, and sort of how we had a lot of discussion about whether this was a good time to go to voters at a larger level, and ended up that we kept it at the city level for this point. But I think there's still a big desire to figure out how to continue to grow the system regionally, especially as the Link light rail system continues to expand regionally, and we'll have more connections to more suburbs and then coming online in the next few years when Sound Transit finishes the East Link project over to Bellevue and Kirkland and Redmond, I think in 2023.
It's not far.
It's not far at all. It used to sound so far away,
I know.
2023. Now it's getting closer every
It's
year.
just like a, 3 pandemics from now.
Exactly. We got
Oh gosh.
they're opening 3 stations next year and North Link extension, and continuing to build all the way up to Linwood on the north end of the region, and there's just a lot more, and that's going to also mean that we have fewer commuter buses that need to come into downtown and central Seattle, and people can transfer up to the north end of the region, and that's also going to sort of continue to grow people's ability to serve suburban communities with the same amount of transit service hours, because light rail is going to really provide that backbone of the system. So I don't know if it's really down to governance structure, going back to the question, but certainly this level of coordination and partnership is pretty critical.
Sam, I just wanted to do a special shout out really quick. Thank you for your service and your continued service on the Young Professionals in Transportation Board of Advisors. I'm coming off a 2-year stint as Deputy Director of Communications there, but just it's a great organization for those who are young or young at heart in the transportation profession, worth checking out. So thank you for that. And we look forward to your continued service on the board. I know the new leadership is going to probably demand a lot more. So
that's a lot of fun. It does keep you young at heart too. Yeah, it's good organization.
So one of the questions that I asked Robin Hutcherson earlier, I think I gave her a little bit of threw a little bit of a curveball at her. But there was an article in the Seattle Times last week about Fri Luftsliv, which it means free our life in Norwegian. And we're curious, like, how you all plan to spend the winter in Seattle over the next few months.
Who knows?
Rough.
Oh, rough.
Yeah, the dark gets to me more than, I mean, you're Michigan, so the cold, the wet, fine, just put on appropriate gear, but the dark is rough. And the advice that everyone gave us when we moved here is that you have to make sure to leave at some point during the winter. So last winter, we planned a good, well-timed MLK weekend trip to Los Angeles, arrived, found the closest park, let our children play, and I think we just laid on benches and absorbed sun for like 3 hours. But this year, we're not traveling, so we're just here in the dark. It's good times.
Yeah, I don't know. Cozy up, puzzles. I don't know.
Hot toddies.
Yeah,
toddies.
Exactly.
Hot toddies.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is, at least, in some ways, there's some small plus sides to the pandemic, and that you don't have to go wait for the bus in the dark,
Yes.
and then get on the bus in the dark, and then get home, like get back on the bus in the dark and come home, or constantly bike commute in the dark. It's but we've got a dog that doesn't really like the rain either, so she doesn't really want to go for walks in the dark, so like I don't know what she's gonna do. She's gonna hold it a lot and just we'll see. We'll get through. We'll all get through, and then you get the reward every year of an incredible summer up here that's like light forever and doesn't rain a lot. So
So do you think that cities have taken such fast action to deal with the pandemic? Do you think that will continue? Do you think city councils are going to let the agencies just implement ideas or test ideas, or?
I think so. I mean, I think it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to know how by the time we go back to some kind of normal in the transportation world, it's not going to feel normal anymore. So I don't know what that looks like. We've done, I think we've put into place a lot of the same playbook as other cities. It's interesting to see sort of some of the restaurant stuff in particular around like occupying parking lanes, where it used to be that parking was such a scarce resource for a lot of business owners, or perceived as a scarce resource, and now it's like, yeah, I'll take my parking, and that's fine. I don't need it. And it'll be interesting to see what that looks like in the long term, and what possibilities that opens up for us. One thing that's been really challenging is just how we continue to engage with communities about what their needs are and how we're going to serve ongoing needs of people. And I don't think people really know yet. And a lot of what we've put into place experimenting has come from conversations with communities about need for recreation or access, or being able to reallocate street space. But I think it's going to continue to be a challenge to figure out what people want. And then, but I think it's also been an amazing thing of opening up participation for so many people that for otherwise an in-person meeting just wasn't going to happen in their lives. And so, we're getting a lot broader participation probably in some ways, but having a tough time reaching other people with sort of the online engagement and a bit more of a challenge to do in-person stuff. So I think figuring out what the near-term future is just going to be challenging, and who's how people raise their voices and who and how we hear them is going to continue to change, because people's patterns are going to just continue to evolve over this. We've seen a lot of e-bike sales here, and we live in West Seattle. We had to close the West Seattle Bridge because it was headed towards failure. That's caused people to change their commute patterns. But if we got back into a sort of pre-COVID transportation demand, that was 100,000 people trips a day that we don't have in the system right now. There's any number of challenges.
Yeah, I think, in transportation, but even in other city objectives, the budget crisis is just leading to a lot of cuts across the board and a lot of concerns. A lot of city governments understandably took turns to the left, I would say, this summer and since, right? So the handful of mayor's races that there are this year, you see a lot of incumbents getting, primaried or having new opposition arise occasionally from the left. Just because of increased awareness of how much the pandemic has exposed existing structural racism in the built environment in a lot of ways. But then the budget constraints also have weird impacts, like what's going on with the Portland transit measure. That one is it's a payroll tax, right? And so there was a switch in the business community support. I mean, they originally had a lot of business community support, and then post-pandemic, there was some backing off of that, right?
Which Yona just reported that it didn't pass.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't pass.
No.
That one was interesting because it was it had a bit of opposition, especially from, like we said before, some pro-transit folks, city folks had some harsh things to say about it. But also, I mean, there's a huge opposition from the big companies like Nike and stuff like that. So yeah, it's interesting. That's too bad, but they'll figure it out, I imagine.
There's always next year.
Yeah.
But any kind of, in a time of scarcity, any kind of new taxation like that it's hard to make the argument for.
Well, that's what I was worried about in Austin, is that, with the pandemic and a lot of folks, having trouble, paying bills and rent and all that stuff, like what would a property tax like theirs do to the voters? Would it make them, more likely to say no? And it seems like that didn't happen. It's 58%, I think, was the winning margin, which is really good for Austin. I mean, the 2000 election lost the less than 2,000 votes. So it's been close a lot of times. So
yeah,
not sure what happens. But yeah.
I mean, I still think cities are gonna, have to show what they want to become and how those types of, what you're buying for it, and when you go to the voters, sort of what you can offer. But it maybe changes a little bit. It's like, but I think people, if we can offer a compelling long-term vision too, it can last. So like our measure was 6 years. Even if there's going to be less transit ridership in the next year or two, I think people can see building out of this and sort of continuing on the trajectory that the city has been on here, and needing the resources to do that. So, I think, but it's always interesting to see the different variations in what happens locally, what's playing into that and people's perceptions of their needs and how you're going to serve them with transit.
Yeah, and you saw that last year with Nashville, right? Like what happened there and the rejection of that ballot measure, and partially because of some, government, mayor stuff, but also just because of the opposition that mounted a pretty good resistance to what they were selling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to keep you all too long. I know you all have kiddos and probably things to do. So
they're probably not lighting the house on fire.
We gave them lots of red markers in the next room, so it could be.
They're as good as CNN at this point.
Yeah, right.
Well, you're more than welcome to stay. We don't have any other guests after you until a special guest at about 9:30. So you're welcome to hang out with us. We're just gonna kind of chill, but
we'll jump into the comments and just do peanut gallery stuff.
Okay. Well, it's good to have you all. Thank you all for coming. It's good to see you all again. I hope you're doing well. Seattle's a wonderful place. And next time we're in town, we'll come say hi.
Very good.
Yeah, definitely come visit.
Please do. You're welcome. This could be your room.
Nice.
This is Jess gets the bedroom in our pandemic office space, and I get the guest room.
Nice.
The kids get the hall.
as they do.
They're lucky. They should be thankful. When I was a kid, I didn't even have a hall for my homeschooling.
I was going to say, at least they're inside.
Exactly.
They should be thankful. All right, folks.
Take care.
Right. Thank you. See you guys later.
Bye.
Take it easy.
So we have a return in for Sonoma County. It passed. It was a sales tax for bus, road, and bikeways.
How much was the tax for, or like what was the percentage?
I don't know the percentage yet.
But it passed.
Yeah.
So got 66.66666%.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. My favorite are the.
This is a renewal.
Is it yeah, I think so. My favorite are when they have to like add up. I think at one point they had to add up 3 counties or something like that to get a total of 66 over and like was either Napa or Sonoma had like 64 and then Sonoma had like 67, and so you had to do the math and add them together, and it was kind of funky.
Yeah, that was the Sonoma one is a renewal of quarter-cent sales tax.
I just want to say hello from tomorrow. I made it to the next day, and I know you all will too.
You made it.
Still very early, but
I think tomorrow's not the worry.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, tomorrow, the sun will come up tomorrow. Isn't that what Annie says?
Yeah.
He says that. Yes, she does.
But does it really happen? That's the question, right?
Bet your bottom dollar.
That's tomorrow.
Wow.
I love Danny.
Oh. Elizabeth, my good
like
friend.
The top of the Chrysler building.
My good friend Elizabeth is asking if Tracy and I can talk about flatware for the next 20 minutes. I think we talked about serrated knives an episode of Mondays.
That was when we I'm totally blanking on the 99 Invisible. No, it was the Utopia episode on Oneida.
Oneida. Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's right. Yeah, Elizabeth used to be my roommate. Shiana lives in Seattle, which is why she has Oneida. She lives in Seattle, which is near the Zimbabwe's, and she when she moved, she left all of her silverware, and so I still have it when I use it very frequently. Thanks, Elizabeth. I also have all your VHSs, so I need to. If you'd like those back, and I don't think you want them back, but if you'd like those back, I'm more than happy to have the little toaster, the brave little toaster, and some of those other things.
I was gonna say, wow, what were those VHSs of?
Well, there's Harry Potter, I think, in there, and some other stuff. It's quality family fun. So
The Sleepless in Seattle, or no, Singles that we were supposed to watch.
Yeah. We still need to watch Singles.
Yeah.
Have you seen Singles, Jerome?
I have not.
Chrissy, you haven't seen it, have you?
I haven't? Are you kidding me? Singles?
We're of that
You
age.
give people good music and good coffee, they will ride the train.
That's right. That's the line from the movie. So this guy, he's a transportation planner, and so he's trying to convince people to build a train in Seattle. And the movie is all about him and dating and all that stuff and whatever else. But that's his catchphrase, or the way he sells it. If you give people coffee and what you said it right previously.
If you give people good music and good coffee, they will ride the train. And as for context, this was early 90s grunge rock period. So Pearl Jam and other grunge rock superstars, were actually Pearl Jam had significant roles in the movie, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But Tom Skerritt, I think, is the actor who played the mayor. So after Campbell Scott delivered that line, all of a sudden there was a shot of the mayor going, "No."
I'll have to check it out. Actually,
Yes.
I did have
now
another friend.
today it's yes.
I had a friend tell me about this movie recently, so yeah, I need to check it out.
Yeah, it's got some good missing middle housing too, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yes.
The garage door opener.
Yeah.
But Singles made me want to move to Seattle.
I did. I moved there like a year after watching that movie.
Because of the movie.
Because of the movie?
Oh. Yeah.
It was a positive vibe. Yeah. I was living in Atlanta and doing my MPH there at Emory, which Emory was great and where Emory was based is great, but I felt like I needed to go west. And so I was drawn to Seattle in the Pacific Northwest. So
Did you wear flannel around your waist when you got there? That was the trend, right? Was wrapping, wrapping the flannel around your waist.
Yeah, this was I guess mid 90s. Yeah. So I did probably. Yeah, shopped at Eddie Bauer and
oh yeah.
Did those Seattle things, hung out in the Red Hook Brewery near my office, and yeah.
That's awesome.
The 90s.
Yeah.
I was alive.
Jerome, man.
I was alive in part of the 80s too. So.
That's good to know. You're making me feel old. Yeah. No. Seattle is a great town.
It is. It's a fun spot.
So I know one thing.
Go ahead, Drum.
I was going to ask about.
Go on, young boy.
We had a few like filler topics that we were going to bring up. Amtrak. What are people's hopes or dreams for Amtrak? Should we have a certain someone that may like trains?
What aren't they?
What aren't they? Well, I want a Midwest network. I'd like a train for the Texas Triangle. We could use one between El Paso and Wyoming, to going up through Denver. One from Phoenix to Las Vegas to Los Angeles would be great.
Yeah.
I think I'm thinking, high-speed rail along those lines, co-opting some Amtrak service, corridors and things like that. But those would be good. Anything from Eugene all the way up to Portland to Seattle to Vancouver, British Columbia, that would be great too. Anything that can connect a large population center where big amount of flights happen. I think that's the big thing, right?
Yeah, create redundancy in our systems. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, and service that is like something that you take, because those lines exist right now. You can go to San Francisco to Vancouver.
Yeah, but it's a slow process, right?
Very slow.
Drive faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more of a leisure activity, not a
If you give
weekend.
people good coffee and great music, they'll ride the train.
That's right. That's right. Good coffee, good hot chocolate. Yeah, I appreciate that for sure.
Pearl Jam serenading you on the, in the
Jerry
dining car.
Chris Cornell.
Yeah.
Oh, rest in peace.
Oh, Black Hole Sun. Remember when MTV used to play videos? Man.
What's MTV? I was kidding.
I couldn't even tell you what channel MTV is right now.
Yeah.
We described MTV to our 12-year-old recently, and just how monumental that was when it all of a sudden it appeared on your TV, on cable TV, and so I am older than all of you, and that was like 80, 81. This is a trivia question, so I should know it. I know the answer to the trivia question about the first video that was played. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember the year. It was 81, maybe. Chrissy's gonna look it up.
Video
but it was just unbelievable. 81, yeah. To be able to, we were describing to him how all of a sudden music had this visual on video. I mean, live music always had that video, but then the storytelling that could occur in the videos and the number of hours that I would sit watching MTV.
I mean, it was a big part of my life. I would, living in Texas, it's hard to run during the day, train during the day. And so I would go out at like midnight and sometimes get followed home by the police because we had a curfew. And they were like, this kid is up to no good. And all I had was like one of those sports Walkman and some short shorts. And they followed me home for some reason. Like I was about to rob something. I don't know what it was, but that was not good. But when I get home, I'd hose myself off because it's so hot outside in Texas. And then I'd sit down and watch 120 minutes, or I'd watch MTV or VH1 or whatever it was, because that's what was on late at night. And they had like kind of repeat shows. And that's where I got a lot of my music from some of that. And it was such a huge part of my life in the 90s and 2000s, especially, training and stuff, getting home and watching that. So it had a huge impact on me, just going home and chilling and watching. Today I guess you'd go home and watch a YouTube video or something, but back then, you went to MTV and you'd watch all the videos that were on and you'd memorize all the songs, and you'd realize, when the new song was coming out, they'd tell you, oh, we're going to play it on Total Request Live at this time, and you made sure you were at the TV at that certain time, right, to watch it, because otherwise you were going to miss it.
And there were documentaries about how the videos were made, and
yeah.
And they brought us reality TV. I mean,
that's true.
Yeah.
Did you watch a lot of Real World?
Oh, I watched. I remember sitting in my bedroom, like in 7th grade, watching it with my friends.
Yeah. Ryan says, I always knew Tracy was a Beavis and Butthead fan.
Oh, no, that's not me.
I like Daria, not Beavis and Butthead. I like Daria. I think they're bringing it back or something too.
Simpsons, we were also explaining to Angus how long the Simpsons have been on, and that was 88 or 89, I think. And I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's been on for a long time. It's the longest running show in history. Yeah. And they keep on producing seasons, and it's amazing how much they have. It's all on Disney Plus too. You can all watch all of it now. It can any seasons. I have friends that are like absolutists. They're like, after season 7, you can't watch anymore. It's garbage or whatever. Like the first 7.
Simpsons?
Yeah, like the first several seasons are the best ones, and so anything after that's no good. I was a big fan of. I really liked Futurama too. That was good. So. Sorry, Jerome. I feel like we're
yeah.
We're
aging. We're ageist.
We're ageist here.
It's okay. All right.
There's another question about Amtrak on here. What does Amtrak need to prioritize good customer service and performance? Does Amtrak need a competitor? Does it need to own right-of-way? Leverage federal government private railroad relationship to prioritize service? That's a really long question, Elizabeth.
Maybe yes, 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 yes.
Lot to unpack.
Does Amtrak? So that's a good question. Does Amtrak need a competitor? Oh, and Mike says he wants to answer this.
Yeah.
Mike, feel free to leave your answer in the chat, and I'll read it out. How's that? We'll do that. Mike's the Amtrak guy.
Oh, right.
I've always thought it'd be interesting. I just threw this around. Like, imagine if the airlines are like, okay, we're going to cut our short haul flights that are, horrible for the environment and whatever. And the airlines decided they were going to get in the rail game, and replace their short haul flights and operate rail. But of course, they would still keep their profitable long haul flights. But I don't know. It would be an interesting, weird world. But I wonder what that would look like if they decided, okay, we're going to run rail service where it makes sense to run rail. And but yeah, that's an interesting idea. I mean, obviously, we're seeing Bright Line and whatnot. So,
yeah. I mean, I had the same kind of feeling. I mean, I think that when I was a kid, you'd watch TV, and then on the commercials, Southwest Airlines had like this ticking clock where it's like every 15 minutes or every 30 minutes there was a new flight between Houston and Dallas. So there was like a commercial of a guy hitting his snooze button because he could just get the next one or whatever, because it was so frequent. And so that line between Houston and Dallas that they're building now, I mean, that would be a perfect thing for an airline to run between the two. And the Southwest Airlines, if they're going to still have that kind of service between the two places, that would be a really good spot to do it.
So you all that are more the rail experts on the line tonight, what do you think about the question regarding right-of-way?
In terms of, getting government private right-of-way, or owning the right-of-way, you mean?
Yeah, do they?
With the freight rail?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, allocation of space, it's.
Right. Maybe Jerome can answer this one.
I mean, I'll start. I mean, ideally, I think it'd be great if we could build an extra passing track, at least in a lot of places, right, to allow the passenger trains to jump ahead of these, long, slow. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think in a lot of places it's going to make sense to what we call, I guess, higher speed rail, right? That's like 79 mile to 110 mile per hour service. I really think is realistically what we can see a lot more of, and a lot of places for that to happen, we would definitely need at least an additional track, in many places, if not, separate double tracks. But yeah, I mean, if they could own the right of way or somehow reach an agreement, which we know is.
I love Chrissy's hand signals here. Money, money, money. I mean, that's a good, that's a, the money point is one that Mike in the chat brings up too. What Amtrak needs is for conservatives in Congress to give up on the idea that Amtrak needs to turn a profit, which it's a service, it's a public service, something that, I think it needs to be efficient, but turning a profit is another question, right?
But how much have they just talked about in terms of, investing or bailing out or supporting the airlines during this time? And
exactly.
What can that money be? How many other ways can we think about using that money that would support the transportation needs?
Yeah.
For the long term.
Yeah, and I think on the issue between freight rail and Amtrak, I mean, railroads have had that track since the dawn of time, so I think it would be almost impossible to separate, to give over some of that track to cities or transit agencies or states or whoever it is. It's so valuable. But
yeah, I mean, in some alternate universe, we'd have just like we did with the interstate highway system, we would put that same effort behind building high-speed rail. But
yeah, I mean, we talked when in Chicago, I mean, we tried to build Chicago to St. Louis, and really it's just higher speed, and the double track cost, I don't know, like 2 or 5 billion. So, you know, just that one line alone. And when you look at the time savings or the modeling and whether or not people would choose the rail over the airlines, I don't know. I think it's challenging.
yeah, I think for a lot of people.
Hey, special guest.
Yeah, look at that.
You made it.
Hello, everyone.
How you
How's it-
feeling?
Yeah, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling less concerned than I was an hour ago, I tell you that.
We've been talking, so you have to fill us in.
Oh, you've been talking, so you guys don't know, you've been following the elections at all, or is that outside the bounds of this conversation?
So-
Transportation ballot measures.
We've been following your site and transportation ballot measures. Actually, we had folks from Colorado PERG on when we told them that the Denver one passed. So that was exciting.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think it may be one of the first, or if not the first, climate-focused ballot measure. You know?
Yeah. That, and they're hoping that it's like something for the future. You know, like something that other cities can emulate.
Yeah, I think it's pretty exciting from that perspective, and you know, big win. But I think the Seattle win is probably the biggest winner of the night. I don't know if you spoke about that at all.
Did we? Which one?
Well,
Yeah.
Sam was just on.
Oh yeah, we just talked about that.
We're a bit punchy. We've been on since 3 o'clock, Yona.
Clearly.
I'm fresh.
Yeah,
Relatively.
Tracy's relatively fresh. For the rest of us, we're all. You could punch us in the.
Get it together, people. This is a live show. Come on.
But it makes
You guys
it
need
real.
to rotate out. Have you eaten at all? Has Jeff provided you any sustenance?
No.
You guys should, yeah. Well, yes. I had a little bit of a sandwich, so. Yeah, we'll be good. You know, we talked about Seattle. We had Sam and Jess on. We talked about that one.
Wonderful.
But what about Austin?
Yeah, we had Austin on earlier, and that's pretty awesome too. I mean, that's exciting.
And we had...
Yes, that is fantastic, and also Measure RR in your area, Jeff. Pretty big.
Is it? It's
Is that-
passed?
It looks like it's going to pass. Yeah, it's way over 70 in all 3 counties where the vote is occurring.
Okay, well that's good because it needs 66. So anything over 66.66666 is good.
Absolutely, and I should tell you, you may hear background noise. I think there is a bit of a protest occurring on my street right now. So there's a nice connection between reality and the web happening.
What are they protesting?
I think it's just a recognition of the likely contested nature of this presidential election.
I see.
And you know, I should tell people I live in Washington. I live, you know, close to downtown, so there's usually a lot of people on the streets.
Yeah, I can hear him a little bit now. A little bit of yelling and stuff.
Sorry about that.
No worries. So you've been watching all night, things happening transportation wise. What's been the sentiment on the Twitters and everything about the ballot measures and all that stuff?
Yeah, well, I think it's generally been very excited and positive. There have been one particularly stunning defeat, or what looks to be a defeat, and that's in Portland region, which you may have talked about a little bit.
Yep.
But that does not look like it is moving forward at all. And that was, you know, the 3-county measure to, you know, have a payroll tax to pay for transportation projects, and it's not going to happen, which means that some of their bus rapid transit and light rail lines don't have a local funding source. So that's an interesting situation. And then the other ballot measure that is really up in the air right now is the Gwinnett County one outside of Atlanta. And it's right on the margin. I just checked the results a second ago. We're at, let's see if I can bring it up again somewhere around here. I don't know if I have it anymore, but it's something like 49.6% of voters in favor of the measure. So it's extremely tight. And, you know, I think it will really be affected by mail ballots that are still coming in. I don't know if you all have seen, but Georgia is suddenly moving into, you know, definitive toss-up territory on the presidential race, and Gwinnett County is exactly where that kind of margin gets played out, because it's in the suburban edge, the counties that, you know, have transformed a bit from Republicans to Democrats and might be more willing to accept transit than used to. So, you know, it would be really interesting to see if that measure passes. It's kind of like Austin in that, you know, they've tried to pass ballot measures before and failed.
Yeah, it from listening to Odetta talk earlier about Atlanta and what's going on there, it's interesting to hear that it's getting closer to you know, getting closer to being something that might pass in terms of, you know, like you said, it's on the edge of the it's almost the urban suburban kind of edge. And you know, when I was doing the research on that ballot measure, I thought it was pretty interesting because, you know, the center of Atlanta is like here, and then you got Gwinnett, which is like up here and a little bit outside. So if you look at a map of it, it looks like it might not be so inviting for transit investment in terms of, you know, people voting yes, but, you know, with all the what's happening with the growth in the region, it seems like, you know, maybe that'll come to pass.
Well, I do think this is the issue. I mean, I would love to hear what other people think, but in my view, this is the biggest issue for these suburban and exurban counties, is that even if they want transit, it's not entirely clear what a good investment looks like, because, you know, what are you going to do? You're going to build like a metro line that goes in the middle of a freeway that nobody wants to be walking to stations to, bus routes that don't really serve dense neighborhoods. You know, these are questionable investments. So I don't know. I mean, how do we deal with that?
Retrofit suburbia. Yeah, no, that's a great point.
We don't do any of those things. Yeah.
Sorry, we're bonkers right now.
No, I love it. It's exciting, guys. You just gotta keep it up. You guys are all on the West Coast too, as far as I know.
No, Jerome's in Indianapolis.
I'm in Eastern
Oh, you're
time.
in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Okay, so we're in the same time zone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm never quite sure what time zone Arizona's in. So
We're now on Mountain Standard. So
okay, but in the
now
summertime you're in Pacific, but
Pacific,
okay.
right.
Yeah.
Right. So just a few days ago, I was the same time as you, but now I'm not.
How is it to like not have to worry about daylight savings? Because it doesn't switch, right? It stays the same.
Yeah, we don't switch.
Yeah,
it's just a matter of making sure that you don't mess up your meetings, your calendar.
Oh, you have to like click on Arizona time probably. Yeah.
Yep.
Instead of like Pacific,
We're
it's
our own
Arizona
little thing, except for the Navajo Nation, which does switch. So
Actually,
I think that, you know, going back to your question about transit, you know, I think a lot about also our focus on the commute trip being the dominant trip in terms of often length of trip and predictability of the trip, but there are so many other trips we take throughout the day, and how we have to function within our communities, and how our communities can support those trips either within our proximal space or along the line. So can those transit investments support those proximal trips within the Gwinnett County area, rather than trying to think about making obviously it includes an expansion, you know, from Atlanta into the Gwinnett County, but what can be the supportive investment within Gwinnett County for all the other trips people take? And we were talking earlier about one of the aspects of the Portland Metro measure, which is, you know, sounds like it did not pass, is supporting youth transit and what can be done to support youth transit and those that have more transit dependence or we want to grow transportation independence within our communities, and helping them to make those proximal trips, maybe one way.
Or just have the adjacent land use policy. So you can have commuter rail or commuter bus into job centers for suburban or exurban places, but don't make it so they have to get in their car. So someone lives in the suburbs has to get in their car for every trip they make that's not to work. I
would also say in Atlanta, and just coming from the perspective of living there for a little while, I mean, in Gwinnett County, I mean, there are some suburban job centers and people that are also commuting maybe out of the city of Atlanta or from another suburb to another suburb. And so some of this investment could be helpful to help facilitate that. Or, if people are coming from out of, the city and they get to the end of the MARTA line, and then it's like, well, there is a bus or there isn't one, and I can't really get close. So some of this will help solve some of that connectivity issue as well, just making it easier. Because I think we're talking about commute, and a lot of people are still stuck in this coming from the suburbs down into the central business district. But we know there's a lot of people that need to reverse commute, and just having that consistent all day frequent service that's not geared towards peaks. I think that will have some utility in this context.
Yeah, which is the same issue we had in Chicago, where the south and west or south suburban Chicago is not connected to any of the job centers in the western suburbs. And you could either have a car or not work there. That's your only options. So.
Yeah, totally. I feel like I feel like Chrissy and I worked on this together. I mean, in Chicago, I think there's the conditions in the Chicago region are quite similar to a lot of places around the country, in that we've built up these exurban environments that are just totally impossible to live in and work in unless you have a car. And then the people there start saying, oh, well, I want access to other options. And a lot of times they need the access to other options because they can't afford the cost of driving. And so you get stuck in this vicious cycle that is, really difficult to handle.
Well, and the other thing is, you might be working now at Urban, I think some of the thinking that has come out of the Urban Institute is it better to provide low-income people who do not have transit access to provide them cars, because that gives them opportunity. Because by the time the bus or the rail or whatever it is built, it's going to be years. And so what is the best solution for right now? And the cost of segregation. I mean, those are the things that we explored, because you can't make people wait for years to have some kind of transit connection. You're arguing over funding and policy and.
No, totally. I mean, that's what Rolf Pendall, who used to be at Urban, he was really focused on that accessibility issue. And, I think, you're always sort of trying to decide what approach on policy you're supposed to be taking. Are you is equity in the form of increasing individual options, or is it creating a society that's more generous to everyone? How do those two things run into each other without them producing bad outcomes? I mean, if we give people cars, are we going to, reduce the amount of, or the utility of the transit system and only further encourage a society that's dependent on cars? Or if we say poor people should be taking transit, are we, creating an inequitable access system? I don't, it's not an easy question to answer, and it's, I certainly don't have a clear answer to that myself.
I think one thing that I'm trying to grapple with is, obviously fixed route transit, I think we said it a little bit earlier, but fixed route transit has its limits, right? It's just, and the reality for most of this country is like, you're not going to run a 15-minute bus everywhere. Let alone build a light rail or metro somewhere, or BRT. So there are going to be communities where there have to be other options, and those other options may not, may need to be driving.
Yeah, that said, I think that what's interesting to me about the Seattle referendum and the Caltrain referendum is that both of them are about creating significantly more frequent service in those areas. And the fact that they're so supported by the people who live around the lines suggests to me that people do see the benefit in expanding those opportunities when possible. But it does raise other questions for me, which are like, those are both very wealthy areas, frankly. I mean, Seattle and the area between San Francisco and San Jose are some of the wealthiest areas of our country. And of course, they're able to fund, great transit options for the people who live in those communities. But then you have the people, in Pierce County outside of Seattle, or you have people on the other side of the Bay in San Francisco who are not able to fund nearly the quality of service. And so I don't know. I mean, it becomes very difficult to deal with in that way as well.
Or we've got a small rural town somewhere in Alabama, Louisiana. What do we do in some of those places as well, where maybe there's a minimal dollar ride service, but who's it helping? What's the quality of that?
Yeah, I'm working with a lot of those rural agencies right now and trying to piece together funding or those challenges in rural areas are massive. And what's happening with them in COVID is, rural areas did get a lot of operational funding from CARES, but their ridership, the agencies I'm working with, the ridership is still at 50 and 60%, that is a lifeline service. So if that goes away, they're left, people really won't have access to medical or jobs or,
Well, that's a place where you need to reframe the discussion. And I think we talked about this earlier about thinking about essential workers and, maybe essential trips, because there's a lot of folks that need that service. And I think there's been a lot of people trying to reimagine it because, technology and stuff like that, you have VIA and you have all these other services that are trying to fill that void and make it cheaper for transit agencies to provide on-demand service. But at the same time, I think that there needs to be a realization that some of this stuff is just essential and it needs to be around as much as possible. And we need to, serve people with a dignified level of service, not just, give them an hour every 2 hours or half day or whatever it is, because it's cheap. Spending money to provide something of value is really important. So I hope we go that direction, because I'd like, I'd like to believe that we, want to help everybody get to where they need to go.
Yeah, I was thinking about this exact issue, Chrissy, earlier tonight when I was thinking about how we're going to, what the next step, what the replacement for the CARES Act is going to be, if any, and what the impact of these elections today on a future stimulus or a, CARES Act 2 or something of that sort looks like. I think there's been a lot of discussion over the past 6 months about creating additional funding for, exactly those types of transit agencies you described. But, one of my major concerns is I think that almost all the outcomes of this election are going to make it very difficult to get a legislation like that passed, at least until the next president is sworn in. And even if the next president is somebody who's a little more positive towards this type of thing, that doesn't mean that there will be a receptive Senate that wants to fund that kind of. So, I'm very concerned about a lot of these agencies that going into the next few months are actually going to be in a huge fiscal hole, just providing the baseline, service that you talked about.
Yeah, well, and as thinking about what you're saying around, Seattle and Caltrain can pass a ballot measure, but Pierce can't. And is it going to just be, you can get great operation, money for operations or great service if you can pass a local ballot measure? I think it is, because we're not getting operations funding from the feds. And I just don't know what the answer is, but or maybe that is the answer, is you just go local and see what you can get. And I mean, I don't know if we just want to privatize all of our transit. I don't think that's the right option. I just launched, I helped launch this microtransit pilot, and what we did was make sure that the transit agency was leading it and a partner, it wasn't just like privatizing out to another private company. It's a real partnership, which I think is important to ensure data and service planning and everything like that. But it's still expensive. I mean, it still costs money. It's not like it doesn't make money. It may provide better service and be more cost efficient than what we have right now, but it's still a public service.
It's not free. You can't just get it because you want it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the fares aren't going to pay for the service, which roads don't either. So.
Right. Wait, what is it? Somebody said, we pave, for the most part, we've been paving every road. We don't go, only 3 cars go down this road, so you only get dirt, we should have like a minimal acceptable standard for transit service, right?
Yeah, and I think to Yona's point as well about the Senate, it used to be that we had some specific person in the Senate from a Northeast state generally, who, a Tom Carper or something along those lines, where you had somebody who was championing these things and throwing them into the hopper. And I don't know who exactly that is now. I mean, you have people in the House that do that, but I don't know who that person is necessarily in the Senate who is going to, do that, put in that TOD bill or put in that, that funding for transit assistance or do those things that are more urban in nature that most senators don't pay as much attention to.
Well, I mean, Chuck Schumer has been, a big advocate for transit for obvious reasons because, the constituency coming out of New York. But I am concerned that with a Republican Senate and the realities of the way Americans have differentiated their living patterns based on party, we have a situation where, Republicans increasingly represent people who live in areas that are not receptive to transit, and Democrats do the opposite. And that produces a difficult circumstance for supporting transit systems if you have a Republican party control of the Senate. There's going to be a Democratic House. So if you didn't know that will be happening.
That's good.
There will be a Democratic House next year, but so I think part of it has to do with, no matter the outcome, what kind of negotiation can occur at that local level. And I did actually just see that one of the key transportation people in the House, Ed Lubinauer, am I pronouncing his name right? Is that right?
Earl Blumenauer.
Earl Blumenauer, yeah, from Oregon.
From Portland, yeah.
He was reelected after a sort of contested election.
He had a challenger.
He had a challenge, yeah. So he was reelected. So he'll probably continue to be the head of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee.
Yeah, and still wear bow ties.
And still, doesn't he wear also like bike?
He's the head of the Bike Caucus, the Congressional Bike Caucus. Yes.
He always wears the little button with the bike.
The little bike button, yeah. I think I have one around here somewhere, but he gives them out at Revolution.
Gotta get one of those.
Yeah. So, Yona, generally about transportation, what did you feel like going into tonight, and how do you feel now after seeing all the results?
I think I went into, well, first of all, I mean, not having heard your discussion about Austin, I was very excited to hear that just because it does feel like, that city deserves a better transit system. I was there last year and it's disappointing. The current transit system is quite disappointing, and it's great that they are able to, actually invest in something new. So I was excited about that and hopeful about that. But at the national level, I think it was a little more optimistic about, frankly, seeing a larger Democratic Senate coming into next year. if the reality is, I don't know if there will be a Democratic Senate at all. If there is, it will be extremely tight. And the reason why that's concerning to me is that I think if you wanted to do a big climate bill, which would obviously have a major transportation component, given how polarized we are right now in discussing issues related to the climate, I'm concerned that that, you know, is not going to have the momentum that I was hoping for. So I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about the continued dominance of, frankly, anti-urban legislatures in a lot of states like North Carolina's. It makes it very difficult to do things at the state level. So, you know, I think I was more optimistic at 6 p.m. than I am now, but it's, you know, it's going to be okay. We'll continue on.
Just keep on keeping on, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we have to, right? You got to keep moving.
Yeah, no choice. No choice.
Yeah, and I do think, I mean, here's the thing. Look, all of us have been working like primarily in the local space, and the reason for that is obvious, because in the local space is where things actually happen, right? I mean, the reality is that we can talk about big dreams at the federal level, and maybe once in a while they might happen, but day to day, it's the people working in individual communities who are actually fighting for change and for the improvements they want to see. And so, you know, there have been a lot of great successes in local communities this year already. So you know, that should make us all positive.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, mayors are being the leaders of innovation. You know, you got to look to mayors and. But the question, the issue is though that, you know, like you said, we're still so divided and growing further divided, and it's, you know, in those rural areas that might be represented by Republicans who may not support transit, there's still a lot of low-income people or people that, you know, are just going to have no options. And that they don't have the mayor that's trying to pilot something or, you know, a transit agency there to move something forward.
But on that count, I mean, I keep moving us away from rural areas, Chrissy. I apologize because I just don't know.
I don't know why I keep talking about rural.
No, it's great. It's wonderful. It's like the big gap in a lot of the conversations about transportation. But I was just going to say that I don't know if you all had talked about this, but there was a big mayoral race in San Diego where Barbara Bry and Todd Gloria were the two candidates. And Barbara Bry was like a big opponent to the transit plans of the county and of actually creating transit-oriented communities around those transit lines. And she actually seems to have lost quite decisively to Todd Gloria, who was a big proponent of those things. So I was very excited to see that change. And I agree with you that, you know, this is where having entrepreneurial mayors is really key, because they're the ones who are ultimately going to be, you know, choosing whether or not to push on these items.
Yeah, I know I brought up you know, Baltimore's getting a new mayor, and obviously, you know, they still have the same governor, but the new mayor, Brandon Scott, has been pretty indicated that he's been pretty, you know, friendly towards transit. So it'd be interesting to see what type of movement they can work on in the next few years, you know, trying to position that city to have better transit investment, since it is woefully under, you know, just they need more transit, and, you know, they need the red line and several other things.
Yeah, I had this fantastic conversation with a House delegate in Maryland named Robin Lewis.
Oh, Robin Lewis, she's amazing.
Yeah, she founded this group that was advocating for the Red Line Light Rail project through Baltimore back in 2014 or something of that sort. And when I spoke with her, she really emphasized the importance of, or the lack of leadership in Baltimore up until this point. Fundamentally, at the city level, there wasn't actually that much interest in trying to promote improvements to transit, despite the fact that they had this potential light rail project going through. So to hear that the new mayor is actually going to be, you know, taking charge and saying this is important is really exciting.
Yeah, and the new mayor is like 36 or 37 or something. So that's also a difference from what they've seen.
There's a bunch of other smaller ballot measures on the docket. I think we made some notes in the spreadsheet. Did you see any of those, Yona? The smaller ones that were popping up and down?
Well, let's see. I mean, you know, just to go down my list, there was a transit tax to fund transit projects and improvements in San Antonio that passed. And this was actually after a failure of a streetcar proposal that they had for downtown San Antonio. And so it's nice to see that the people there still see the value in transit, if not the value in the streetcar line, which may or may not be the right approach. So that makes sense.
Nice.
I also saw that in Sonoma, north of San Francisco, they seem to have passed a ballot measure to fund their transit services. And then in the Washington region, Fairfax County appears to have funded, you know, their contributions to the Washington Metro rail system. So I definitely saw those, and they all passed, which was really nice to see.
Nice. Yeah, I'm still wondering about, we're still looking for Missoula because we had the head of the transit agency on earlier today. We had the folks from San Antonio on. Apparently there was something going on in Bellingham, Washington.
Bend, Oregon.
In Bend, Oregon, yeah. Monroe, Michigan had a property tax for transit. Let's see, Newton County, Georgia. Looking at some of these notes here. But yeah, we'll have to check out and see. Might look for Missoula and see what's going on, because we had a great chat with the folks from there.
Yeah.
They have zero fares.
Oh, they have a zero fares program?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's great. That's really interesting. And has that produced good results for them?
Yeah, they said they doubled the ridership, I think.
Oh, well. Okay.
Almost. But yeah, I think it was they were getting funding for passes and stuff from the local hospital and some other folks, and they decided just to do general support for the transit agency instead of passes, and then so they make it free for everybody, so more people could partake in the value.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the ridership doubled, and that was really good.
Well, it reminds me of what is the case in Chapel Hill in North Carolina, where they combine the university transit system with the city's transit system. And the result is that Chapel Hill has really high transit ridership, and it's free for people who live in that community. So I think that's a successful partnership in these smaller communities.
Yeah, I'd say it works really well. I had the chance to go to UNC in February before everything shut down, and actually talk at an energy conference about the future of bus traffic transit, since they're doing a lot down there. But yeah, I would agree that that's a great model in Chapel Hill, what they're doing down there. Of course, the whole Go Triangle and all that setup is kind of interesting with the rest of the region in terms of transit. But.
So it looks like the Missoula Urban Transport Levy, for 59% against 40%. So 27,000 votes to 18,000 votes. I'm trying to see if all of the ballots. It looks like this looks like a summary. So it looks like it passed, which is good. So we got a passing for that one, which is great. 59% for.
Well, that's good.
These county, so I'm impressed with these county elections offices that, put all this stuff on the web and have it available, and we can go in and click on stuff and find these little tiny measures and things. It's pretty awesome that they are able to do that. I mean, for all the warts and negativity around elections, there's all kinds of really good stuff happening too.
Oh,
I've been
totally.
bragging. Sorry.
What?
I was going to say, I've been bragging about Maricopa County and all that the recorder has been doing here, Adrian Fontes, who hopefully will be reelected tonight. But it's been amazing. it's been amazing to see too how accessible voting is.
Yeah, for sure.
And was the mayor, do you know if the mayor of Phoenix was reelected tonight?
Yes.
Kate Gallego?
Kate Gallego, yes. And it looks like Mark Kelly, I think, has won the Senate seat.
Right, yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Well, it's 10 p.m. It's the witching hour. I think Jerome is at 1 a.m. Yona's at 1 a.m. And I think it might be time for us to hang them up for tonight. But thank you all for coming on. Thanks to everybody in the chat who stuck around for the whole time. Some of the folks in there have been in there the whole time. I'm looking at you, Ryan. And some of the other folks, I haven't seen any comments, but I'm sure that some of them are there. Appreciate everybody for coming on and enjoying this bubble with us. So any closing final thoughts from anybody about our fun tonight before we go and get out of the bubble?
Fun was fun as always, and we just got to keep on keeping on no matter what.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a glass of wine.
That sounds great, Chrissy. I think I will too.
Yes.
Jerome, any final closing thoughts?
Oh, as tomorrow, it's another day. We got to keep moving forward. I think that's the main thing, that no matter what, there's still much work to be done. And Yona, thanks for driving home that the local level is where it's at. And that's what we, need to take pride in the work that we do locally and keep that moving forward, because that is where the real change is going to happen. And, there's going to be a future, there are going to be future generations, and we owe it to those people to try to do what we can to make this place a little better.
That's a good way to end it. Thanks, everybody. And we'll see you soon.